Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are here for day 8 of the Kouri Richins trial happening in Utah. She's accused of murdering her husband by poisoning with fent on March 4th of 2022. She's also accused of attempting to murder him on Valentine's Day of 2022. And she's also facing charges of insurance fraud and forgery. So, damn, yesterday we heard a lot of testimony about her shady financial behavior. So today I think we'll continue on with that a little bit. Let's see what else the state has got for us. Please like and share so others know that we are live right now and they can come and join us. Let me bring up the trial feed for us so we can see where they started. Hold on one second. There we go. There's the judge.
State versus Richins. Counsel for the state is present. Counsel for the defendant is present with defendant. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's invite the jury.
Jury's coming in. Shelby says, can your cats come hang out with us? What are their names? Fury, Willow, and Pepper, and no, they can't. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Okay.
Notebook? I like notebooks.
Somebody likes notebooks. Me too. Robin, thank you for your sticker. You like hype. Thank you for your sticker there.
All rise for the jury. Have a seat, thank you. All right, have a seat. Good morning. We will proceed with additional testimony in the state's case in chief. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
Lashawnda Rodgers.
Lashawnda Rodgers, they said. Which yesterday, I think they said they've still got 2 life insurance related witnesses. So I'm assuming that's what it will be about, right? Pungover said, do you know who else likes notebooks? Specifically orange ones? Yeah, Kouri. I wonder if we're still going to hear that evidence because the motions in limine said that that could come in. Her orange notebook, some other notes that she had in a cupboard, and the walk the dog letter, the first 3 pages. Yeah, someone says, wait, where are we? Gold Dust Woman. Here we go.
Rodgers, good morning.
Let the snark
If you'd
begin.
step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
You're going to have to drag that. There you go. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Rodgers, could you please state your full name and then spell your full name? for the court?
Yes, Lashawnda Rodgers, LASHAWNDA, and Rodgers is RODGERS.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes,
How are you employed?
for New York Life Insurance Company.
And what do you do for New York Life Insurance Company?
I'm a senior representative in a call center.
Can you briefly explain to the jury what you do as a Platinum Senior Advisor?
Yes, I take inbound phone calls from Platinum agents that service clients all over the United States. I answer questions in regards to beneficiary changes, ownership changes, make payments on policies, and just discuss anything overall insurance related that they have questions on.
Do you know or know of an agent from Utah named Brian Freckleton?
Yes, I do.
And did you receive a call from him, an inquiry, on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So on that day, did he explain to you a problem that he had observed and that he wanted some reconciliation or information?
Yes, he did.
Briefly, just tell us what the conversation was about, not for the purpose of proving any truth, just so we know what you were doing afterwards. So briefly explain.
Okay, so when Mr. Freckleton called, he wanted some information on some beneficiary changes that had happened on a policy. He wanted to know why they had been changed and finagled with several times. So I explained to him through research what happened.
Okay. And so were you able to get that information on that day of the phone call, June 2nd?
Not all of it. I had to reach out to another department to get additional information, and then I followed up with him a few days later.
I see. By email?
Correct.
Okay. Can we take a look at, first of all, let's take a brief look at State's Exhibit 7-20, please. Can you scroll through that, Scott?
They can zoom in for you if you'd like. It's not a touch screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you
My-
can't see it, they can zoom in for you.
My view is kind of fuzzy.
Yes, mine is as well.
Is there a reason it would be out of focus? It's never been out of focus before.
That tablet's a little bit out of focus.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have trouble
Do you
seeing
mind
it?
if I lean over and just
No,
make sure you're seeing?
Your Honor, please.
She has as clear a view as I do. Scott, I think it'd be helpful for the witness if you could zoom in. The type is pretty small.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
You're
There we go. Thank you so much.
Oh, she's so polite. She's so nice. Jackie Spires, welcome to membership. If anyone's joining membership, make sure you check out the members only playlist because there's lots to catch up on over there.
Okay, so does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what this is? Or for the court, I guess, really.
Well, this page is what the agent had sent to the client. That's not something that I sent.
Okay, so let's scroll to the very beginning, or that would be the end of the document. The very last page, if you will. Okay, so does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the email exchange that you had with Mr. Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's go, we can set that aside for now. Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 7-19, please.
Chronic Conserva 6180 said, oh, she's wearing stripes today. Perfect for prison. Start making those license plates, Kouri. Snark, snark. Thank you for your comment.
This is a multi-page document, actually 23 pages. As he's scrolling through that, does it look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'd like to have you take a look at page 13 of this document. Perhaps we could focus in. There you go.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What is this information depicting?
This information is providing the client's policy number, who the insured is, the address, the date of birth.
And tell us what she did. She changed it to herself, isn't it? Lizoom said, is this her first trial? Why does it feel like she's already been tried and convicted? Well, this happened on day 1 and 2. A lot of people were thinking, wait, hasn't she been convicted? And they said they confused her with Ashley Benefield. So maybe that's who you're thinking of? This is Kouri's first trial. First, she will have a second one unless she pleads guilty to those 26 other counts, which are all financial crimes that she's been charged with. In this trial, she's facing the charge of aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery.
It's showing beneficiary changes, address change, beneficiary change, beneficiary change. And it has the policy number, it has the insured name there as well.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate copy of the policies, buy-sell policies that you recall seeing?
Yes.
The state would offer States Exhibit 719?
All right, States 7-19 is admitted. Do you want me to publish to the jury?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could we scroll down just one more little block, I think? Okay, so this appears to be going in reverse chronological order, right? So the older things are at the bottom, and it gets newer as you go towards the top. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So on January 1st, at the very bottom of this document, is there a change from one to another on that date with one policy?
There is. It's not showing on this specific page, but yes, there is. It's not showing specifically like
Okay.
on this page.
So, do you see the highlighted portion where it says 1,
Yes.
2? So, what is the policy number here?
167-35141.
Okay. And in this particular case, who is the owner of that policy? Do you know? Does it show here?
It does not.
Okay. Does it show who the insured is and who, in other words, the person whose life is being insured?
Yes, it does.
And who is that?
Cody M. Wright.
Okay. Then does it show who the beneficiary is in this little block here?
It does not.
I wonder if we're going to see Cody testify. We haven't seen him on the stand, right? We saw his wife on the stand. Is Cody going to get up there? Cynthia, thank you for spoiling me and the mods with coffees. Yeah, who else are we going to see on the stand still? Is Lisa Darden going to get up there? Huh? That's Kouri's mother. She could be one of the state's witnesses. She could also be a defense witness. Oh my, things could still get very interesting.
No, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes, it does. Eric Richardson, partner 100%. I apologize.
Okay. Then in the next block, up from that, is that the same policy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the 141?
Yes.
Okay, and effective date of this entry is January 1st?
January 2nd. I'm sorry, effective date, excuse me. Yes, January 1st. Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the policy on the life of Cody, right?
Yes.
Okay. And has the beneficiary changed?
Yes.
Okay. Who is it changed to?
Kouri Richins, spouse 100%.
Okay. So where before it said partner, Eric Richins partner 100%, now it says Kouri Richins spouse 100%.
That is correct.
Okay. Can we scroll up just a little bit, please, Scott? Okay. We see another beneficiary change here in the center of the of this page. Again, it's entered on January 2nd, but the effective date is January 1st?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, we're talking about that same policy, 141?
Yes.
Kouri Wright is the life that's being insured,
Yes.
and beneficiary.
Eric Richins, business partner, 100%.
Okay, so it's changed back.
That is correct.
Okay. Is this the question that Freckleton was asking you about, this whole issue changing from one to the other?
Yes.
Okay.
Blue Bear, you mean Cody's, right? She was fiddling nicely there with the C&E masonry policies. Interesting. And that was January 1st of 2022. And we saw yesterday how much she was in the financial dwang, hey, around that date especially. And then there was the Valentine's Day alleged attempted murder with maybe a poisoning, the sandwich, right? And then on March 4th of 2022 is when Eric died. By the way, that's today, you guys, 4 years ago. Today. Today's March 4th. So on March 4th of 2022, Eric died. So it's been 4 years that his family's waited to be here, to get to this trial, which thankfully we are here now. I really hope that justice will be served. I feel pretty confident about it. I think it's going to be, in my opinion. But yes, this is like Kouri doing alleged. Kouri's account, being very busy with his life insurance policies, is another huge red flag.
How does the owner of a policy, can they change their beneficiaries? For example, if I buy a policy on my life for my daughter, could I change the policy? Well, I think I want to give 50% to my daughter and 50% to my wife. Could I do that?
Yes, as the owner, you're able to make those changes.
Okay, and you would do it through some portal or something online, or?
Yes, that is an option, mynyl.com.
Okay. In this, I guess you could do it by calling up an agent or calling up one of your colleagues.
That is correct. You're able to do so over the phone as well as filling out a form.
I see. Okay. In this case, were you trying to find out how it was done and who did it?
Not the how and who, just I was trying to figure out exactly, let me rephrase that. So I know that it was done by someone in New York Life. I'm sorry, wait. I was trying to explain to the agent where the changes came from.
Okay. And you talked to your colleagues?
Yes. So I reached out to another department to get more clarification on IP addresses, et cetera, to confirm who exactly made the changes from the MyNYL portal.
Okay. So when you're making these changes through the MyNYL portal, can a beneficiary or someone unrelated to that policy get in there and change the beneficiary, for example?
No.
Okay. Who can get in there and change if they so desire?
The owner and anyone that has the owner's information.
Okay. All right. So in other words, if I found the password and the credentials, I could log in, I suppose, and change somebody else's.
Yes.
All right. All right. So, when you did your research, can we go, first of all, I still need 719. I need to go to page 15, if you could, please.
William Santiago said, who's this lady? So for anyone wondering, there's always a banner that I put on top. I know some people watch on a phone or a tablet or a TV, and depending on the orientation of whatever device you're watching on, you might not see the banner. But just so you know, there's always a banner that I put on top to say who it is on the stand, where they worked, or, you know, what sometimes I might say Kouri's friend, former friend, or whatever it is. This lady, Lashawnda Rodgers, she works at New York Life Insurance Company, and this is the direct examination, which means the state asks, because this is still the state's case, right? The state has not rested yet. When the state rests and the defense presents their case and we say direct examination, then it'll be the defense asking, but we're not there yet. Right now, the state is still very much presenting their case. Serena Foy, thank you so much for the $20 sticker.
Is that page 15?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this tell you, and I think we need to scroll up just one more so we have the policy ending in 141? Okay. Does this page tell you who the owner is?
Yes, it does.
Okay, policy 141 is owned by who?
Eric E. Richins.
Okay. Now I'm through with this one. Can we go to 720, please? I think we've laid the foundation, so I would offer States Exhibit 20. This is the email chain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No objection.
States 7-20 is admitted.
We would ask permission to publish.
It's up.
Okay. Can we go to the very last page of this? So is this your very first email to Brian Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this you're saying, hey, this is in response to your question last week?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we scroll down to the next portion? On this, is this the information that you acquired from looking at talking to your colleagues and looking at the rest of the data?
That is correct.
Okay, so can you explain to the jury what it is that you found out?
So I found out that on January 1st, 2022, the beneficiary was changed from Kouri to Eric, back to Kouri, and then to Eric again.
Okay.
Within a few minutes of each other.
Okay, all on that same day?
All on that same day.
I see. And were you able to, at that moment, provide some of the details of how that transaction occurred?
Yes.
What was it?
So after speaking with the representatives in our IT department, they stated that all were from Eric Richins' login and all from the same IP address.
Okay. Then, did you continue working on this for a couple more days after this, and exchanging emails with Brian Freckleton?
I believe this may have been the last one.
Let's go to June 9th, please. So it should be near the top. A couple bullets. Okay. This is the email from you?
Yes, we are going backwards. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I see.
so June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And you're reviewing further information. A general point, you give a general point about who can log on, just generally speaking. In order to get into somebody's account, you have to have what?
Their login credentials.
Okay. So that means a password, a registered email address?
That is correct, and a username.
Okay. And in this particular case, it appeared to be coming from whose email address?
Kouri Richins.
Now,
We already know what the defense is going to argue, right? Like, well, it might have come from Kouri's email, but how do you know it wasn't her husband doing it, huh? Why would he do that? Kouri was very money hungry at that point, understatement, because she was drowning in debt. At the time of Eric's death, she had $7.5 million of debt. Oh my word. She was already like, oh, life insurance, what can I do there? And just looking into everything she possibly could. Eric's estate was worth $4 million. So that's part of what the state alleges the motive is for why Eric died, right? Why Kouri murdered Eric. That's what the state's allegations are. Okay.
Did you also get further information that all interaction was coming from that same email address?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for this witness.
Thank you, mods, for everything you do. Please, everyone, just know we have a small team of mods. They're amazing, though. We have 6 mods on the team, right? So firstly, thank you for spoiling them with coffees. Secondly, they are volunteers. So when you're like, why aren't you catching this and why aren't you doing that? You know, because I see the tone of some people's comments towards them. They do their very best. We do not tolerate any hate speech here, no racism, no body shaming, all of that, right? So thank you, mods, for catching some of those, you know, that I then went back to look at. Thank you so much. And thanks for everyone for pointing it out, okay? That is not allowed. No hate speech, no racism, none of that. But just take it easy, guys. The mods are doing their best. JJ Grizzly said, sounds like she is in the cuck, K-A-K, in the cuck. I cannot believe she would be that brazen to do that. I'm glad Eric knew something was up. At least we do not have to hear true every 3 seconds. Or the pen's clicking. Hey, don't jinx it now. He said, thanks for everything, G. Thank you for your $20 sticker.
Good morning, Ms. Rodgers.
Good morning, Alex.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you as well.
I wanted to make some clarifications. I'd like to talk to you about client IDs.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. From the documents that we've seen, what I'll do is I will pull up let's go with 720, I believe it was state 720. No, I'm sorry. 719. Thank you.
One moment.
Do you see that there?
No, nothing has
not
come
yet.
up. Okay, yes.
Perfect. Now that client ID right there, can you...
Do you want me to show this to the jury?
Oh, sure, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize.
Very good.
That client ID we see there that's highlighted, whose client ID is that?
Eric's,
That one's Eric's?
I believe. Just first glance at this is Eric's, yes.
Okay. And then if we can, actually, you know what I'll do? If we could pull up, let's do this one. 1 second.
Thank you, Fong Pit, for spoiling the mods with 12 coffees.
Can you just publish this?
Wait. Princess Pillow said, I've missed some of the trial. Haven't heard this defense attorney before. And you got to check out day 1. I actually made a YouTube short if you want to see the change in the demeanor of this attorney from day 1 to 2. That was wild. But check out day 1. If you missed that cross-examination with this attorney, it was quite entertaining.
Just to Ms. Rodgers, please. And let me know if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is, and would you please make it a little bit bigger, zoom in?
And you know what I can
Thank
do?
you.
Is if this is helpful, this is just a hard copy of it. It may probably make it easier. That's the same. Is that all right? There you go.
Thank you.
If you want to just go through that and see if you recognize that, and if you could focus on the client ID, or try to find a client ID there.
So this page does not have a client ID listed. It does have the owner's name, Eric, and it has his address and email address here. But it's not specific to the client ID because
Perfect.
it's not listed.
So is this one similar to the one we just saw that was Cody's? On 7, if we can
No,
pull
they're
up
two different.
719 for her.
That's two different type of views for this, but that other view just showed the insured information. But this is showing just Eric's information.
So let's go ahead and maybe this will help.
So that client ID that's listed here is for Cody.
For Cody.
Correct. That's the one that's circled.
Hey, we go to page 14.
Of what document?
This is for Eric's.
So are we talking 719 or are we talking 1046?
1046 right now.
Okay.
Yep. And so there on your screen is just a electronic copy of what I just showed you. And that client ID, that one is Mr. Wright's. Is that correct? Or Eric's?
No, Eric's starts with a 9, not with this 153.
Okay. Let's do this. The one we previously showed you, you had indicated that that was Eric, so maybe there was a mix-up. So Eric starts with a 9?
Correct.
Okay. Is it 99? Well, look, before we complicate more things, we move to admit this document, Judge, is Defense Exhibit 1047?
That's not the one on the screen right now.
This one is.
This is 1047?
Yeah, they look the same. 1046.
Let's go back to the beginning to make sure we're talking
Yeah,
about the same
could we go to
thing.
the first page then?
Okay.
So they look.
This is defendants 1046.
Correct.
Mr. Burmester, any objection?
Well, I think we need foundation to establish exactly which one we're looking at. And is it different or the same as?
Mr. Ramos, just for clarity of the
Sure.
record, would you lay a little foundation for
Could we
this
put
witness?
1046 and state 719 side by side? I think that would be the clearest because they look identical.
Okay.
And then I'll ask Ms.
Thank
Rodgers
you.
some questions.
All right.
That's perfect.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left-hand side, we have Defense Exhibit 1046. On the right-hand side, we have State 719. They appear to be the exact same format, correct?
Correct.
Except that one's for Eric and one is for Cody, correct?
Correct.
All right. And within these documents, this is where the client IDs are, correct?
There's no client.
Not on this first page, I apologize.
Correct.
Okay. But the remaining pages, if we could scroll through them, just so Ms. Rodgers can see. And so that does that kind of tell you all of the different policies or client IDs related to Mr. Wright as well as Mr. Richins?
It does.
Okay. At this point, Judge, we would move to admit 1046. I believe that's enough foundation.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Defendants 1046 is admitted.
Perfect. Okay. So with this information now, as you can see on the right-hand side, on the very top, and we could zoom it in if you'd like, it indicates Cody Wright. Could you go a little bit higher to show Cody Wright's name there? Okay. Now, with that information on the right-hand side, is that Mr. Wright's client ID or is that Mr. Richins' client ID?
That's Cody Wright's client ID.
Okay. Ending in 8252.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the left-hand side, if we could do the same, just showing Mr. Richins and then the client ID. And is that Mr. Richins?
No, that's Cody's.
That's Cody's.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to on the if you could highlight on the right-hand side, it is 4. January 24th. There indicates a client ID there.
That is Eric's.
That is Eric's. Okay.
Yes.
So, with that information, it appears that client ID 992141444 is
Eric's.
Eric's.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could go back to the very top, the client ID, if you could highlight or call that out on the right-hand side, starts with 0. 015328252.
Correct.
That is Cody's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with that information, that is how we could, or your office could, determine where the changes were made, correct?
No. How did we determine the changes were made?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
not correct.
Correct. I apologize.
That's okay.
Those are the client IDs that were used to figure out when changes were made, who made the changes, correct?
It wasn't the client ID that was used. It was the actual owner's information, but
Okay.
not the client ID. That comes into play in a different way, but not in regards to logging in. Because there's different ways to log into MyNYL. You can log in with your name, social security number, and then you have to have an email address. And then the other way is to use a client ID, but you still have to have an email address associated with it.
Correct. Let's go there. Maybe this will be helpful. If we could pull up the state's exhibit. $720, please. And if we could go to the last page. If we could call that out, just so it's a little bit clearer for Ms. Rodgers.
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe what we're talking about here is different, so I'll get on the same page with you.
Okay.
This is the Eric Richins login.
Yes.
Correct, is what you indicated. If we could publish this to the jury. Okay, so this one is saying that it was all from Eric Richins' login.
Mm-hmm.
And now what you just indicated, and maybe this is where I was mistaken, Eric Richins' login, it could be an email, you indicated?
It could be either his name and his date of birth and the last 4 of his social.
Okay.
And then on the next screen, it's going to ask for an email address to do verification.
Okay.
Or they can put in the client ID, and then on the next page, it's going to ask for clarification.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for an email for verification.
Understand. So that's kind of the login process.
That is correct.
For MyNYL.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to page 2 of that same document at the bottom, that second bullet point there, if we could call that out for Ms. Rodgers so it's clear.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is what you're referring to, that they cannot log in with any other credentials besides what we have on record, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this case, what did you have on record?
The credentials that we had on record were Eric's name, but a different email address. It wasn't an email address that... So 2 clients would never have the same email address associated with one policy. So in looking at Eric's policy and the email address versus another policy that had the same email address is where we came up with that information.
So then the login information, or the login email, when you're referring here to Kouri, it's
Correct.
the email that's associated with it.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where I wanted to get to. So on the second bullet point where it indicates, it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been managing the online activity. It's based on the fact that her email is being used.
The email is being used, correct.
Okay, and her email, do you recall what that one was?
Kouri Richins, I'm not quite sure what that, it may have been at gmail.com or AOL, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Thank you.
Do you recall that document?
Yes, at Hotmail, yes.
Okay. And what does that document show?
Oh, it says Kouri Garden at hotmail.com for both.
And what do you mean for both?
For Eric's profile and for Kouri's profile.
Okay, and then are there different client IDs?
Yes.
Okay. Which one's the one on the left, if you could describe whose it is?
It's Eric's.
And what is his client ID?
153-28252.
8252. And then Ms. Richins?
989-455-105.
Perfect. Map approach. Thank you. Okay. Now, you had indicated we could take that down. You had indicated there in that email with Mr. Freckleton that you had to reach back out to I believe your IT people.
That is correct.
And they produced a document that outlined exactly what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we can, just for Ms. Rodgers, pull up. Yes. Can you see that, Ms. Rodgers?
Barely.
Okay, let's zoom in maybe at the top and just scroll down through her, or for her.
Thank you.
So let me know if you, as we're scrolling through, if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain what it is?
This is the IT department, just basically showing who the IP, what happened with the 3 changes in the IP addresses. But this came from someone else.
Yes, it wasn't from you.
That is correct.
Correct. You
This witness is not part of that email chain, at least that's what she's been shown.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that an objection, or?
Well, if we're going to quote from it, yes, it's hearsay.
I think he's just asking a question about it. Any other objection, Mr. Burmers?
No, that's,
Okay.
you can ask questions about that document.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
In everything that you were doing, Ms. Rodgers, in terms of trying to assist Mr. Freckleton in answering his question, did you happen to either come across this or do you recognize this during that?
I've never.
And if we could go to page 2 as well. And if we could kind of highlight the left column there.
This information, I don't recognize that it came from another department representative, but I did not send this to him directly.
No, and I'm not asking that. Just if you had reviewed it during.
No.
Okay.
No.
And would this have come, do you know, from the information you were talking about, the IT people?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. And, well, actually, if we could take that down. Okay, so.
Yeah. Can we just identify, just for the record, what that document is? It's 1047, I believe, right?
So she doesn't recognize it, that it wasn't sent to her, so I'm not
just
going to.
for the record, it's okay. I just want to make sure the record is clear that.
Oh, yeah, what number was that? 1047. And Ms. Rodgers identified that she knows what it is, but it is not something that was sent by her or to her.
That's correct.
And so we're not going to be asking questions.
We can
for
keep
it.
moving.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rodgers, the question I have, that is, now that we have the client IDs all squared away,
Okay.
and as you indicated, that they are tied to email addresses, okay? If we could pull back up States Exhibit 720, please. Second page at the bottom, if we could go back to that. And if we could publish that to the jury. This statement from you, or this email from you to Mr. Freckleton, you indicated that it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been maintaining the online activity.
Correct.
So I'd like to clarify that. The reason you indicated Kouri is only because it's her email that was associated with the client ID, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation and you in New York Life, there is nothing at all that can tell you that it was actually Ms. Richins who was behind the screen when this happened, correct?
Well, the IP information would be the only other thing.
Correct. So did you do a search for the IP address?
No, I did not.
Okay,
That came
so
from another department.
right. So you didn't do an investigation to the IP address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the IP address, which you haven't done anything on, the reason that you indicate in that statement that it was Kouri is because of her email address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you indicate there, if someone else knows the password, and you indicate her information, and to be clear, the individual or the login information was tied to the client ID, right? When we saw the beneficiary change, or for the policy, I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the last page, please. And these changes all happened within 6-ish minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of the day, between 7:21 and 7:27, everything remained or went back to being the same, correct?
It did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Rodgers.
You're welcome. ma'am.
Sorry for all the back and forth on the client ID.
That's okay. No
All right.
worries.
Have a good day.
You do the same. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Burns,
I have no further questions.
may we release this witness?
That would be the state's request, Your Honor, that you be allowed to go because she's got a plane to catch.
You are free to go.
Okay.
You're released from the subpoena. Please
Okay.
travel safely.
Thank you. I appreciate
Please
it.
watch your step.
Next, the state will call Brian Freckleton.
Okay.
Ooh, Brian Freckleton. Okay. That was a nice lady. Thank you all for being here. Did you check if your like button works? Does it work today? Some days it might not. You have to check it.
Mr. Freckleton, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Freckleton, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
It's Brian, Brian Freckleton, Freckleton.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
How?
I own a little firm called Freckleton Financial Group, and we are involved in insurance and investments.
Mr. Freckleton, I'm sorry to ask you. Will you pull that microphone a little closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
It's the first time somebody's told me I was talking too low.
You do have a low voice, so we got to project out to the very reaches of this room.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Do you know a person by the name of Eric Richins
I do.
and Kouri Wright?
I do.
How do you know them?
They were introduced to me through Linda and Jean Richins. They were very early clients of mine in the early years, and then Eric reached out to me. I think it was 2007. He had just recently got married and asked me if I could do some life insurance for him and his first wife.
Okay. Now you mentioned that situation. Did he buy some insurance from you at that time?
Yes,
On himself?
and his wife.
Okay. And that was in 2007?
Right.
Okay. Did you subsequently come to know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Have you met her before?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with C&E Masonry?
I am.
And did you do work for C&E Masonry?
I did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term buy-sell agreement?
I am.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what a buy-sell agreement is? We don't have to go into great detail, but we're dealing here with a partnership, is that right?
Yes.
C&E is a partnership, Eric and Cody?
Yes.
And so what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is an agreement that one or two or more partners will put together to protect from the partners dying, retiring, becoming disabled. It's a document that allows them to be bought out, usually of that partnership. In the case of this one, it was called a cross-purchase agreement, and the way it's set up is that we take.
So
Oh,
now you
go ahead. I'm sorry.
transitioned into, in this case, so did you help put together parts of a buy-sell agreement that involved Cody, Wright, and Eric?
Yes.
Okay. So, in this situation, go ahead and explain what that buy-sell agreement did for
Okay.
Eric and Cody.
In context with those two?
Yes.
Yeah. So the agreement is usually funded, and life insurance is usually the least expensive way to fund large amounts of money. In this case, it was $2 million. They felt the company was worth about $4 million at the time. And so we put $2 million of life insurance on each of them. Eric would own the policy on Cody, and Cody would own a policy on Eric. In the event of one of their deaths, the owner of the contract would also be the beneficiary, and that money would go to Cody in this case. So Cody receives $2 million. He receives it tax-free based on life insurance. And then he turns around. He's obligated, as is the estate, to buy that stock. And so he has to come in with that $2 million and buy the stock from the estate of Eric, or the trust of Eric in this case.
Okay.
And
All right. You said that there's $2 million on each man for the
Yes.
total value of the company being $4 million at the time this
That's
agreement
correct.
was entered?
Yes.
And so was there more than one policy to come up with the $2 million?
Yes, we started out with $1 million of term insurance and $1 million of what they call traditional whole life insurance.
Okay. Initially,
In case anyone gets lost, because the names could sound similar, Cody was Eric Richins' business partner, Cody Wright. Kouri is the defendant. And the allegation is that Kouri was making changes to the life insurance policy that was associated with the business that Eric Richins and Cody Wright had. And we saw those changes being made from Kouri's Hotmail email account on January 1st of 2022. Pair that with how much financial trouble she was in. It's very likely Kouri that did that, but obviously they've got to, feel like the first bit of information we got might not have been all that concrete. Like, you're not sure who did it, even though you could see Kouri's email address was doing it, right? Making those changes, and then it got changed back, making the changes, changing back. So I do hope that Cody takes the stand to explain that, no, I saw the change and change it back, or, we shall see. Also, somebody said in chat that, because they just mentioned Eric's first wife. So Eric was married before he got married to Kouri, right? And I was like, wait. I just vaguely remember something about that, but couldn't quite recall. Asked Uncle Google. Eric's first wife was Julie Jorgensen. And they married in 2005, and they got divorced in 2009. But Julie, after the divorce, Julie died tragically in 2011, so it'll be 2 years after the divorce, at the age of 26 in a car crash. Shame. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, that's what we know about that.
was there 2 terms, $1 million each on each guy, and then one was converted to a whole life product?
Well, the initial policies were $1 million of the permanent insurance and then $1 million of term insurance. And then later down the line, we converted the term insurance over to permanent.
Okay.
Sorry, I just quickly want to finish this train of thought. Apparently, after Julie died in the car crash, Julie, Eric's first wife's family, were making claims against Eric Richins' assets. And so this led to disputes and financial strain, which is why Eric's mother then insisted on a prenuptial agreement when he married Kouri. So that's how the prenup came up. Oh, okay.
Could we have that one aid? The demonstrative exhibit? Okay. Can you see this
Again,
thing? Does that portray the various policies that we're talking about?
Yeah, the first 4 policies there.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony to the jury?
Sure.
Would ask permission to publish?
Mr. Ramos, any objection to this demonstrative? I don't know the number.
It's not labeled
Okay.
anything of this.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Vermister.
Okay, so the 4 on the left are $1 million policies for each man?
Yes, the starting from the left, going to the right, yes.
Okay, and then the second policies are later converted into whole life policies?
Yeah. Those 2 in the middle were term insurance policies, and they were converted over to the last 2 to the right.
I see. And so these policy numbers, the first two digits, 1-4, represent one type of product, and then the 1-6 in the whole life represents that they were whole life products?
The policy numbers don't necessarily reflect the type of life insurance policy, but the policy numbers that you have there are correct.
Okay. All right. So there's one policy I would like to focus in on. Just went away.
Eric's sister, one of his sisters, Katie, who testified on day 1. If you missed it, go check it out. It's timestamped. And her husband. That's who they're showing now.
Could we have that back again? I'm not sure what happened. Okay. On the lower right-hand corner, there's 16735-141.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some sort of notice system or portal or something that New York Life contacts you as an agent?
We have a portal system, and in that portal system is what we call alerts. It allows us to see if what clients may have done, or confirmations of things we've done for our clients that got done. If money comes in, it tells us that. If the beneficiaries have been changed, or check-o-matics, or banks, or stuff like that, it tells me that.
So on January 1st of 2022, did you receive an alert?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what the alert was to you?
Yes, it was an alert that the policies on Eric and Cody, the beneficiary had been attempted to be changed.
Okay. And so what did you do about that?
Well, I called both Cody and Eric, and both of them went to message like usual. They were very busy guys and hard to get a hold of. And so we got a notice that someone, that they had changed tried to change the beneficiaries of the policies, and I called them. And
do you remember today who had been changed to who?
Yeah, the beneficiary had been changed to Kouri Richins.
From,
well, in this case, it was from Eric.
Okay, all right. And to be clear, so Eric is a beneficiary, so in this type of policy, he's the owner?
He is the owner.
Okay, and so it was actually insurance on the life of Cody Wright?
That's correct.
Okay. And so
I was wondering if I'm not understanding that earlier. It was life insurance on the life of Cody Wright. Like, was his life in danger? Was Kouri going to target Cody or what? I don't know. But I'm glad the alerts were there. That they're like, hey, I know something's going on in this account. Let me call the guy and see what's up. Because we saw whether it was changed, then changed back, then changed again, then changed back. Which I would also think Kouri did that. Oh, you tried that twice, did you? Wow.
You talked to, did they contact Cody and Eric, call you back, or?
They did.
Okay. Did you explain to him what happened?
I did.
Okay. And at some point, did you reach out to New York Life?
I did.
And did, on June 2nd, were you able to talk to Ms. Rodgers, Lashawnda Rodgers?
Yes.
Okay, and then have an exchange with her?
I did.
Okay. Can I just see, it's already been admitted, 7-20? Is this the email chain that you had with Lashawnda Rodgers?
Lower the. Yeah.
Okay. If I haven't done this, I would offer States Exhibit 719 and 720.
Are those in? They're already in.
Sure. I have no more questions for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You indicated that you had set up these life insurance policies for Mr. Wright and Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when you had set up the one for Eric, approximately? The year?
Which one?
This one. That's it.
Having to do with the buy-sell?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I think it was.
Or how about this?
Yes.
Anything with New York Life? Maybe we'll just start there.
Well, there was a policy put on Eric in 2007.
Okay.
It was $500,000 in term insurance.
And when would this one have been started, this buy-sell?
I believe the buy-sell was done started in 2020.
I'm going to show you.
I guess.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document. Maybe that'll refresh your recollection.
Please.
All right. If we could pull.
That's Eric's dad that they're showing now in the courtroom. He also testified, I think it was on day 1. It's all timestamped for you. Shame. And this day must be particularly difficult for the family given that it's March 4th of 2026 today. Eric died on March 4th of 2022. So this could be a particularly painful day for them, thinking of them today.
Pull up, just for the witness, Your Honor, 1048. Yep. Yeah, we'll just see if he recognizes it. If we could, yeah, it's perfect. Thank you so much.
These on.
Do you recognize this? And we could scroll down.
Yes.
Okay, and then at the very top there, sorry, go back. You're included in that email, or your name comes up, correct?
Yeah, this is a something that New York Life, the carrier, sends out to me, or myself, and the insured.
Okay, and is this kind of like a
Or the owner. I apologize to the owner.
to the owner?
Yes.
So is this kind of like an introductory kind of welcome email?
No, this is the documents.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, this is on Mr. Richins, correct?
I would assume so. I really can't tell, but I would assume that it is because it says that it's a required signature for Eric Richins, but that doesn't tell me who it is.
Sure.
Because the insured and the owner has to sign these applications.
Sure. And then when you set this up, did you also assist with the email process or the login process to, we could take it down, MyNYL?
I did not.
You did not?
No,
Okay.
we're not
So-
allowed to do that. The owner of the is the only one that has the right to legally go into those accounts.
And when you received this email,
Yes.
also Mr. Richins was included in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we could pull it back up. And which email does he use?
For this or
Correct.
otherwise?
Correct.
For this, he uses the Kouri Darden at hotmail.com.
Okay. And this was back when?
20?
Perfect.
It says on there June 11th of 20.
Okay. Your Honor, we move to admit 1048 at this point.
So if the policy used Kouri Darden and hotmail.com from the beginning, That's interesting. Court looker, well, 2020. 2020. Apparently she took out 4 life insurance policies on his name without his knowledge. Somewhere around between 2017 and 2019. So I don't know. But this is on the business. So let's hear more. Court lurker said nobody was safe around Kouri, in my honest opinion. Glad she was locked up for a time before trial. How scary if she was running around before trial. Nobody was safe. Scary, right? I do also think she's very dangerous.
Defense 1048 is admitted.
Thank you.
Do you want to publish it?
Yes, please. Thank you. If we could just, for the jury, just highlight that top portion there. All right, and my only other question, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this. Okay. Are you familiar with the client IDs for Mr. Richins as well as Mr. Wright?
I know they have them, but I couldn't even come close.
Understood.
Yes.
In your conversations with Ms. Rodgers, we saw some email communication, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive anything at all related to the IP address or the client IDs used?
Yes.
Do you recall, if I show you, I'm going to show you an image, let me know if you recall it, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. Can we pull that one up, please? Just for the witness, Judge and counsel. 1046. Yes, thank you. If we could call it out, and we'll scroll through it.
Yeah.
Just let me know if you end up, I'm sure it's in a different format with all these, but just let me know if you recall seeing this. It's about 3 pages long.
This was, this is the email that I literally requested.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so if we could go to page 2, and if we could just kind of call out that left column that doesn't look like the matrix. And do you see that right there?
I do.
And do you recognize that policy number?
Or do you have? Oh, there. I don't recognize it, but I will assume that it's the one on one of the two.
Right, and that's the reason you were calling, as you indicated, the document you were requesting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yes.
To the left of that, it says policy owner, and to the left of that, it has a client ID. Seeing that, do you recall whose client ID that is?
I don't know.
That's fine.
I apologize. I see a lot of client ID.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
No problem. Judge, at this point, we'd move to admit 1047.
Well, I didn't scroll through pretty fast. I did not see Mr. Freckleton on the email chain. So
Would you folks approach her just one second?
Look at Kouri. She's like, Kouri, is this frustrating? Look at her. I just can't believe her attitude in this courtroom. My word. Beelam said Kouri mistakenly changed the wrong policy the first time, which is why she changed it back. She then changed the correct one to try to get the life insurance when she killed her husband. That could make sense, yeah?
Mr. Freckleton.
Sure.
In reviewing this document, is this the document that you requested or that you received?
I don't remember the exact document, but it was similar to this.
Okay.
I mean, it just told me where the policy changes in the beneficiary had been done, and then changed back.
Okay. Renew my request to admit.
I don't think foundation has been made. He hasn't identified this document.
Not there. Foundation objection is sustained.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Freckleton.
Yes.
You could take that down, thanks. At one point, you requested information about the changes, correct?
Yes.
From Ms. Rodgers, correct?
Yes.
Or from New York Life?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point, you were told that changes were made?
Oh, I knew they had been changed because I had gotten an alert, and then that made me
Confirm
confirm
Correct.
with them that it had been changed. It's a
And you received that information back?
I did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Betcha.
And did Lashawnda sent you the email? That was
Yes.
7:20, please?
One moment.
Isn't this here the...
That's more like what I
you got?
received.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
I'm sorry, did you want to show that to the jury?
yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
This here is the document you had received from Lashawnda.
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense showed you an exhibit that said it was established June 11th of 2020. The policies.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Didn't you change or alter it somehow in November in conjunction with Ms. Bowman-Carter? Which included
policies.
Well, changed it in. There's suddenly a trust involved.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. I just
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Rowe,
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
may this witness be released, counsel?
Yes, please. You're on.
Could he be subject to recall, Judge? He could not be.
You're free to go today. You may need to be recalled by defense counsel. We'll give you some notice.
Okay.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about the case. Please don't watch any coverage of the case.
Okay.
All right.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. You're
You
free
bet.
to go.
Zelda Pinwheel, the OG. So thank you so much for this fascinating coverage. Glad I found your channel. I'm glad you found me and all of us too. Thank you so much for being here and for your support.
Do you mind taking that with you? Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I know we've only been at it an hour, but perhaps we could take a very brief break.
No problem. Let's do it. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, we're gonna teleport right over this. Just hang in there. Thank you so much, JM 4010.
Please have a seat.
Appreciate your feedback.
Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me. I couldn't tell if you actually wanted a break or if you just needed to address something on the record.
Your Honor, I need to go to the bathroom.
No problem. We're going to take a break until 11:45. Thank you. Court's in recess.
I know it's a fine line between sauna.
Okay, let's skip forward now to when they come back. Last time the prosecutor, Bloodworth, was like, I've had a lot of coffee. That was also code for, Your Honor, it's time for a break, right? So now he's like, oh, Your Honor, I need the bathroom. Okay, quick break. Here we go. Everybody's stretching their legs and they're back over here.
During the time, none of us saw until we were...
Hey. We don't want to miss a word. Okay, here we go.
My apologies. I should have confirmed. Okay, we're on the record. Please proceed.
Thank you. This morning at 8:30, we received, well, Ms. Nestor received, a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court during the time that after she was cooperating in this case. That's Giglio information. I did not have that information to cross her with. They further, for the first time, disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about. What's in these text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different than what she testified to. This is Giglio that was not given to us, and we move for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it Giglio information because you believe it is information that is material to impeachment of one of the state's witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get.
Answer my question.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I'm not entirely sure what text message this defense received this morning. It was not from me. I had not heard of it until just now. I understand that about 10 days ago, the defense submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for information related to the supervision of Carmen Lauber.
By Mr. Maynard.
They asked for any information on all supervision.
Okay.
The supervision was by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
I think they're referencing a violation of probation involving she was caught with an alcoholic beverage. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
I provided that information to defense maybe 3 weeks ago in an email.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, I'm not going to shoot from the hip on this. You'll have to put this in a...
Damn, they're just like, that's it. We didn't get to grill hard enough. We didn't know she had an alcoholic beverage while she was in drug court. Motion for a mistrial. Okay, and what happens if a mistrial is granted? Kouri just goes back to jail and a new trial will very likely be scheduled, which I'm sure the state would pursue. Worst case scenario, okay? In the unlikely event of the worst case scenario, will we watch the trial again together? Hell yeah. So don't ever panic, okay? Christine Trigg, oh my word, thank you for your $50 sticker. I really appreciate your support. Melissa Underwood, thank you for your $10 sticker. Now let's hear what the judge is going to say about all this.
Written motion so I can see it all with the timeline and the content. Let the state respond to.
Yes, I can. I will just state for the record, the email about the alcohol violation was sent to Mr. Bloodworth November 15th of 2023.
Well, but what about Mr. Bloodworth's email to defense that he just referenced?
I saw no such email.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, but you've got to put this in writing. We're not going to do this on oral representations in the moment.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Not on that, no. Do you want to address anything?
Do you have one other issue, Your Honor?
Hold on. I just like that the judge gives them homework. Oh, okay. You thought you're going to be like, that's it. We'd like a motion for a mistrial. And you thought it's going to be like, oh, wow. What? No. Miss Carmen Lauber had an alcoholic beverage that violated a drug court that once upon a time and you didn't get to grill hard enough? Granted. Sorry, I just don't ever see it going like that. Do you? Anyway, so the judge is like, yeah, no, you're going to need to put that all in writing. We're going to need a timeline. This needs to be all laid out. Let the state respond. I love that. Give them homework, judge. Okay, next issue.
I know that it is always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case, and we actually prefer it that way. But we are getting reports from individuals who are watching this matter on television that particularly yesterday, but also previously to yesterday, that members of the prosecution team are making faces at the jury during our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay.
That's right, Judge. I love the judge's attitude. He's got some of that snark that comes out here and there. I love it. He's like, I can't help it, okay? I have secondhand embarrassment with this defense team sometimes. Honestly, it's like, I actually quite like Attorney Ramos, but day one was like so cringy. It was like, oh my word, why are you behaving like that? This is not a Hollywood set. That was crazy. If you didn't see day one cross-examination with Attorney Ramos, it's one for the books. You got to check it out. This is like, and then, just the way Attorney Nestor, please remember, do not snark beyond strategy. No appearance snarking, any of that, okay? There was a lot of that yesterday. Don't do that. So, the strategy though, it's so embarrassing because it's almost, Attorney Nestor used the word juvenile yesterday. She said she's going to explain something in a juvenile way, and I'm like, yeah, this is like, and then The prosecution is they're making faces. They are making faces. Stop it! This is not kindergarten. Annabelle said, I love teleporting with you, Gisla. So does Kit Cornell. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Well, we've asked for the timestamps, and we're going to try to provide it to the court, but all I'm asking is just a gentle admonishment that that's not appropriate and to try to refrain from doing that to the extent that is happening. Also, the second concern that I have is when Mr. Bloodworth is tendering the witness to the defense, he's making a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion. We're not required to ask them any questions. So we would just ask that that no longer be stated to the witnesses in the presence of the jury.
Yeah, as a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so I think we're well within the proper bounds of appropriate conduct.
And that, ma'am, was probably directed at you. The only conduct I've seen are faces at me. Yesterday, Attorney Nestor was all like, oh my word, calm down, lady. It is just so wild.
From what I can see from here.
right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
It'll be
Mr.
denied.
Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No,
So embarrassing.
Okay. Mr. Ramos, you ready to go?
Stop it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Burmester, the stay. Oh, I'm sorry. May we invite the jury in, please?
I'm sweating from embarrassment now. I'm like, ooh. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs in a moment.
Doesn't have any objections to the exhibits coming in through Ms. Coates.
Got it. Okay. We'll just need to create a record in real time.
Yep.
Yes, defense counsel, seeing as you're getting information from people who are watching this on television. Oh, okay. Maybe have they told you that your client makes a lot of inappropriate faces? And maybe she should tone that down, huh? Okay. Sarcasm said, ma'am, that is a common courtesy and shows respect when passing a witness. Are you new? I mean, it's just manners. It doesn't mean they have to ask questions. Still feel embarrassed. Oh man. Defense, rather less is more, please. Feely, thank you so much for your sticker. Everybody stand, please. Someone's gonna tell me to stop saying that one day. Hey. We love Kyle the bailiff from Tennessee and the way that he said when the jury comes in. Everybody stand, please. So yeah, everybody stand, please. The jury's coming in. Miss Nestor, that includes you. Otherwise somebody's gonna be making faces at you. Hello.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
And Coates.
Ms. Coates, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ann Coates, Coates.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
By whom?
CMFG Life Insurance Company, also known as True Stage.
I see. And what capacity do you serve them?
I'm a senior manager in the claims department for our consumer claims.
And have you been there how long?
Almost 23 years.
True Stage is an insurance company?
Yes.
And is True Stage associated with a particular business?
Yes. We offer insurance through credit unions.
I see.
Mostly.
Any particular credit unions?
A wide variety of credit unions throughout the United States.
I see. PenFed being one of them?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you receive, can we see 7-21, please? Did you receive a application, a written application for an insurance policy from allegedly Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see State's Exhibit 721?
I do.
State would offer State's Exhibit 721.
State 7-21 is admitted.
Okay. In here, the author or authors have listed a mailing address.
Yes.
Can you, is that the P.O. Box 759?
It is.
Okay. And is there a phone number for Eric Richins?
Yes.
Could you state that phone number, please?
It is 801-892-9317.
I see. Okay, was there any email address given for Eric Richins?
No.
Okay. Now, can we scroll down just a little bit? At some point, does this application connect to a method of payment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the last page there? So this application gives, is this for an automatic withdrawal?
It is.
Okay. And the account number given?
It's ending 6577.
6577.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, it's purportedly signed by two different individuals, Kouri and
Yes.
Eric, there at the bottom. Okay. Let me go back up to the top, please. Is there a place on this form for a Social Security number?
Yes.
Where?
About halfway down.
On the front page?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And in this case, it's been redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember today anything about that Social Security number?
I do. Eric Richins' Social Security number, the last 6 digits are transposed.
I see. Okay.
Look, everyone, Judith Schifrin wants to know, why do you have to repeat word for word everything that somebody's just said? Judith, I'm just going to quickly read out what you just said. Why do you have to repeat word per word everything that somebody just said?
Do you know when this application came in?
We received this application on February 3rd, 2022.
And when was it approved?
On February 4th, 2022.
Okay. And did any sort of notice go out to the owner, for example, Eric, to let him know?
Yes, we sent a billing statement confirming that there would be an automatic withdrawal for the premiums.
Can we see State's Exhibit 722, please?
And then also a welcome letter with the contract.
I see.
You know what else is so suspicious? Is all the activity with all the life insurance policies. You know what I mean? That makes us all look directly at Kouri because we know she was in the dwang financially, $7.5 million. So it's like, wow, there's a lot of activity going on with all these policies, hey?
Is this the welcome letter you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this, does it indicate where it was mailed to?
It does. P.O. Box 759 in Camas, Utah, 84036-0759.
Not
No
282 Willow Court.
No.
Okay.
Oh, so Kouri's P.O. Box. Okay.
And this is an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And that's what this, Eric is being notified it's going to be an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And out of this account, 6577?
Yes.
And when will that initial deduction come?
The first deduction we were notifying him would come on February 14th, 2022.
Okay. Now, did Eric Richins have other policies, any other policies besides this one we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't there a policy, a accidental death and dismemberment policy?
Yes.
Ultimately valued at $300,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was another policy issued June 9th, 2017?
It was actually issued May 12th of 2017.
Backdated to that day?
Yes, backdated.
Why that day?
I believe that was the day before his birthday.
Okay.
And we do that
okay.
sometimes to, we call it to save age and to save on premium.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we publish 722, please?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge. Thank you.
722 is admitted and published.
And we've highlighted the mailing address, the account, and the first date of withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
The first date of withdrawal is the 14th of Feb of 2022? Sorry, let me move it up a little bit. Damn. First payment, okay, but first payment, okay, but that was the date when Eric believes he was poisoned. For the first, well, not for the first time. There's also the trip to Greece. Oh my goodness, Kouri. That is where the attempted aggravated murder charge comes from. Also, if I'm talking a bit funny, I've got I admit I have a ricola in my cheek. Sorry, man. It's right here. So yeah.
going back to this second policy, it was a $250,000 policy, life insurance?
Yes.
On Eric Richins' life?
That's right.
And that policy, do you know how it was being paid? From what account?
I would like to refer to the application, if you have that.
Okay. Would that help you refresh your
Yes.
recollection? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that? Just for
This
the record.
is an application for insurance.
Okay. You can just examine it for a moment. Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does.
By what account was this taken? The payment's taken, I guess.
Yep, sorry, just one moment here. The account number is blacked out on the one page, but it says on another page here, checking account ending in 2204.
Okay, so. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the welcome letter like you talked about on?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's this policy. Now, how does one make a claim? Or how is it initiated, I guess?
Yeah, there are several ways that we can accept a claim. A lot of times it's by phone from a family member or beneficiary. In this case, what we do is twice a year in the state of Utah, we would run our policies up against a Social Security death master file list. And that's how we found that he passed away.
Okay.
And that was done in April of 2022.
Okay. So, this policy, we talked about the accidental death and dismemberment.
Yes.
Was that ever paid out?
That was not.
Okay. Because it wasn't an accident or dismemberment.
That's right.
Okay. So then the policy, the $250,000 term policy,
yes.
Was that ever paid out?
It was.
Okay. Let's take a look at 7-12, please. Do you recognize 7-12?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is proof that we made the payment.
Okay. And how was that payment made?
This payment was made by check.
Okay.
Oh my, tell us more, ma'am. First, Judith, literally, you said, I do love your channel, Miss Grizzly. Is that so? But then you were saying so angrily, why do you repeat everything word for word? That's what I do. It's my job to help explain. Not everybody's here all day. They pop in, they pop out. A reminder of timelines. Who's the victim? We see a picture of the victim up there. You know, keeping us all informed. Okay. Thank you so much. You're like, I do love your channel. Oh, thank you so much. Make sure you check that the like button's working, okay?
In the amount of $251,558.82?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a $250,000 policy. Why that difference?
There was a partial premium refund and state interest that was added to the $250,000.
Okay. Can the state would ask to offer and publish here?
No objection. States 7-12 is admitted.
That was sent out when, did you say?
This was sent out June 17th, 2022.
I see. Okay. Now let's talk about the. Is there a way in which a policy owner or a beneficiary can communicate with TruStage, and a record is kept of that communication?
Yes, they can call us or email us at any time, and we keep a claim log for every call or every transaction that's made.
Okay. Those things are called claim notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at 7-11, please?
I just want to see this one again. Sorry, wait. Show us again.
This was sent out June 17th, 2022.
I see.
Damn. June 17th, 2022. Eric died March 4th of 2022. We saw yesterday that Kouri did get some, because there were multiple life insurance policies. She got some. Over $1 million, right, in total. Blew it. Spent all the money. Quickly. How long was it again that it took for her to spend it? It really wasn't long. It's quite something. Okay, sorry, let's go forward a little bit again.
04 is the month?
Yes.
And then 22 is
forward
the
too much.
published.
7-11 is admitted.
There's a number at the top. In this case, 2204 22032.
Yes, that's the claim number.
Okay. And that represents the year, 22. 04 is the month.
Yes.
And then 22 is the 22nd day of that month.
Yes.
And this happens to be the 32nd claim made that day.
Yes.
Okay. So this one occurs, the claim is initiated on April 22nd of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Then let's take a look at...
Yes, let's. But before you take it off the screen, let's have a look ourselves, shall we? Oh, the 22nd of what, April of 2022. This claim was added by, is that 1PA? LexisNexis primary beneficiary Kouri Richins, wife. Obituary copied unto DV form. Issue date. Okay. I'm just looking quickly because sometimes they just take it off the screen and we're like, wait, we want to see. Need to verify beneficiary info. This says beneficiary calling to check on the status of the claim packet. Yeah, that's Kouri. No answer. No option to leave a message. Letter sent via dialogue. Call from Kouri. Look, they spelled it wrong a little bit there. Kouri. Beneficiary wife. Transferred to complex, but hang up. Letter sent via dialogue. Received call from their Kouri. Beneficiary checking status. Informed her that the claim was still on process and the claim packet had been sent on the 17th of June of 2022. Okay, advised to fill out forms and sent it back to us complete. Beneficiary acknowledged. Multiple claim. Call from Kouri. Calling to make sure we've received the documents she sent to us. Confirmed the items were received on the 15th of June. And that 3LW updated the system to reflect that those have been received. Advised her the date will be requesting medical information with 7 business days. Once those are received and reviewed, we will be calling her with the status of the claim, and she understood. Beneficiary called in for status transfer. Damn. Kouri making lots of calls. Like, where's the money? Need the money. So the money? Life insurance? Money? Got that policy? Yeah, we need... Sorry. What's the status, guys? Wow. I just hope we'll hear some of these calls. Received claim form and death certificate, which states date of death, 4th of March of 2022. Wow. Okay.
Also, 7-23, please. State would offer States Exhibit 723.
No objection, Judge. State 723 is admitted.
Ask for permission to publish. In this case, the claim is initiated on April 28th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Initially, at least, is one claim for a particular policy or another?
Yes.
But over time, do they kind of bleed into the same one?
They do. Any action taken on one claim is noted on the other claim as well, so that we can provide the best service to our beneficiaries as possible.
Okay, so I'd like to focus in on this one for a bit here. On April 28th, is there a discussion between, I guess this column that says desk and has some codes, is that who the person is from True States that happens to be talking that day?
Yes.
Okay. So, on April 28th, is there a discussion between Kouri Richins and True Stage?
Yes.
And in this particular case, they're talking about both policies, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. That is the policy, the $250,000 policy, as well as the more recent $100,000.
Yes.
Okay. Then on May 4th, is there another communication in this notes with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What's happening in that communication?
We received a call from Ms. Richins, and she wanted the status of the claims. And so we provided the status and informed her that we received a pending death certificate, but we would also need the final death certificate.
I see. And in this case, the person taking these notes is saying DC, meaning death certificate.
Yes.
Okay. So it's still pending. So on June 7th, another communication?
Yes.
Involving Kouri Richins?
Yes.
So In June 7th, does True Stage receive the death certificate?
We did receive the final death certificate that day.
And what does it say the cause of death was?
Drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Okay. So on June 14th, does True Stage talk to Kouri Richins about they now have a death certificate?
Yes, we did.
And so what is the question of Kouri?
The question was if the drug fentanyl was prescribed to Eric Richins, and that's important because the $50,000 accidental death benefit rider as well.
Excuse me, just one second. That extra $50,000 is on top of the $250,000 policy.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
What? Okay, the 14th of June of 2022. Remember, Eric died March 4th of 2022. Okay, so on the 14th of June, they, the life insurance CMFG, requested a copy of the prescription or the name, phone number, and address of the doctor that prescribed it so we can contact them. They received the death certificate with the cause drug intoxication, fent. Need to know if the fent was prescribed, requesting a copy of the prescription or the name, phone number, and address of the doctor that prescribed it so we can contact them. Then it says beneficiary or wife, Kouri Richins, called to ask about the message she received. According to her, the fent was not prescribed, so she can't give any info about it. She also added that she don't have any idea how did her husband got that. Okay.
It provides a provision and an exclusion where the prescription would need to have been provided by a doctor and administered on the advice of a doctor in order to be payable.
Okay. And the person writes some notes about what Kouri Richins told them.
Yes.
Okay. And what does Kouri Richins say?
She said that the fentanyl was not prescribed, and she also added that she doesn't know how her husband got that.
Okay. The next day, Kouri Richins called again?
Yes.
Okay. And what was stated in that conversation?
It was the same thing that she provided us, that the drug was not prescribed.
Okay.
And that she doesn't know where it came from.
Okay. On June 21st, did she call again?
Yes.
And asking about a status?
She did.
And what did you guys tell her?
We told her that the $250,000 claim was paid, but the most recent claim, the $100,000 claim, was still being reviewed.
Okay. And why was it still being reviewed?
That was a brand new policy, and so whenever we have a death that occurs within 2 years of the effective date of coverage, it becomes a contestable claim, which just means that we will review the application questions and the insured's medical history to be sure that the answers were accurately answered.
Okay, so all you're looking at is, once again, medications and answers to medical questions on the application?
Yes.
Okay. And because this was 1 month?
Right.
Okay. Did ultimately True Stage pay on this claim?
Yes.
Do you know when and how that went out?
Yes, it was August 31st, 2022, and we paid that by electronic funds transfer into an account of hers.
Can we see 725, please? Can you tell us what 725 is?
This is confirmation of the payment.
Okay. The state would offer State's Exhibit 7-25.
Okay. 725 is admitted.
Okay. So you said this one was an electronic funds transfer?
Yes.
As opposed to a check?
That's right.
Okay. Now, in this document here, is there a second page?
Yes.
Okay. Can you keep? All right. Do you know where this electronic funds transfer, what account that went to?
I do. Could you go back to the first page?
Okay.
To an account ending 2204.
Okay. Now, it was being paid from 6577. Can we look at State's Exhibit 710, please? 710, please. I'm sorry. Speaking so low. This is a communication from Kouri on that $100,000 claim?
Yes, this is her claimant, account ending 2204.
Okay.
There's not much to read on here. Is this what I'm missing? You guys are saying, am I reading it? It's just not too... This is tiny writing. We've got to get zooming in, huh? Okay. Let's just see. When there's something I have to read, I'm going to read it, okay? Let's go here. But mostly, did they record the calls? We want to hear it.
This is a communication from Kouri on that $100,000 claim?
Yes, this is her claimant statement that we have our beneficiaries complete on all contestable claims.
Okay. And so the state would offer State's Exhibit 7-10.
No objection, Judge. State 7-10 is admitted.
On page 2, we could focus in on that. What is displayed here?
This is a voided check that she provided, providing the information for the checking account that she would like the funds put into.
Okay, and that's the account 2204?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because the defense are people watching the live streams and they're reporting back to the defense. In most trials, that's what we've learned along the way. Both sides will have somebody watching the live streams, you know, to gauge how they're doing, which is a pretty useful tool. I've actually interviewed some people before about that as well. If you go to, I've got a playlist of, I can't remember what it's called, special guests or something like that. Yeah, those interviews are on there.
And finally, back to, I think that was State's Exhibit 7-23. On September 8th, was there another communication, either email or phone or something, from Kouri Richins?
Yes. She emailed us and asked if there were any other policies, and we replied that there were the 2 policies that we paid.
Okay.
Kouri's like, you got any more of those policies back there? Anything else I haven't cashed out on yet? Anything back? Oh, okay.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Coates.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
Could you kind of walk through, when we were on the phone, you kind of explained to me how your company sends out insurance, I don't know what to call them, applications throughout the year. Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Yeah, we send out insurance applications in the mail to credit union members as well as other individuals now. We send it to everyone. And if they get one in the mail, they can fill it out and send it back in.
How often does that, do you guys have a schedule for those to go out every year?
I'm not sure of the schedule.
Do they go out more than once? Or if you don't know, that's fine. No problem. Now,
So Love Flowers once said, disgusting. So did she end up paying her debts? Hell no. She didn't. She blew all this money that she got paid out. They showed it was like 1.1 million in the account, and then I can't remember. Do you guys remember? It was something like 9 days later, it was something crazy, like, oh, all gone. I was like, whoa, that was fast. Like, what the hell? She was still trying to flip houses and do all sorts of things with it, but just giving her boyfriend $25,000, giving her mother $10,000, all sorts of things.
Now, could you explain a couple of things with regards to the different life insurance policies or term life insurance that happened and that are at issue today? Could you kind of just walk me through those one more time from the earliest to the most recent? You had mentioned like a 2017 one, I believe.
Yes. So there was a policy taken out effective May 12th, 2017 for Eric Richins.
And who took that out?
We received an application with the assumption that he took that out.
Okay, perfect. And then which one was the next one?
The next one is the most recent, which became effective February 4th, 2022.
And was that, the February 4th one, was that one a part of Miss Richins calling out and saying, hey, can I get life insurance? Or was this in response to that mailer?
This was in response to the mailer.
Okay. And the address that you received, the P.O. box that Mr. Burmester asked you of, if we could go back to, or if you recall it, the P.O. box, you recall that one?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact
no
number
problem.
of it.
We'll pull it up. I believe it was... Yes. If we could publish to the jury as well, this has been edited, Your Honor.
It's not. There we go. One moment. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Sorry, it's involuntary head shakes and eyebrow raises when I look at her. Kouri, why don't you make some faces again, huh? She does make a lot of faces throughout the trial day. For anyone who's only watching today for the first time, yeah, I'm making some YouTube shorts for you of all the faces. Well, not even all. I haven't even caught them all. She makes so many faces throughout the day. It's unbelievable.
And so, as you can see on the applicant information side, as well as the spouse or partner information, the P.O. box address is the same, correct?
Yes.
And it's already pre-filled?
It is.
Okay, so that information you received from the credit union?
Yes.
Okay, can we take that down? Now, in this case, you received a, would you do a script check score?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
We did.
Okay. And when would that have been done?
That is done before the application is approved or declined.
Okay.
And then also we do that at the time of claim.
Perfect. And so when you approved it, you indicated that you received it, I think, the 3rd, and then it was approved the next day or within the next day. Is that correct?
Yes, we received it on February 3rd, 2022, and then the script check would have been done and approved on the 4th.
Okay. And is there anything in the script check that would have resulted in it not being approved?
No.
Okay. Now, if we can go to States 723, and just on the 27th of April, which would be, I think, the 2nd page.
Carmen says she could not pay her debts. There were so many, even if she didn't get arrested. That's what's scary, right? And she allegedly took out life insurance policies on her children too. That is scary. Like, who was next? That's where my mind goes, because the financial problem wasn't ending anytime soon. In fact, it looked like it was getting worse. Also, a lot of people have asked what happens to all this debt if she's convicted. Apparently, a lot of the homes that she had, they were foreclosed, and I mean, some of the debt will just remain, and restitution could be part of her punishment, so we'll have to see, but it doesn't just go away.
Next, is that February 27th? Or April 27th, I mean?
Yep.
Okay. So on the top there...
show this to the jury, Ms. Rowe.
Sure. That's great. Just to get clarification, the first line there, LexisNexis, primary Benny, and then it goes, before it gets to the second one, it goes obituary not found. So could you walk me through how did you guys receive notice of Mr. Eric's passing?
Yes. So twice a year in the state of Utah, we run a match up against the Social Security Death Master File to see if any of our insureds have passed away. And he came up in this instance. And what we do is we use LexisNexis to match and find the beneficiary and make sure that we have the correct person.
Okay.
And then the obituary at this time, when it was noted, was not available online.
Okay, understood. We could take that down.
Also, just a reminder for those who don't know, for those who've been here every day, all the time, you'll be like, again, just one more time. There's going to be a second trial for Kouri, where she's facing 26 other counts related to financial crimes. And so I think a lot of the debt and all these other financial crimes, all of that and that punishment associated with it, like restitution or whatever, could come up there as well, right? Okay.
Now, the P.O. boxes that we saw, you just received those from the credit union. You don't have any knowledge about who has access to those, right?
No.
You assume, obviously, that the individuals you're sending out the mailer is going to get the mailer you sent out, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, they did, correct?
Yes.
And it got returned to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you we saw lots of applications as well as the approvals of the money going out. Mr. Burmester at the beginning, I believe, used the word allegedly, filled out by Ms. Richins. You assume that whoever's sending it to you received it from whichever P.O. box or mailing address you sent it to, correct?
Yes.
You have no reason to think it would be anybody else, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I imagine you guys don't do some sort of expert handwriting certification or handwriting comparison when you receive the application?
No.
Okay.
But there is a forgery charge here, so are we going to see a handwriting expert? Because Kouri allegedly forged Eric's signature. Nancy, thank you for the 3 snarky coffees. We did see a handwriting expert in the eye drops murder trial, the trial of Jesse Kershevsky. The victim there was Lynn Hernan. And there, yeah, we saw, because she was forging a whole bunch of signatures, all sorts of documents and things as well. And that was interesting testimony. So I do wonder if we're going to see that at some point.
When you receive the application, in this case on February 3rd, do you call the individual who submitted the application, or does it automatically just go into the process of being screened?
We don't call them. It just goes into the process of being screened.
And is that an individual doing that, or is that automated?
It's an individual that inputs the information into the computer, and then the computer will run the script check.
Okay. And then I imagine some sort of AI or something checks if anything pops up and then spits out, yes, we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, before the life insurance was paid out, your office sent out requests for medical records, correct?
Yes.
For Mr. Richins?
Yes.
And you received those back, correct?
We did.
And in there, you did highlight anything or identify anything in terms of prior drug use, correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, marijuana came up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have one moment. I think those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
There you go. Sherry for Justice is paying attention. Sherry says she received $1.36 million and spent $1.36 million between June and September of 2023, so 3 months. It's timestamps yesterday at 5/19/25. Thank you so much, Sherry. Okay, so yeah, so she received and spent. Look at her. Big spender, this Kouri. Hey, can you imagine her her commissary orders? Oh my word. The faces she's making today are just not matching the testimony. Do you know what I mean? I think as much as I don't love it when she's doing all those attitude faces, that would be more appropriate today. You know, to be like, what? They're accusing me of what? But today she's like, no. Not correct, not the correct mode. Kouri, sorry about that. Heather Bunner, welcome.
Now, this application that we have here, and if we could publish this to her, it's been admitted. Your Honor.
Sherry, thank you. It was 2022. I was wondering, I'm like 2022 or 3? Because she was arrested May 8th of 2023. Eric died on March 4th of 2022, exactly 4 years ago today. Kouri then got $1.36 million, spent it between June and September of 2022. Damn. Within 3 months. And she was arrested on May 8th of 2023.
Is it 7-21?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Judge. 721.
One moment. Go ahead.
This application is both for Kouri and Eric, correct?
Yes.
They're both on it.
That's right.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Coates.
A couple questions. Do you recall in those medical records the stated frequency of use of marijuana?
Yes, it said once or twice per year.
Okay. And then when you did your script search, I don't know why I'm having trouble with that. It's a check for prescriptions prior to approving the application. Is that fair? And did you get an answer when you did that search?
The answer was that there were none.
No prescriptions?
No prescriptions.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that would be the state's request.
You're free.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please watch your step.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deb's in space. It is frickin' Kouri power dressing today. Yeah, for prison with those stripes.
Ms. Shervanek, who's next?
Christina Miller.
Ms. Miller, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Put me all the way on the stand.
If you'd stop here briefly.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please have a seat. Ms. Shervanek, please.
Ooh, next. Let me just see. Did they break for lunch at some point here? No. Wait. Yes. Okay. Good timing for us, though. Christina Miller, a divorce attorney. So let's hear what she's got to say. Now, damn it, where's that question there? Melissa McDonald says, gee, if Kouri is found guilty of murdering Eric, will she be required to pay back insurance monies received? Maybe through restitution, but, which I mean, she can't. She has no ability. She has no ability to pay it back, you know what I mean? So all they could do is limit how much you could order from commissary, because we know, even just based on some of the people that roll in here and defend her, all opinions are welcome, but some people come in here and almost simp for Kouri, and I'm like, damn, she's going to have fans. They all do. All of them do, okay? Yeah, if you think of Koberger and how much money he received, damn, from fans, and then Brian Walsh will have fans, Brendan Banfield will have fans. I don't know about Sarah Boone, but anyway, everyone will have fans. People send them letters, photos, money. So she will have to pay back if she gets charged with this restitution, if the judge, when he sentences her, right, however much that is, will come out of her commissary. So we shall see. But there's no way she could ever pay back the debts she made. No way. She made way too much.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Christina Miller, Miller.
Ma'am, what do you do for work?
I am a divorce attorney, special master, private guardian ad litem, and just started doing divorce mediations as well.
How long have you been a divorce attorney?
Almost 30 years.
And in that practice, do you do exclusively divorces?
I do.
And do you have experience with custody arrangements?
Extensive.
In your practice, how many divorce actions would you say you've been a part of?
Over 2,000.
How do you get new clients in your practice?
In this town, word of mouth, typically. I haven't really ever advertised. We've done some hometown parades back in the day, but was really more for team building, office building. I don't advertise in the newspaper or radio or anything like that.
And I didn't ask you this, and I should have, but what geographic area do you typically practice in?
Typically Park City, Wasatch County area. On occasion, I'll have cases out in the Basin. Sometimes I have to go down to Salt Lake, not often, but I have some people who won't take no for an answer with leaving some in Wasatch County.
Understood. And so tell the jury a little bit about your process when you take on a new client, what happens in your office, and then eventually how you get involved with that person.
So we have I think I'm a bit unusual as divorce attorneys go. We have a very strict process that we have developed, we being me and my paralegal, Leslie Staples, who's been my paralegal, we're going on 28 years now this March. And we determined pretty early on in our practice that there was a lot of information we needed to receive from clients in order to get a case going. So I developed forms that we use in every single case. When I'm meeting with client, I've developed diagrams. In approximately 2008 is when we really started putting things together so that every client meeting could follow the same pattern, the exact same order for the most part, and I could take all of that information, hand it to my paralegal, and she would know as much as I did at the time with regard to some basic information.
So if a new client was being referred to you, would they first set up a meeting with your paralegal via phone?
Yes. She has vetted clients since we started practicing together. If I vetted all clients, I wouldn't get any work done.
And so after that call with your paralegal, do you meet with the new client?
If they get past Leslie, then yes, she will schedule a meeting for me. Almost every new client, especially if they're at the beginning of a divorce case, she tells them that the meeting can be anywhere between 2 and 4 hours, depending on the complexity of their case. Like I said, my process, I think, is pretty unusual because I try and get as much information as the client knows or can give me, and I give them back as much information as I can to make that initial meeting really impactful because it's getting divorced is a very emotional process in addition to a legal process.
And so during that, or I should say after you have that intake meeting, this extensive meeting with a prospective client, new client, or with a new client, how many people actually, in your experience, proceed from that meeting to filing a divorce?
Based upon my 30 years, almost every one of them. There are a handful that don't, but the process of emotionally, psychologically, finally calling a divorce attorney and then the process of showing up for a meeting is significant for most people. Once they've kind of hit that stage on an emotional, psychological standpoint, they're ready to move forward or ready to prepare to move forward. So, I mean, there have been people I've been meeting with for 10 years who have yet to move forward, but there are rare, it's rare that they don't move forward, either with me or someone else or something happens.
Quick pause. Jennifer said they aren't supposed to be able to make money off their crimes here in the US, not legal. It differs per state, but I've looked it up before because this has come up along the way, right? If Kouri writes a book, Are You Guilty? Okay, sorry. She wrote a book, Are You With Me? I think her next book would be Are You Guilty? How to Cope with a Life Without Parole Conviction. Oh, okay. Can she benefit financially from that? So when I look again, Uncle Google tells us, no, if Kouri's convicted, she's unlikely to benefit financially in any meaningful personal way from writing a new book or participating in a documentary. Any earnings would almost certainly be heavily restricted, redirected, or eliminated due to the Utah law, court-ordered restitution, and prison policies. So even someone said that Jodi Arias, like her art sells for however much, that money, it might sell for that much, but she might not get any of it. It might just get redirected. It just depends on the state, but most states, I think, have their version of the Son of Sam law, where they can't profit from what they do behind bars there.
In those rare occasions, what are some of the reasons that those people give or that you experience that they don't move forward with a divorce?
It's pretty specific to each individual client who's not moving forward, but the top reasons are they're concerned about kids, the impact of divorce on kids. They're concerned about the age of their kids and being too young to be able to speak up about what's happening in both households. Some people are concerned about their religion and what it means for them from a religious standpoint. Some people have stayed together for quite some time because of health reasons. Back in the day when it was more difficult to get insurance, you would have some people who had a significant health issue who stayed together until that health issue was resolved.
And so you've kind of talked about this extensive first meeting that you have with new clients, and part of that, it sounds like, is information gathering from that person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've talked a little bit about the forms that you go through. Are one of those forms directed towards, or the topic of that is any children involved?
Yes. So my office staff, I'm sure, gets annoyed at the fact that I like to have all my forms in a very certain order. And like I said, I'm a visual learner. That's how I teach people about divorce. So I have the diagrams I have and what I call the blue sheets, which are sheets that have all topics on it that I feel like I need from most divorcing people. They go in a certain order. So my packet, when somebody comes in to meet with me, it's thick, and it goes in order. So it's first, what is divorce, and what does this path look like? Then it's kids, and I have forms and booklets and reading material and the Children's Bill of Rights that we go over. And then there's assets and debts, and then it's ongoing issues. So if alimony may be a concern, we go over a diagram for alimony and hit a lot of topics on income, expenses. Then there's miscellaneous, and then we go over what does this path look like if you went this way? How do you tell your spouse? How do you prepare for ultimately filing or defending?
I want to turn your attention to Eric Richins. Did you know him?
I knew him in the sense that I met with him.
And how did you come to meet with him? Who referred him to you?
Several people, but the person that reached out to me was his brother-in-law, Clint Benson. He texted me in early October 2020, asked if I could meet with his brother-in-law, Eric, and told me it was urgent. So I explained the process that you have to get through Leslie, and I believe he contacted the office early October 2020, and I ultimately met with him October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, so...
Hold on. Sarcasm said, just for clarification, not every state has Son of Sam law. Each state does have some form. Well, that's why I say it's some form of Son of Sam law. You are right, right? It's not all called the Son of Sam law. Each state, not all states have it either, but the states that do have some form of their own version of the Son of Sam law. Also, wait, there was a question. Met Joe 1997 said, why is the defense disorganized? They've had years to prepare. Not really, because Kouri's original attorneys withdrew from the case. Now I have to try to remember when. Wasn't it last year? So no, they didn't have years to prepare for these are new attorneys compared to the one she had initially. She was arrested May 8th of 2023. I think it was last year. Yeah, I think it was last year. Tell me. Remind me, everyone. When her attorneys, including Sky Lazaro, withdrew, they said due to conflict of interest. So, yeah.
Eric went through the process that you've described and ultimately ended up with you in that extensive new client meeting that we've been discussing.
Yes, we met for 2.5 hours.
While Eric was with you in that meeting, did he fill out the typical paperwork? Did he go through that packet that you've been describing?
Yes. He left the packet at my office. He didn't take it with him. We have a bound binder, for lack of a better word, that people take this packet of information home with them and read it. Eric did not.
Okay. Give me just a moment. This is our state's Exhibit 8-49. If you could turn to the 8th tab.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And we've been talking about paperwork that Eric filled out. Is that some of the paperwork that he filled out in your office?
Yes.
That's right, Kouri. Eric wanted to leave your ass. Yeah. I hope it burns. Anyway, Sky Lazaro, she withdrew from representing Kouri Richins in May of 2024. Damn, time flies. It feels like, because we're in 2026 now. It feels like last year. No, this case has been dragging on. Many hearings, different attorneys as well. Here we are, 4 years to the day since Eric died today. So anyway, I'm so glad we're here. And yeah, so they've had a while. They've had a while to prepare. Met Joe is right. They've had a while to prepare. So why do they seem so disorganized? I don't know. Maybe Kouri is just very difficult to try to defend, right? Sarcasm, thank you so much. I didn't take it as you were trying to correct me. I was just clarifying for anyone, who missed the first part, our first part of the conversation. Okay, let's hear now more about this divorce attorney meeting.
That, just so you know, under adverse party, where it says Kouri Richins, Darden in parentheses, that's my handwriting, and it's my handwriting at the bottom in the kind of grayed out box.
Okay. And the rest of that is paperwork that Eric filled out?
Yes.
Okay. That's all we need from that one for now. So I want to talk about the advice that you gave to Eric Richins during this meeting. Did you get an impression about why Eric was in your office?
I did.
What was that impression?
He was there to find out what it would look like in terms of going forward with the divorce. Was there to learn how to protect his finances, having just...
I'm going to object. This information
Sure.
is all based on hearsay.
Are you asking about what was said or her observation of his physical demeanor?
I'm asking about effect on the listener, Your Honor, how his information informed her legal advice.
Please approach.
Sure.
Okay, let's quickly go forward here. The sidebar. Okay.
During your meeting with Eric, did you give him legal advice about custody?
I did.
Describe, in 2020, what was the presumption when someone was contemplating divorce about how custody arrangements would work?
At that time, well, let me start with when I first started practicing, way back when. It was the old Ward and June Cleaver thing with regard to custody. Somebody had most of the time and the other person had weekends. There has been a wave through the legislature, through child psychologists, with regard to child psychologists focusing on what's in the best interest of kids, and the legislature listening to lobbyists. I was on the executive committee for the family law section of the Utah Bar at the time, so we closely watched what was going on in the legislature. So at that time in 2020, there had been a statute passed about 5 years previous that finally had an alternative parent time schedule that was more of a 60-40 type schedule. We called it fat weekends, but that is where courts were going. Courts, judges, custody evaluators were all trending towards equal parent time, 60-40 parent time, and so forth. So by 2020, this was October, there were already rumblings of a new statute being passed that would be an alternative statute for 50-50 parent time. That all these statutes have been renumbered in 22, but at that time that was 35.2 or going to be 35.2. But when I met with Eric, we had 35.1, which was this fat weekend. So I talked to him a lot about this is typically what happens with kids in going through a divorce. Unless there is something really that stood out, almost all judges were going with more of a joint physical custody situation.
And so you explained that potential situation to Eric Richins.
Right off, yes.
And without saying if he had a verbal reaction, could you tell how he reacted otherwise?
Yes, we had no further discussion about custody or all of the other things that would go with custody, where I would typically get into with clients specifics about what holidays look like, what a full year calendar looks like, whether there are meaningful holidays in their family, what the right of first refusal looks like. I have on my blue sheets, it's 2 pages, and I would, in most cases, I fill out both of those pages.
Did you do that with Eric Richins?
No, I didn't.
Was that unusual?
It is unusual. It is unusual for me not to continue down the path of a custody conversation, and it typically means that, well, in every case, I think that I haven't filled that out. It meant the client did not want to think about, for whatever reason, did not want to think about the possibility of not seeing their child every day, or the possibility of the other side having their child more often than them, or an equal amount as them, and so forth. But
at the conclusion of your intake meeting with Eric Richins, did you give him a to-do list?
I did.
And when you give a client a to-do list in your practice, does that mean that a divorce is imminent?
Typically, yes. Yep. You know, I've been around a long time, and this is a small town, small county, and so there are people that will come and meet with me to try and conflict me out of a case. And after so many years of practicing, you learn pretty quickly that that's their intent, because they want to take our 3 or 4 hour meeting and do 15 minutes and call it good. Those people typically, some of those people retain us, others just want to know the information that I have, because, like I said, I'm trying to teach them all about divorce and what life looks like after divorce. So
giving the to-do list, how is that significant in your practice? Would you give that to someone who wasn't going to proceed?
No. If I have somebody that comes in and they're either trying to conflict me out, or they just really want to talk about what this might look like in 30 years down the road, there's no to-do list. Sometimes I won't even fill out the questionnaires that I have, the question papers, the blue sheets. But if they have a to-do list, people are, in my experience, it is anticipated that they are going to file for a divorce at some point in the future.
And Eric walked out of this meeting with a to-do list from you.
He did not want to take it with him.
Oh, that's right. He didn't leave it, but you gave him a to-do list. Is that right?
He wanted me to correspond through his brother-in-law, Clint. So I emailed the to-do list to Clint.
Did you refer Eric Richins to anyone after or during your meeting with him?
I did.
Who did you refer him to?
He had worked in the past with Kristal Bowman-Carter to do his business planning documents, and he needed to revoke a power of attorney. So he was going back to Kristal for that, or I told him to go back to Kristal for that, and also to redo an estate plan.
Okay. Was it unusual in your practice to refer someone in Eric Richins' position to a lawyer like Kristal Bowman-Carter?
Yes.
Why is that unusual?
Because most people going through a divorce, in my experience, aren't thinking beyond what that divorce might look like. They're not thinking about death or estate planning and so forth. And most people, once you file for divorce, you cannot change any beneficiary and so forth. And so that was not a rule at that time in 2020. It's a rule now, but it was unusual. I've only referred one other person in my memory to change their estate plan while a divorce was either pending or before they filed for divorce.
So Eric went through this initial meeting with you. Did he ever file for divorce with you?
He didn't.
Or through you, I suppose?
No.
And did you discuss a timeline with him about filing for divorce?
I did not discuss a timeline with him. As I said, well, I didn't say this, but because divorce is so emotional, and there are so many things to unravel, kids and finances and debts and family and external family and extended family, and everybody really is on their own timeline. Like I said, I have a couple clients currently that I've been meeting with them for 10 years off and on, so they're not ready to pull the trigger, and everybody has a different timeline.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Morning.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So, I think you stated on direct already, but it wasn't Eric Richins that reached out to set up an initial appointment with your office, correct?
That's correct.
It was his brother-in-law reached out, and not just to say, hey, I'm referring someone to you, but he reached out to set up the appointment, correct?
I don't recall whether I wouldn't have been part of that conversation. That would have been with Leslie, my paralegal.
Can we take a look at CM1, just for the witness? Let me see if that's the right one. Okay. Let me just ask another question before we talk about that document.
Sure.
Two more questions. So, you do remember that it was Mr. Benson that reached out, and then you set up a meeting with Eric. Did anyone attend that meeting with Eric, or was it just yourself and Mr. Richins?
It's my understanding Eric contacted my paralegal to give her a lot of specifics about his situation, and then the meeting that I had with him was just the two of us.
All right. And after that meeting, it was Mr. Benson that reached out and thanked you for meeting with Eric, correct?
Yes. Eric did not want me to have any contact with him via phone or email directly. He wanted everything to go through a third party, his brother-in-law.
Okay, that's what I was getting to. So, when you gave Eric the list of documents, you actually sent that to Mr. Benson.
That's correct.
And then it was actually Mr. Benson who provided you with the documentation over email. I don't know, Eric may have brought some things in person, but anything that came over email was between you and Mr. Benson, correct?
Correct.
And would
one
reason
tells us that maybe, well, very likely Eric did not want Kouri to know that that's what he was doing, starting to file for divorce. I mean, he'd already suspected that she was poisoning him. and he wanted to make sure that all these ducks were in a row so that their kids would be okay. I'm sure he wanted to safely get out of the marriage, and to do so, yeah, Kouri couldn't know about it. She was also telling friends, like, she hopes that if she was worried that Eric would file for divorce, and she hopes that the outcome would be at least 50-50 custody, but she was worried about that. And she was worried about the prenuptial agreement, and that she didn't want half of everything. She didn't want nothing either. She wanted everything. And she told someone else, was it not the Paramour, that, yeah, she wishes that Eric was just gone.
That a client would ask for that, would it be because they weren't ready to let the spouse know that they were considering divorce? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And a reason for this, and I mean, I know you said that most people who come in and go this far do end up filing for divorce, but fair to say that some people aren't certain if they're going to file when they come in to see you, correct?
Very few.
It happens.
It happens, but other people also get murdered. That happens too. And wow, here we are at a murder trial, hey?
So
it does happen, yes.
All right. And you testified that you went through custody arrangements with Mr. Richins, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the forms you went through regarding children involvement in divorce, correct? I might be naming that form wrong, but you said you went through forms about children.
Children's Bill of Rights.
The Children's Bill of Rights.
Yeah, it is not an official thing in Utah, but I have it, and I give it out on it. I'm very color coordinated, so I've colored pens for various things, colored paper for the initial client consultation. That happens to be on purple paper, and it's taped up all over our office as well, so I can remind clients, this is the son, your kids are the son, and we are all rotating around them, so let's keep our eye on the price. So it's just, it isn't anything you could enforce in court, but it's something that I like to share with clients.
Sure, because clients with small children, that's a huge consideration, is what will happen with the children, both financially and emotionally, and who the children will be living with, fair?
Typically not financially, but emotionally, and who they will be living with and what the possibilities are, for sure, is a big concern for most people.
Okay.
Not Kouri, though. For most people, yeah, that was Eric's number one concern. Kouri, not so much. Little Birdie 01 said, good afternoon, everyone. I now have a house full of retired judges and a few retired attorneys. Since Dad has decided to discuss this case with them, it's a lot of interesting conversation. That is awesome. Are they all Grizzlies or what? If they're watching with us, ooh, take up photos. You can email me if you want, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com.
Finances are a concern, which is why you fill out a child support form with clients, correct?
Yes.
And can you pull up CM5? And you filled out a form with Mr. Richins about child support, correct?
I did, yes.
And he reported to you at that time his monthly income was $33,333, correct?
That based upon what? Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was going to say I didn't have documents at the time, so we were just. This is more for kicks and giggles of this is what child support would look like if this were the number.
Fair. Yes. And his child support was going to be high, correct? Based on his income.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on who you're thinking about. In Park City, probably not so much, but
correct.
For most people,
that's
yes.
true. In my very small dalliance with divorce law,
yes.
We were frequently you see people whose income it's quite low. I'm gonna say frequently. Some people it's quite low, and child support's not very much.
You can have that for sure.
And for some people, this is a lot of people. $33,000 a month is a high income, correct?
Not for a lot of people that I deal with, but I think on the whole,
fair.
Yes.
All right, you're dealing with some more, maybe fair to say that didn't come out very well, high-end clients, high-end divorces with more assets.
I would say the longer you're in practice, the more difficult your cases become, and the higher the wage tends to be with regard to divorces.
Okay. Now, other things you discussed with Eric were assets.
Yes.
Fair. And you were made aware that he was a partner in...
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she's aware.
Forgive
May
me,
we
what's the
approach?
basis of the objection? Sure.
It's hearsay.
Okay.
Oh dear. Okay. Going forward now.
So in consulting with Mr. Richins and receiving documents from Mr. Clint Benson and maybe from Mr. Richins, you became aware, or were you aware, that Mr. Richins owned a couple of businesses?
I became aware of that during my conversation with Eric.
Did you become...
Little Birdie said, yes, they are all now following. This has completely sparked amazing conversations. I love it. Nice. A whole room full of grizzlies who are retired judges and a few retired attorneys. Excellent.
Aware of that in any way through documents, tax information provided, other documents provided to you by either him or his family?
I did not receive any tax returns from Eric Richins.
Did you receive anything, documentation, in terms of his businesses?
No. You mean the business specifically?
Yes.
No.
Or that the businesses existed?
Yes.
Documentation that the businesses existed?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the businesses was C&E Stone Masonry, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Katie, can you just pull up? Good question. The next one. I think it's maybe CM6 or 8. I don't know. Help me out here.
What page were you on?
Here, one more, Your Honor. If you could just pull just for the witness, CM7. So you became aware that he owned partner in C&E Stone Masonry, correct?
Yes. So this document.
Well, that's just to refresh your
Oh,
recollection.
got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And you also became aware through...
I need you to ask the question to lay foundation for the how about the other businesses
I was about
as
to.
we discussed. You can't ask it as a leading question.
All right. All right. Let me back up a little bit. You said through documentation you became aware of Mr. Richins' businesses, just that they existed.
The masonry business.
Did you receive documentation that he and Kouri Wright were also partners in another business?
No.
You did not receive any documentation about any businesses existing, just the existence of businesses?
Asked and answered.
No.
Judge.
Okay, well...
Overruled. Now we have double confirmation. Please go from there, Ms. Lewis.
Okay. Did everybody hear the whole...
I think it was 2 no's in a row.
Okay.
But
All right. Let's see. So... Now, I know Ms. Shermanek asked you, and you said it was true that Mr. Richins did not proceed with divorce in this manner, in this case.
Not
correct?
Prior to his death, no.
Right. And to your knowledge, he did not proceed with divorce with a different attorney. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And you said that you referred him instead to an estate planner, estate attorney. An attorney who does estate planning. Thank you, sorry.
Didn't refer him instead. I just referred him to Kristal Bowman-Carter to work more in tandem.
All right. And you said you haven't done that very many times, correct?
Right.
But there would be reasons to refer someone to an estate planner, fair? Just, would there be reasons, yes or no, and then I'll follow up.
At the end of every divorce case, I refer every client to, I give every client a very long, again, to-do list and a closing letter. And at the end of that closing letter, I refer everyone to, or I recommend that everyone see an estate planning attorney to revise their estate planning documents now that they are no longer married.
Okay. In this case, however, that happened earlier in the process than normal.
Yes.
All right. And just let me ask you a hypothetical.
Sure.
So sometimes people have concerns about their children. I mean, it's a fair reason that people don't get divorced when they have small children because they don't want to break up the family. Fair?
Yes.
All right. And if an individual has concerns about providing, well, let me rephrase that. So hypothetically, someone may have concerns about how their children will be provided for during, after a divorce. Fair?
Provided for
financially.
Psychologically or financially?
Well, both, but I'm talking about financially.
Yes.
All right. So one reason someone may go to an estate planner could be to ensure that things were properly set up to provide for their family, whether they get divorced or not. Fair?
Are you talking about this early on in a potential divorce proceeding or just generally?
I'm asking hypothetically, well, generally first.
Yeah, people generally go establish an estate plan to make sure that if they have children, their children are taken care of, or that if they have assets, their assets are allocated the way they want upon their death.
Okay. And even though you said it's unusual, it's certainly possible that as someone is going through talking about divorce, they discover that they want to look at this now. Prior to divorce, they want to set this up. Part one of my question, is that possible?
I have never seen that, but I assume anything is possible.
Sure. And
all these speculations and hypotheticals. Come on, state objection, speculation. See, you guys, yeah, you guys are also saying it. Objection, speculation. Like what? KK on YouTube or KK on YouTube. KK on YouTube. Objection, speculation, hypothetical, annoying. 3 valid objections. So thanks, defense, for pointing out number 1, Eric's salary. Okay. Kouri, we already know all about her debt and how much she would have wanted the Social Security, whether they got divorced or not, whatever she could get financially out of him. But especially because he died. She's accused of his murder. So thanks for pointing out how well off he was financially, especially compared to her, and that he was getting his ducks in a row, particularly for his children. Thank you so much, defense, for pointing that out to the jury. We like that.
And it's possible that someone may decide, instead of a divorce, I need to set up a way to make sure my family's taken care of. That maybe that's the more appropriate thing for me to do at this stage. That's possible.
I think you're probably comparing apples to oranges. When, in my experience, when someone is ready to move forward with a divorce, or when a divorce has been kind of forced upon them from their other spouse, it is because we have, I explain it to clients as 2 pieces of wet noodle, and we drop them on a plate, and one is the emotional divorce and one is the legal divorce, and my job is to straighten those out and keep them as separated as I can, because at touch points, when the legal divorce touches the emotional side is in chaos. And when the emotional side touches the legal side is in chaos. And so when you're going through a divorce, that in and of itself is an apple, where people are worried about what their kids' lives will look like tomorrow.
Understood.
Or next month. When you are doing estate planning, it is, what will my kids' lives look like if I am not here, or me and my spouse are not here? Like, is grandma going to take them? Is my sister going to take them? And so they don't often overlap, because people in divorce don't often, in my experience, have they don't even really think about their estate plan. It doesn't come up in our cases, except for a very small handful of cases.
I understand.
But Eric made sure that his children would be fine. And they are, by the way, with his family. That's who's taking care of the kids. 3 boys. Also, while we're speaking about wet noodles, oh, you mean like when like a defense team throws spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks? Something like that? Oh, okay.
And it's a very small handful, but let me just try and ask once more.
Sure.
It's possible that while going through what a divorce is going to entail, someone can change their mind, correct?
Decide not to get a divorce?
And decide not to get a divorce, correct? And then it is possible that they want to go set up an estate plan, correct? I mean, that can happen.
I'm sure it can. I've never seen it happen, but I'm sure it can.
Okay.
Zen Jen Art said, you don't do estate planning at the start of divorce because it will change after divorce. Yeah. And I mean, Eric, even by having the documents sent to his brother-in-law and all that, we can read the room. He was trying to safely exit the marriage from a very dangerous person that he believed may have tried to end his life at least twice. Once in Greece and once on Valentine's Day of 2022. So he had told his family, if anything happens to me, it's Kouri. Now, in many DV cases that we study and discuss, you know, if the victim is female, everybody's like, yeah, definitely, that's what they were doing. But the victim can be male too. Murder is DV, you know what I mean? So, yeah, Eric was trying to make sure that Kouri didn't catch wind that he was going to file for divorce, was going to get his ducks in a row. They had a prenuptial agreement as well, but he was very worried about his kids' future. He wanted to make sure that they're going to be okay, because I think at that point he could see she'll make sure that there's zero money left, not even for them. She only cared about herself, and she was making so much debt and doing so many shady things, even with the life insurance and the HELOC account and things behind his back, that he was very worried about the future of their children. And, you know, he made sure that they would be okay. So, yeah.
You don't, okay, I'll strike that. All right, but that's what happened here. Mr. Richins decided to see an estate planning, a lawyer who specialized in estate plans, correct?
What happened was I advised him to seek an estate planning and attorney to help him with what I perceived as his concerns at that time with regard to his finances and his children.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if there'll be some redirect. I just see some people like Mr. Crowley saying, I don't know the restore either. Okay, so we discussed this. It's on the playlist somewhere. We've discussed this before in the past, but the other day we also talked about it. But if you missed it, I'm going to remind you. So Eric and Kouri went on a holiday with, I think it was 6 of their friends, to Greece. They took many lots of vacations, right? We saw Allison write, Cody write, Eric's business partner's wife testify, and they had gone to Costa Rica together. And where else did they go? One she mentioned was Costa Rica. What was the other one? Anyway, another trip was Greece, and that was around, I think it was 2020 as well. Somewhere around there, 2020-ish, where Eric had a drink that Kouri had made him, and then he got violently ill. And already then he was starting to get worried, like, oh my word, like, is she putting something in my drink, or is she trying to harm me? Because he told some of his family and friends about it. So that, I would say, is the first attempt we know about. They're not talking about it at the trial. But that Greece trip is interesting. And then Valentine's Day of 2022, Kouri left him a Valentine's Day sandwich from his favorite deli in his truck on the seat with a note like, love you. And when he took a few bites of that, he broke out in hives and he had this huge allergic reaction. And there already also, he thought, whoa, I think she's trying to poison me. And on March 4th of 2022, he died from a fent overdose, right? Was it Mexico? It could have been. I can't remember. It was the friend, meaning Allison Wright spoke about Costa Rica and somewhere else.
Ms. Sherman,
No other questions, Judge.
may we release this witness?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Am I taking the cup with you?
Of course.
in your phone. Leave the binder there if you don't. Oh, is that your binder?
No, you can leave it there. Okay.
Thank you. Take care, Ms. Miller. Counsel, any objection to breaking for lunch?
Whatever the court wishes.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks, please rise for the jury. During the break, ladies and gentlemen, same instructions. Don't talk about the case. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything about the case. Do not do any research on your devices about the case. Please enjoy your lunch. We'll come back at 10 of 1. Thank you very much.
Buckle up, everybody. We're about to teleport. Let's just see if they can not say anything to the attorneys. Skipping right over lunch, which is so nice. That's why we like to start later, so that we can do this and not stare at the wall for over an hour. Let's not do that. Sorry, what?
Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanek, anything on the record before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 12:50. Thank you.
All right, everybody buckle up. Here we go. We're going forward now. Wait, we'll go from here. Thank you, Cindy Garcia, for the $149 sticker, and Gender Bomb for being a member for a month. You said, no place I'd rather watch this. Got a snark. Kouri, she is. Insert YouTube appropriate expletive. Thanks to all Grizzlies for being awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, she is. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. There's the judge after lunch. Here we go. And we resume.
Counsel, we're back on the record. Ms. Shervanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor, other than I'd like to clean up this.
Okay. Blame Mr. Burmester. All right. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Give me a...
You mean you don't have a motion for a mistrial this time? I thought you'd do that after every coffee and lunch break. Not? Oh, okay.
Preview. Who's the next witness?
Kristal Bowman-Carter.
Okay. Will you get the jury ready to go and bring them in? Thank you.
Dinah says, this judge is a lighthouse. His demeanor, his patience and grace in all facets of running his courtroom. Yes, I agree. Now, if you see in our emoji collection, we've got a lighthouse and also certain milestones. You get a lighthouse next to your name. That's a very special emoji to us here. Why? Judge Don Ash from Tennessee, during a trial, said that he has a lesson that he shared. We read his blog as well, where he says, be a lighthouse, not a tank. And so he shared that story. I have a YouTube short about that as well. If you research Judge Don Ash, Grizzly True Crime, you should find it, right? And so we adopted that as well. He actually reached out at some point and he emailed me and he said that his daughter was watching with us, which you just never know who's watching with us. There's so many district attorneys, judges, people that have testified at trials, family members of victims of crime with us here. So thank you for keeping the chat Grizzly, number one. 2, there you go, there's the lighthouse. That's why we say, be a lighthouse, not a tank. And this judge, yeah, is a lighthouse. Lastly, if you Google Judge Don Ash, be a lighthouse, you'll find his blog about it as well. Damn, are we there yet?
Ms. Bowman-Carter, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Kristal Bowman-Carter. My last name is spelled Bowman-Carter.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of attorney are you?
I focus on estate planning and a little bit of business work.
How long have you been doing estate planning?
I have been licensed since 1996 to practice law, but I've been doing estate planning almost exclusively since 2012.
And do you do that practice here locally?
Yes, I have an office in Park City.
Approximately how many estate plans have you drafted in your practice?
1,400, 1,500.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I did some work for him.
What kind of work did you do for him?
I did 2 projects for him. First, I did a buy-sell agreement for him and his partner for their business, C&E Stonemasonry, and then I did his estate planning.
Did you meet with him in person?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 4.
Okay. Did you know Kouri Richins?
I know of her. I've talked to her on the phone once the day that Eric died.
I want to talk about the first legal project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was related to his business, C&E Stonemasonry. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you complete this agreement, or when did you work on this project for him?
I was first contacted in June of 2018 by his financial advisor. We got the ball rolling. I gathered information, and then we ended up signing it almost a year later, June 25th, 2019.
Okay. In general, explain to the jury, what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is a contract between owners of a company that sets out the terms in advance, what will happen when there is a transfer of a business interest, whether it's by sale or because of an owner's disability or their death.
Are buy-sell agreements, in your experience, are they common?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 4-2, please.
Apologize. We'll fix that. Scott, if you'd unplug for me.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the C&E Stonemasonry LLC buy-sell agreement that I prepared.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit 4-2.
Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ross. Oh,
No
Ms.
objection.
Nestor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. States 4-2 is admitted.
If we could publish this and move to Article 3, please. What's contained in Article 3 of this agreement?
Article 3 provides what happens if one of the partners or owners of the company were to die.
And essentially, what does it say in non-lawyer speak?
Well, the mandatory cross-purchase agreement provides that if one person, if one of the partners dies, either Eric or Cody, then the decedent, the person who has died, their estate has to purchase the business interest from the surviving partner using life insurance.
And is that the life insurance was what was used in this buy-sell agreement?
Yeah, so this buy-sell agreement used 4 different $1 million life insurance policies. Each of them had, Cody and Eric had 2 $1 million policies on the life of the other, and if one of them were to die, they had to use that money to purchase the interest in C&E Stonemasonry from the estate, so that the survivor could continue to control the company and run the company.
Is that a pretty common thing in buy-sell agreements?
Excuse me. Yes, it is.
I want to move now to talk about the second project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was an estate planning project. Was that did that take place in October of 2020?
Yes, he came to see me. He called my office on October 5th and came to see me on October 13th, 2020.
And so what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to update his estate plan and revoke a prior power of attorney that had been abused.
When we're talking about an estate plan, what are the main documents that come out of an estate plan?
So The basic estate plan that everyone needs is a will, a durable power of attorney, and a health care directive. And sometimes, most of the time in my practice, you also need a trust to avoid probate and to protect the beneficiaries of your estate plan from themselves or from others.
Okay. In preparation for that meeting with Eric Richins, did he fill out some paperwork before and during that appointment?
Yes, I have all of my clients fill out an intake worksheet, gather information about their priorities and their assets. He partially filled it out, brought it in with him to our meeting, and then we filled out the rest together as we discussed what needed to be done.
And these intake worksheets, how is that something that your firm uses with every client, or how does that work?
Yeah, either my office manager or my receptionist sends it out to everyone. It's something I can't really function without.
Okay. If we could show the witness 4-9, please. And go ahead and scroll through it so she can see the whole thing. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
That's my estate planning worksheet filled out by partially by Eric and partially by me.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 4-9.
No objection.
4-9 is admitted.
Now, if you could take that binder in front of you and turn to tab 9. Is that the same exhibit that we're looking at in 4-9?
No.
Okay. Which one is that?
You're having me look at the healthcare directive.
Oh, I see. We'll come back to that one. I had it labeled wrong. Before creating Eric Richins' estate plan, did you review a premarital agreement?
I reviewed it the day before he signed his estate plan.
Okay. If we could, 4-1 is the premarital agreement. That's already been admitted. If we could publish that, please, and go to section 1. And paragraph 5. So this is the document, the premarital agreement that you reviewed. What does paragraph 1, section 5, again, the non-lawyer version, what does this say?
So what it says is that C&E Stonemasonry would remain Eric's separate property to dispose of as he wished during his life after his marriage to Kouri Richins.
Oh my word. Masonry LLC. Okay, wait. Not limited to the business known as C&E Stone Masonry LLC. Said business is owned in partnership between husband and third party. Wife shall have no right or claim to the business, including its value, its assets, and its accounts receivable, whether existing at the time of the marriage or to come into existence after the party's marriage, except that if the husband should die prior to wife while the two are lawfully married. Oh my word.
And if we could go to section 2, please. What does this section of the premarital agreement deal with?
Again, it deals with Eric's separate property, that C&E Stonemasonry will remain his sole and separate property, even if they commingle marital funds, except that if he were to die, then his interest in the company would pass to his wife, which is Kouri in this document.
Damn.
And if we could go to section 3, please. And how about this section? What does this...
So that section addresses primarily Kouri's rights in C&E property that she might have under the law at Eric's death. Can I elaborate on
Sure.
that? Okay. So if you don't have a premarital agreement, then you have rights in your spouse's estate. And when you're a nuclear family with no children from a prior marriage as they were, that means that if your spouse dies, you are entitled to at least 1/3 of the augmented estate. In other words, everything that passes to anyone as a result of your spouse's death. And this paragraph, the section 3, paragraph 1, says that Kouri is giving up her right to that 1/3 as it concerns C&E Masonry, Stone Masonry.
unless Eric dies. Oh my word.
So I want to turn your attention now to that actual meeting that you had with Eric Richins in October of 2020. What was he there to accomplish? Why was he in your office?
He was referred to me, I'm not sure if it was from Christina Miller or Brian Freckleton, referred back to me. I had worked with him again to update his estate planning based on some recent financial malfeasance and some concerns that he had for his sons, that if something were to happen to him, they wouldn't receive or be cared for financially with his assets.
There it is. See? That's what he's, now we heard it, at least from a witness. That was his concern. Like, if anything happened to me, then Kouri's making such a freaking financial mess that their children would be in a financial mess too. They would have nothing. They wouldn't have a future. And he really wanted them to have the very best life and the very best future.
When meeting with Eric Richins, was there something unique to you or something that you did for the first time in preparing his estate plan?
Yeah, there were a few things.
What were those?
So, one, he didn't want us to communicate with him by email. That happened a little bit later, but because he was worried that Kouri would be reading his emails. Two, he wanted to leave everything to his kids if possible. And at the beginning of the representation, I hadn't seen the premarital agreement. He wasn't sure if it existed, but eventually, communicating through his sister, as he instructed, we received the premarital agreement and saw that it unfortunately did not address all of the property. It only addressed C&E stonemasonry. So for that reason, for the first time ever in my career, I had to draft around that augmented share. So we provided at a minimum that there would be a share created for Kouri consisting of one third, the amount she would be entitled to, and the rest passed directly to his kids. That also applied to tangible personal property. He said that all his tangible personal property, things you can touch and feel, like your furniture, your jewelry, your collections, would pass directly to his sons, who were all very young at the time, and that's unusual. It usually passes directly to the spouse. I think there was one other thing, but I'll come to it.
If it comes to you, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to turn your attention now to those estate planning documents that you referenced that you prepare when doing estate plans for most people. And for Eric Richins, did you prepare a living will?
A living will? A healthcare directive?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also prepare a trust?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at Exhibit 4-11. We'll put it up on the screen for you. And if you could scroll through it, Scott. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the will I prepared for Eric Richins.
And then if we could show the witness 4-12. Do you recognize 4-12?
Yes, that's the trust I prepared for Eric Richins.
Now, in the book you have in front of you, I'm going to ask you to turn to tab K, or to tab 6. Is that the will that we just saw in the same exhibit?
Yes.
And there's a signature as a part of that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is that document signed by?
The document was signed by Eric Richins on page 8, and his initials appear on every single page of the document.
And you notarized that document, right?
I witnessed and notarized the document.
If you could turn to tab 10 in that binder. Is that the trust document that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And is that document also signed?
Yes, it is signed. It's signed by Eric Richins, and I notarized it.
Okay, and that means you saw him sign it in front of you, right?
Yes. You have to, if you're a notary, you're required to be there in person to witness somebody signing something before you can attest to their signature.
And then also on tab 9, you told us that was the healthcare directive, is that right?
Yes.
And is that document signed?
Yes, it is.
And similarly, did you see Eric Richins sign that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit 4-11 and 4-12.
No objection.
4-11.
I just quickly want to see something, you guys. I just want to see, if we go forward here, what happened. Because it's nice that we're a little bit behind. This time we probably don't have to start another stream because the court feeds literally stopped and they started another one. So just hang in there with me. I just want to make sure that we're not going to show something that shouldn't be shown so that we don't have to go anywhere. I just want to quickly see here. Wait. Okay, I'll play it a little bit.
4-12 are admitted.
If we could put up 4-11, please, and publish to the jury.
4-11's up.
And so this is the will you described that you prepared for Eric Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to section 7.
It seems okay. It seems like Court TV, who's providing the cameras, have kept theirs going. Live. We're doing live, like what's happening now. Okay, but if there's anything, I'm going to be on high alert now. If there's anything that even is mildly, don't show it, we'll be like, oh my word, immediately we'll just take it off screen and carry on.
7.03, please.
Thank you, Pink Suspense. And in case anyone's wondering, why would I worry about that? Because the other day they literally cut the feed because they showed an undercover cop. Oh my word, they stopped the feed and we had to also stop the feed and start a new one. So let's not do that.
What?
This is so bad for Kouri right now. Oh my word, look. Section 703, okay? Burial instructions. I wish that my remains be buried according to any known instructions left by me, whether left in writing or expressed orally to any family member. If I have failed to leave instructions regarding the burial of my remains, I wish that my remains be buried as my personal representative see fit. And what did Kouri say? Kouri and her mother. Oh no, Eric wanted to be cremated. And they're like, no, we're going to perform an autopsy first. And they're like, what? Kouri is like, no. So,
What does this section provide for?
That's the section where Eric expressed his intentions for the disposition of his remains. He wanted to be buried upon his death.
Now, talk generally about this document and what kind of legal implications, this document has.
So in the case of a trust-based estate plan, which is what we prepared for Eric, the will is not usually as important as the trust. All of his directions for what he wanted to happen to his assets and the protections he wanted to put in place for his loved ones were contained in the trust. You still have to have a will. It's called a pour-over will. It says that if I leave anything out of my trust, if I forget to make a beneficiary designation when I die, give it to my trust to be controlled by the terms of my trust. And then I always include either burial, cremation instructions if somebody has a preference. Sometimes people don't have a preference, then I don't say anything. Anything that's governed by a will has to go through a process called probate. That's the court-supervised process of administering an estate, the non-trust assets. So when you draft a trust-based estate plan, or when you execute a trust-based estate plan, the idea is you're avoiding probate. You don't need to use the will. It never has to go through probate. The will is just a backup document.
So now if we could put up 4-12, please, for the witness. And we can publish this as well. So talk about, in general, how a trust works.
Okay, so a trust is a contract between, and I'm going to use Eric specifically because this one was prepared for him. It's a contract between the party who drafts it, the party who's going to benefit from it, and the party who's going to administer it. So initially, a trust is a contract between you, me, myself, and I. Eric was the grantor. He created the rules for the trust. Eric was the trustee. That means he was the manager of the trust, of all the assets that were contained in the trust and had to follow the rules that he set. And then Eric initially was the beneficiary until such time as until he died. He was the trustee until such time he became permanently incapacitated or died. And then somebody else would manage those trust assets. It's like a box that you have rules for. You put the assets in, and those rules control all of the assets in the box.
So you mentioned that a trust the trustee was Eric while he was alive,
Yes.
and then he chose someone else to be a trustee in the event of his death. Is that correct?
He did. That would be at Article 3.
Okay. Who did Eric choose as his trustee?
He chose his sister. Well, he chose a couple of successors. His sister, Kouri Richins Benson. And then I want to see who he chose as this. And then I'm looking at the will still.
That's okay. You don't have to look at it. If you don't remember, that's okay.
No, it was Katie that he chose as his first successor trustee, and I believe it was Clint as the second.
What is a trustee?
The trustee is the person who has legal title to the assets in the trust and is charged with managing those assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the trust in the way that the trust says.
In your experience, was it unusual for someone who was married to not choose their spouse as a trustee?
Yes.
What effect?
Thank you, Green Eyes Sparkle, for the coffees for the mods. Thomas Jules said, I checked on Kouri's master's degree. It's a human resources master's, so we heard that from testimony, so that checks. But you said 1 year online, okay, and half on campus. Okay, it's a Fortune 500 business program. Get this, organizing and business practice responsibility, which is why we want to know, did she actually do that or not? Did she lie? Did she lie about it, or did she actually get that master's degree? If she got it, damn, she really didn't, nothing went in, hey? Nothing went in. Did not follow the advice at all. If she didn't do it and she just lied about it, wow, that won't surprise me either.
Did the trust have on Eric Richins' property?
While he was alive, he could still do anything he wanted with the trust assets because it was a revocable trust. But the trust owned his property in that little box. And the effect was that when he died, it became irrevocable, and those assets had to be administered according to the terms of the trust that he set.
Court Lurker, thanks for reminding everyone. Eric was not cremated, even though that's what Kouri said he wanted, which is a lie. We could see documents that would say the opposite. He was laid to rest next to his mom. His mom died from a fungal disease of the lungs. Kouri then took that, and when Eric died, told Eric's dad, yeah, Eric died from the same thing your wife did. Like, how crazy is that? Kouri, what the hell? Anyway, so you said, for those wondering, rest in peace, Eric Richins, who died 4 years ago today. Thank you, Court Lurker.
Scott, if we could go to Article 8.01 of the trust.
Excuse me. I just want to be careful with this. Oh, a year and a half on campus. Thank you, Thomas.
Describe for the jury, in layman's terms, what this section of the trust means as it pertains to Kouri Richins.
Okay. Might be a little wordy here. So on
your best.
On Eric's death, this trust became irrevocable and sub-trusts were created. A trust for Kouri called the Q-tip trust that you see here at Article 8, and then the next trust is the Descendants Trust that was for the benefit of the kids. Because it was a Q-tip trust, the law requires that all of the income generated by the assets held in that share must be distributed to Kouri during her lifetime.
So did the trust provide for Kouri Richins' household expenses?
Not specifically, but the guidelines for distribution also provide that she's entitled to also access the principal through the trustee for her health, education, maintenance, and support. So yes, she was provided for, just not household expenses specifically.
And you mentioned that a trust is like a box that someone can put their assets into. What were some of the assets or the assets that went into Eric Richins' trust?
So the easiest thing we did was he signed an assignment of tangible personal property. So things that don't get titled anywhere, like your furniture, your jewelry, those collections. By signing that document, that transferred those things to the trust. I prepared a deed for him for the house that he owned in his name, and we transferred that asset to his trust. I think the house was on Willow Court. And then I prepared an assignment of interest in C&E Masonry that he signed later on in February. After the trust was built, then we could put the things in it, and he signed that in February of 2021. Put that in the trust, and also another LLC interest.
Scott, if we could go back to just the first page of 4-12, please. Even the title page for, yeah. So that document has a date on it. What's the significance of that date?
That's the date that Eric signed the trust, and for titling purposes, we include the date in the name of the trust.
And so, for all intents and purposes, that's the effective date. That's when it becomes legally in effect.
That's when it becomes legally binding, yes.
If we could show the witness 4-14, please.
Scott, go ahead.
And if you could scroll through it so the witness can see the document. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it as part of Eric Richins' estate plan?
Yes, it's the power of attorney that I prepared for him.
I'll move to admit 4-14.
No objection.
4-14 is admitted.
If you could explain, you mentioned that this is a durable power of attorney. What is a power of attorney?
It's a document that nominates an agent, somebody that you choose, to manage your property if you become incapacitated, or sometimes immediately.
We might be getting to the forgery charge now. I think this could be what Kouri's accused of, where she forged the signature. Let's see.
And what effect did Eric Richins' power of attorney have on his estate plan, or who did he choose as his power of attorney?
I'm sure he chose Katie Richins Benson.
Okay, if we could show the witness, I don't want you to look at anything just yet. If we could show the witness 4-13, please. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm scrolling through it. It's a draft revocation of a prior durable power of attorney.
Is this also a document that you prepared for Eric Richins?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 4-13.
No objection.
4-13 is admitted.
If we could publish 4-13 to the jury, please. So this was a document that you drafted as part of Eric Richins' estate plan.
I just want to be careful with it.
Yes, I drafted it, and then you can see that there's the prior
see it yet.
durable power of attorney is attached as an exhibit. Okay. I didn't draft the prior power of attorney.
Certainly. Was this document ever recorded?
Wait.
This version of the...
Let me just check if there's anything that caused other court feeds to restart their feed. Okay, hold on. So, revocation of durable power of attorney. May 8th, 2013, Eric Eugene Richins executed a durable power of attorney. Okay, let me just see. Appointing Kouri Richins. I just want to see if there any information on here that should be redacted. Doesn't seem so. It seems okay. Okay, going to put it on the screen again.
Revocation of durable power of attorney was never signed or recorded.
Do you know why?
Eric was concerned about the repercussions he would face if he told Kouri.
Object to hearsay, Your Honor.
That was my impression.
Pause. Please approach. Yeah, my apologies.
Okay. Look at Kouri there. She's back to making faces, everyone. Kouri. Oh my. What are we making faces at now today, Kouri? And B Hike, thank you so much for your $4.99 sticker. Okay. Damn. Beady eyes here.
They both responded. They were recorded.
Okay. Now you mentioned earlier
that you cannot consider what Eric Richins said to Ms. Bowman-Carter.
And so I'm not sure if your answer was heard by the jury. I won't ask you why, but was this document ever recorded?
No, this document was never recorded.
Okay. Now you mentioned earlier that you were communicating with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, I believe.
I had communications with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, yes.
And you were instructed to only communicate with the brother-in-law, is that right?
I was instructed to communicate with his sister and I was given I believe it was a shared email account.
Okay.
And they both responded there.
Was that unusual in your practice?
It was the first time anyone had asked me to do that, so yes.
Okay. I now want to...
Again, to me, that's a sign that Eric knew Kouri was very dangerous and he was in fear of losing his life, right? Just like, please don't send me the documents. Please send them over there to my sister or my brother-in-law, right?
Turn your attention to the week that Eric Richins died. Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as a sheriff's deputy and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
Let's just pause on that for a moment. Sorry, what? The day that Eric Richins died, the grieving widow. If you're just listening, I did air quotes, okay? I'm saying it sarcastically. Kouri was upset about, wait, what? I'm not going to get the house? It's in the trust? What do you mean? It's my house, right? How much money am I going to get? Kouri, priorities. Yeah.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid. She was upset, and she said, "What is wrong with you people?"
Oh, my word.
And handed the phone back to the officer, I believe.
Oh, livid, you said. Livid. Oh, she did not react positively. She was livid that she's not getting the house. Damn, she said, what is wrong with you people? Kouri? No. You. Look in your plastic mirror in your jail cell and say that to yourself. What is wrong with people like me? Mm-hmm.
When having this conversation with Kouri Richins, was it your impression that she was unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll lay a little foundation.
What could you tell from your conversation with Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house?
She told me that the house she told me the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers, and obviously, if she thought that, then she was unaware of the estate plan and that the trust owned the house.
When we're...
Like, who even thinks like that? Even if your pet passes away. I don't think anyone's thinking of things like that. Kouri's like, what the hell? What is wrong with you people? This house is mine. 2 days later, she throat punched her sister-in-law when she realized... Sorry, I'm laughing at the next comment. 1507421 says, careful, G, don't make a snark. The defense will object. Motion for a mistrial. Yeah, 2 days later, 2 days after Eric's death, Kouri assaulted her sister-in-law, one of Eric's sisters, Amy. We haven't seen her testify. I don't know if she will. I don't know. It'll be great if she did. But that assault information is not allowed in. This was ruled on before the trial, right? In motions in limine, in all the pretrial hearings. Okay, but just think about her behavior. The gifts she sent, the life insurance she wanted, her shouting at this estate planning attorney, what's wrong with you people? Livid. Wow, that's also very telling, right? I'm sure the jury's like, okay. Pixie Dust, thank you so much.
Were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Say it again, louder, ma'am. A bankruptcy attorney. Yeah, Kouri, they just said the word bankrupt. Be mortified, because I know that mortifies her, right? Oh, you wanted everyone to believe you had lots of net worth? You were even Googling Kouri Richins' net worth? Please. Moonchild, thanks for being a member for 23 months. You said witness knows her stuff. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. Marilyn, we're going to go forward now. I said, gee, I've been a long time listener and I'm a new subscriber. Thank you for the incredible work and commentary with this and all trials and stories you cover. And thank you, mods, for keeping the chat safe and ethical. Thank you so much. Oh, my word. She said bankruptcy, motion for a mistrial. Sorry, really? They're probably going to say that because last time when Chelsea Gibson, crime scene technician, said, you mean jail calls? They're like, oh, motion for a mistrial. This is going to be a big deal here.
On March 8th from an...
Yeah, sorry. We could just wait here. Look at the Attorney Nestor. Not amused by whatever the judge just said.
So you mentioned that you received an email from an attorney representing Kouri Richins. Is that right?
I received an email on March 8th from an attorney that said he represented Kouri Richins.
Okay. What, and so, sorry, I missed the date that you said. He contacted you on March 8th, is
March
that right?
8th, 2022.
What was the general nature of that email?
Just to tell me that he represented her and to ask that we give her time to grieve, don't act too quickly, so that she could attend to the services, and I believe that was it.
So he was contacting you in reference to the estate plan, is that right?
Possibly. I'd have to look at the email, but I don't even know if he referenced the estate plan.
He was talking about the house that was in the estate plan, is that right?
Yes.
Did you, after that email exchange on March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan. I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked...
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked and because I had become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure...
hearsay and non-responsive.
It's a fact. Truth bombs being dropped over here. Kristal Bowman-Carter became aware that, oh my goodness, but that's not what Eric's living trust says. He wants to be buried. And Kouri's like, nah, cremated. ASAP. Wow.
Taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear, so I'll sustain it, lay some more foundation.
Sure. So one of the documents that you provided to Mr. Nate was the will. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you provided him the will was so that he was aware of Eric Richins' wishes as it concerned his burial.
Yes.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
When did that happen?
March 14th
of 2022.
Only 10 days after Eric's death.
In your experience, is that, first, I'll ask two questions about opening probate. Was that a typical time frame for those events to happen?
No, that wasn't a typical time frame.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a couple of reasons. Usually people need to get through the services and grieve a little bit. If the property is secure, there's no reason to open probate right away. But in this case, Eric had a fully funded trust. I never would have opened probate if we were just administering the trust. That's the whole reason you have a trust, is to avoid having to go to court, make everything public.
And so when you're saying the time frame was not typical, it was quicker than usual. Is that fair?
Yes, it was much quicker than usual. And with a trust, I just wouldn't have opened probate. If at all, I would have opened probate a year after the death, after creditors' claims had been cut off.
And so you opened probate quickly because there was some urgency, in your view?
Yes. Eric had... Can I explain why?
Please lay some foundation for how she knows whatever she's about to say.
Well, sure. Did you... Can we approach? I don't want to.
Yeah, Kouri, look at your face versus the estate planning attorney. The estate planning attorney is more sad about Eric's death than Kouri ever seemed to be, right? From everything we've seen, from body cam, from anything she said, from what is wrong with you people. I'm going to sue. I'm going to get all this money. I'm also going to assault my sister-in-law when I can't get into Eric's safe and take all that cash. Wow. Tink Tink said, may justice be served. Thank you for all the hard work. You may justice be served, yes. Can we teleport to sentencing? I'm ready. Sorry about that. Verdict watch then? Too soon? Oh, man. Thank you so much for being a member for 13 months. Let's see if we can go forward a little bit. Oh, she was just about to drink water. The camera decided not to show it. Come on. I want to see her drinking with her teeth.
Ms. Shervnak, please proceed.
Without telling us any specific statements or what anybody said, why did you open probate so quickly?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place so that Kouri Richins Benson, would have the ability to manage the probate estate and make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will, were followed.
Thank you. And I neglected to check. Have I admitted Exhibit 4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness. Did we? Sorry, wrong one. It was admitted, Your Honor, without objection. I just didn't have a note there, so I wanted to make sure I admitted it.
Ms. Nestor is correct. It's been admitted without objection.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bowman-Carter.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins today. All right, so I want to talk with you about the revocation document that you talked about with Ms. Shervnak. Could we please bring up 4-13? It's been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment. You can see that, Ms. Bowman-Carter?
I can see it.
Okay. Go ahead,
All right.
Ms. Nestor.
And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of it, the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it. So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned revoking all previous attorney powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything?
No, another revocation got signed apart from the durable power of attorney that he signed.
Okay. And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking but didn't ever sign this document was May the 8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying this doesn't, you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear. So revoke just means...
Ma'am, you're a lawyer. She's a lawyer. I know it's for the jury, but careful now. The last time you tried to use normal words and not lawyer words, you filed a motion for a mistrial.
You can't use it anymore, right?
Right. It's taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. So, to your understanding, this power of attorney had not, there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right, but circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up until now, till he saw you in 2020.
That is my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this is the first time I learned of it.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like, right? Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll for your sake.
That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Which is why it's a problem that it's coming in through you.
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Sustained.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well?
Yes.
And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Because she had stolen she had misused it
There
to
you
take
go.
$250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Totally.
Oh, defense, you really want that? You want to ask that question? Focus on why exactly did he not trust Kouri again? Tell us. Okay. Yeah, do the state's job for them. Thank you, Music King, for your lovely comment. And Milagros for the coffees.
Fair. And isn't it also true that it was your understanding that Kouri's business acumen or business skills were less than fantastic because she was young and inexperienced?
I have no personal knowledge about Kouri's business acumen and skills.
Did you make that statement in your prior interview to the police?
I repeated what Eric told me about her business acumen and skills.
Okay, and what was your understanding of that?
I had no understanding of her business acumen and skills.
But what'd you tell the police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was what?
That she was misusing the power of attorney, that I wanted to include stronger language in his estate plan, more protective. I was surprised that he was willing to. He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Great. Thank you. Was there also, when you decided to add the house to the trust, did you do any investigation into whether Mrs. Richins had been contributing to the mortgage throughout the marriage?
I did not. Wasn't relevant.
Okay. When you said that all of Mr. Richins' personal property was poured into the trust, did you do any investigation into whose funds purchased all that personal property?
It wouldn't matter if it was gifts, but no, I didn't.
So, for example, the furniture in the living room, do you know whether Kouri purchased it with her money or Eric purchased it with his money or it was joint money? Do you even know?
No. How could I know?
Okay. And you made no effort to find out?
The assignment that Eric signed transferred his personal property.
Right. So you took his word for what was his personal property as opposed to what was hers?
I didn't have to take his word. He was only transferring what was his personal property.
Okay. And did he give you an inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know.
Well, there's a worksheet, and he listed some things, like his guns. But he didn't prepare a very specific inventory. I just prepared an assignment that he signed, transferring all of his personal property to his trust, as is customary.
So that would ultimately be decided probably by the trustee, whether she was trying to divvy up the proceedings as required under the trust, whether that couch was bought by Kouri or that couch was bought by Eric.
That's likely.
And you didn't give any guidance to that in the trust? The document itself?
What are you asking?
Was it...
Could Kouri buy anything? She couldn't buy, I'm going to swear now, she couldn't buy shit. Couldn't buy a damn thing. So no one had to worry about that, okay? Don't worry. She was so broke and making such a mess of herself. No fights would have to be made after I bought the couch and I bought that and what. And we also saw the home and she did not decorate it. Nope. Kouri's a neglectful mofo, in my opinion. Okay, hold me back.
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was just all of my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household furnishings were his personal property?
No,
Yes.
I said all of my.
I'm going to say yes. Ooh, I like the snot going between the two attorneys right now. No, I said my. Okay, wait, we have to go a few seconds back here. Somewhere there.
What are you asking?
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was just all of my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household furnishings were his personal property?
No, I said all of my household furnishings and effects, meaning all of Eric's household furnishings and effects.
Gotcha. Okay. You also, in the trust documents that you drafted, it's pretty common that you do what's something called a statement of intent, right?
No, it's not common at all.
So it was unusual that you did that.
Yes.
Katie, can you pull up 412, page 1-2, section 103? This is in, Your Honor. If we could publish.
Okay. There you go.
And can you blow up the statement of my intent? So this is the part you said is unusual for you to do.
I mean, it's not unusual to, trusts will have them, but for me, I typically don't include one unless there's a reason.
So did you?
Okay, thank you, defense, for bringing this up again. Okay, statement of my intent. So Eric, this was Eric's document, right? I'm creating this revocable living trust and any separate trust established under this instrument with the intent that assets transferred to the trust be held for my benefit while I'm living and for the benefit of my beneficiaries after my death on the terms and conditions set forth in this instrument. In order to accomplish the intent set forth in this section, I have given my trustee broad discretion with respect to management, distribution, and investment of assets in my trust. I wish to provide for both my wife and our children during any time that I am incapacitated after my death, and to preserve and protect and pass as much of my property remaining after my death and that of my wife to my descendants. Okay. All provisions of this trust are to be interpreted to accomplish my objectives. Okay, let's keep going.
Have a reason for including this?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it was something the client wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And the language in here states that the intent of the trust is to provide for both Mrs. Richins and the children throughout their lifetime, right?
Right. We revised that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down.
Can we see the revised version?
Did there come a time? You mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. It was E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
It was not because they shared an email. What he told me was not because they shared an email account. It was because she snooped in his email.
Okay.
That's
so she had access to his email at least.
I don't know. That's what he told me.
Okay.
Tell us more about that. Yeah, Kouri, do some eye blocking. It's embarrassing for you. Angela Host, thank you for the $20 sticker.
And were you aware at that time that he was consulting a divorce attorney?
Yes.
All right. So when you previously said it's very unusual to not put your spouse as a trustee, if the individual was considering divorce, that wouldn't be unusual to put someone other than your spouse, would it?
No, that wouldn't be unusual.
Okay. And was there a time where you accidentally did notify Kouri of something?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Kouri Richins, K. Richins, and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
After I spoke to Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And in that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022. Right. The same day I talked to Kouri.
And just talking about that conversation you had with Kouri, so this is less than 48 hours after her husband has died, right? Give or take.
Yes.
And your purpose of your conversation was at Katie Benson Richins' request?
No, it was the police's request.
Okay. And what you told her before she got very, very upset was the house that you live in is not yours.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay. So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous, said the witness. Yeah, not homeless. You can live there. The house is in the estate, not in Kouri's name, the house flipper, who will want to be like, cool, who can I sell this to? Yeah, okay.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric waiting on her somewhere?
No, but I told her that he had that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her in his estate plan.
Okay. And if I understand your previous testimony correctly, you never actually asked her, what did you know about all this before he passed, did you?
No.
Right. So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry, do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Kouri Richins knew before his death that there was a trust in place?
No, I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay.
Kouri challenging this witness with her face. Huh? You're going to say I had knowledge of this? We know you didn't. We know you got a huge fright after allegedly murdering your husband that, oh my word, the house is not in your name. You can't access the safe in the house either. Sorry, can't do that. And, yep, not going to get anything you thought you would. And then you throat punched your sister-in-law. So, big fights. And Kouri's been like, I'm going to sue. We know you got a fright, Kouri. You don't have to challenge anyone with your face, okay?
I want to talk about the intake form that Ms. Cervenak went over with you. If we could please pull up 4-9. It's also been admitted, Your Honor. And if we could scroll forward till we get to the page where he lists his assets. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. Your Honor, can we, can we blow this up just a little bit, that top half, so we can see it? All right.
You could call it zoom in, but okay, let's blow it up, everyone. Please do blow up Kouri's defense, meaning her defense strategy, just to be clear, disclaimer. Let's blow it up, everyone. Let's show exactly what went on here. Here we go.
This is the section where you ask the client to list, I guess, what they're worth, right?
Yeah, that is a summary of the assets listed on previous pages.
Okay. And Mr. Richins, it looks like, wasn't sure about stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement, and Smite directed you to ask Freckleton, right?
That's pretty common. Clients don't want to fill everything out, yeah. And he knew Brian Freckleton had worked with me before on the buy-sell agreement. He said, talk to him about that stuff.
But also, don't worry, Kouri had that handled. She knew exactly what the life insurance was, all of the policies, the ones she took out on his name without him knowing, and all of that.
But he does say that they had $100,000 in bank and savings accounts at the time.
That's what this document says.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time?
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay. $65,000 in vehicles?
That's what this document says.
And $30,000 in furniture and personal items?
That's what this document says.
And $1 million in real property?
Yes, that's what this document says.
And it looks like he's valuing his business, at least his share of the business, at about $3 million?
That's what this document says.
All right. And that he had some anticipated inheritance, not a ton, but some. Right?
That's what this document says.
So his best estimate of his net worth was about $4.6 million if you don't include stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement plans.
That's what this document says.
Right. So as long as he's alive, I believe you said that he could do whatever he wanted with any of the money that was assigned into the trust, right?
Yes.
Because it's revocable.
Yes.
So as long as he's alive, he can share any of this money that he wants with his wife.
He can make gifts to whoever he wants.
And he can share 100%, 0.5%, whatever he wants as far as his monthly income, right? With his wife.
I'm not sure what...
To clarify, thank you to whoever bought this. It wasn't me supporting myself, okay? Not that I mind that. But I didn't. Somebody, thank you for the coffee, somebody. I really appreciate it. You got to fill in your name over there, okay? Really appreciate it.
So nothing about a revocable trust prohibits him from, if he's making $33,000 a month, giving his wife half of that or more.
He can do whatever he wants with his property.
And if he lived to be 70, he could give her as much as he wanted until he's 70, right? No matter what the trust says.
Like I said, he can do whatever he wants with his property.
But the minute he dies, Kouri Richins Benson decides how much money, if any, Kouri Richins gets, right?
Well, the successor trustee, who happens to be Kouri Richins Benson, has to follow the rules of the trust set by the grantor, who is Eric. So no, Katie can't do whatever she wants with the money. She has to follow the rules of the trust.
Totally fair, and you're right.
We're set by Eric Richins.
But she's the one who will decide from the moment he dies forward whether, if, how much Kouri gets any of Eric's money.
Yes, that's what Eric wanted.
From the moment he dies, if would have been a great way to phrase that question, ma'am. He shouldn't have died. He was 39 years old, okay? He was very healthy, had his whole life ahead of him, but I know what they mean, okay? I know the defense is doing their job. For anyone that's going to now be like, so they're just doing their job, Grizzly. I know, but just think of the wording. So from the moment he dies, who's controlling the money? Well, Kouri was hoping it was going to be her, but it turned out not to be. Okay. This is Katie Benson Richins, Eric's sister, one of his sisters. Not the one Kouri throat punched, although I'm sure she would have wanted to. Kouri, what the hell? That was Amy that Kouri assaulted and pleaded no contest to. This is the sister who Eric trusted with his estate.
And if, hypothetically, Kouri Richins knew about the existence of the trust, she would know that as well.
I don't know what Kouri would know from reading the trust.
But that's what the trust says in plain black and white in the paper, right?
Can you repeat what you're saying the trust says?
Yeah, you can spell it out for Kouri in black and white, and she still won't have a clue what's going on, clearly, based on her financial and business and real estate understanding. Clearly.
Yep, that...
For a moment. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
I mean, Kouri was even writing checks for drugs that she bought. Checks, you got. Stop it, Kouri.
Your Honor, it calls for speculation. She does that. She can't answer as to what Kouri would
Sustained.
The trust, if someone had a copy of it, lays clearly out what we've just discussed, that as long as Eric's alive, he can do whatever he wants with his money. Once he dies, it's up to Katie.
Like I said already, it's not completely up to Katie. She's the trustee of the trust. She has legal title to those assets, and she has to follow the rules of the trust, which say she has to give Kouri certain income, that Kouri can come to her and ask for distributions of principal for health, education, maintenance, and support. This trust was primarily to protect the boys.
Did you ever advise Katie in her role as trustee, since you drafted the trust papers? Did you ever give her any explanation about her duties or talk to her about what she could and couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death.
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Kouri Richins Benson?
I waived my fees.
You waived your fees. So you're her lawyer for free?
I'm not her lawyer anymore.
Okay. How long were you her lawyer?
I was her lawyer through, I think I formally withdrew in June. She needed a firm that had more capacity than I had with just me.
When you opened the probate, were you then responsible for any pleadings that came in and out of the probate matter? Would you have gotten copies of them?
I opened probate. I drafted the probate pleadings.
Right. So if, for example, Kouri had asked Katie after Eric's death, can you please pay the mortgage for the next year out of the trust? That request would have gone through the probate, right?
No.
Okay, so how would it have gone?
Katie was the trustee of the trust. That is not subject to probate.
Okay. So do you have any personal knowledge whether whether Kouri Richins ever asked Katie Richins for any distributions? Do you have any personal knowledge?
Just for 1 second. Your objection, Ms. Sherman.
Calls for hearsay. Kouri's statements to Katie.
Yeah, only if it's, so would you exclude Kouri's statements, but re-ask your question?
Without saying anything Kouri ever said, which, by the way, it sounds like you didn't communicate with Kouri anyway, but were you aware in your role as the person assisting the trustee whether any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins?
I need you to be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay. Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal request to the trustee?
What in writing or legally?
Requests for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me, and some of his claims about the way the property was titled, so I looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I just was curious, so I looked him up to see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
Okay. But he wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called me. I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
Right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't, to your knowledge, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Time to grieve, while also packing for the trip that she planned for April of 2022. She already planned that trip with her paramour at the end of 2021. Booked it, paid for it, almost $5,000 worth to go to what, St. Martin, I think it was? Yeah, with her paramour, she was supposed to go in April of 2022, and Eric died March 4th of 2022. So grieving or planning a vacation, grieving or banging the paramour, grieving or gobbling up all her THC gummies. I don't know. I don't think she was grieving.
And then you also said that you told this lawyer that Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And stand by. How could I forget that? Never mind that. All of that, yes. But also, as AP Mom said, grieve. Kouri was at a party the next day. She had a party at the house she closed on the next day. The mansion she couldn't afford that just made millions of dollars of more debt. That one. She had a party there. She invited friends there. Those friends said, which we haven't heard from them in the trial, but that she was drinking, smiling, laughing. They had no idea what had gone on, right? Mm-hmm.
In fact, Eric was buried, correct?
I believe so.
Right. Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her.
Oh.
It was a professional relationship.
Okay.
Attorney Nestor. Oh my, am I too close to my client? Yeah, sounds like it. Back up a little bit of boundaries. I'm sorry. Thank you, Cynthia.
How often did you talk to her?
When
you were her lawyer?
As needed.
Daily, weekly, monthly?
I think it was daily at first.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Imagine if the judge said no. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor. No. He didn't say that. I'm just imagining.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we turn the witness back to the state.
Anything further, Ms. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman-Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Take care. Counsel.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state can call a witness now. That direct will probably be an hour.
Why don't we take a restroom break now so we don't break up direct? Please rise for the jury.
Okay. Hold on. Now somebody said, interesting chat moderation. So for everybody that's new here, because there's a lot of people that are here, right? Our mods are fantastic. And please know we keep it Grizzly, our little slogan, to keep the chat kind, respectful, ethical, all of that. We do not snark at people's appearances. We don't snark at witnesses, people in the gallery, family members. We do not victim blame or shame or attack family members. The snark is reserved for the defendant if they snark, and it's also not their appearance. Unless they drink with their teeth like Kouri, then I'm going to say she's drinking with her teeth. That's called a mannerism. Okay, just so you know. And because of the fantastic job that our mods do, we have families of victims of crime that email regularly. They hear in our chat. They are members sometimes. They say they feel safe to talk here. We want people to feel safe to talk here, whether they are prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, district attorneys, family members of victims of crime, friends, all of that, right? Professionals and everybody else must feel comfortable here, safe to talk here. So just know that's the reason why we have such a great team. And we've set our boundaries and our standards here on the channel to keep it Grizzly. All right? All right, so let's continue. Who's going to be next? I do wonder. Stop it. It's gonna. We have to go. There's a break.
Folks, have a seat, please.
Paramour's on the stand.
Just checking. The
Paramour's on the stand. We're
next
getting
witness is...
Yeah?
Robert
Say it.
Grossman.
Okay.
Kouri.
And then anything on the record before we take a break from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ready?
Why don't we come back at 2:10, please? Court's in recess.
Off we go. The Paramour is on the freaking stand. The boyfriend. Please throw Kouri all the way under the bus, sir. Please, just go for it. Tell us everything you know about her. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. You guys are like, yes. Okay, here we go.
We're ready for them when they are.
Thank you, Annalise, for the snarky coffees. You said keep up the snark. Is it like, oh, I will. Do you know me but at all? Can't help it. Okay, we're going forward. Please. Where? Who? Why is it silent? I can't wait. I can't wait. Give it a few seconds. Robert Josh Grossman.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Josh Grossman.
I can't just go. Here he comes.
Grossman, good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Give her a stare down. Do it, sir.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Sorry.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell as much in this setting. I assume all the answers, but not.
Stand right there for a moment, if you don't mind. Can I invite you folks to take a walk for a moment? Please rise for the jury.
Oh my. Ooh, he says, what do you mean by the whole truth? Sir, I think you have immunity. They mean the whole truth. Look at Kouri. Look at Kouri. Ha ha. Corey's like, oh my word, is this about to happen? Yes, it is.
Just pause for a moment.
He does it. Jamie's whispering to the judge, I didn't understand what that meant. Sir, whole truth, okay? He means like, what? The truth is the truth. What do you mean by whole? The whole truth, sir. Okay? Not like Swiss cheese holes in the truth, just the whole truth. Okay?
if you don't mind. Mr. Grossman, do you understand the difference between what's true and what's not true?
I do.
Do you promise, under the pains and penalties of perjury, to tell the truth when you're asked questions?
Absolutely.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You bring the jury back.
Jury was like, I'm telling him, okay, thank you, Kristal, for the 6 coffees for the mod. If I was on the jury, you guys know I probably can't ever be. Firstly, we don't have juries in South Africa or Switzerland. We've got bench trials. If I was American and I was going to be, I wouldn't be picked for a jury, right? My face does too much talking. I don't have a poker face. If I was on the jury, then I'm walking out, I'll be like, My face is going to say all sorts of things. Okay, here we go.
Your Honor, an instruction that he's taken an oath.
I'll make it clear. So that you're not surprised, I'll just ask you to confirm that you've sworn to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, Kouri, stop it. Don't make that face at him. She's like, no. Pack the tartars away, Kouri. Pack them away, and your teeth. Pack them away. None of that will be allowed. Objection.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in.
You duper's delight smoking ass mofo, Kouri.
Please have a seat.
Kouri, are you happy to see him, or is that a stun belt you got on? Stun belt. Is a stun cuff? Got a shock belt on, Kouri? Or are you happy to see him?
Mr. Grossman, just to confirm, you have sworn an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, sir, is your name?
Robert Joshua Grossman.
Sir, do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point. We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house, and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
Then did you come to know her in South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
Was she also flipping mattresses back then, sir? Because she's certainly doing that in her jail cell now.
Come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe, or early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber. I had my dog with me. We do live-in flips, me and the dog. Yeah.
Other than accommodations, did she pay you for your service?
We didn't have any contractual agreement. She took care of me. I lived for free. She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her, so I'd worked for free. Not that she didn't, pay me. She did from time to time in lump sums. And
did she also give you a truck?
Lump sums and... Do go on, sir.
Yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them. Bought me one, traded in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother. Yeah.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
So right about the outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
The witness has it.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it? And Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you. Mr. Grossman, do you recognize that document before you?
I mean, I know what it's alluding to. I know of it, yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to the secret St. Martin's resort?
Yes.
So I want to take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there. RG with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male. So are those your initials?
Yes.
Is that your birth date?
Yes.
Perhaps obviously.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah, she... I think that was a birthday present. I remember seeing a text or something. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was there.
Thank you, Scott. During that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins, did you love her?
Yes.
During that time...
She nods. She's like, I'll take that. That's what it looked like. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. Kouri. Remember, we're reserving the snark for her, right? Sure, Kouri, and she glanced at the jury like this, like, trying to get a quick read. Are they? Oh, man, I'm so embarrassed. I don't know. Yeah, Kouri, we're hearing it all now.
Did you feel that she loved you?
Yeah. I have a tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most, so, you know, I think she did.
Did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From the time you moved to Utah, about how often?
Daily, unless she was mad at me, or vice versa.
What topics on those messages did you discuss?
Same thing you would discuss with your best friend, plus house flipping stuff. Life.
Did you discuss her children?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you now some text messages between you and Ms. Richins.
Okay.
They're the same ones I believe we've looked at before. I'm going to ask you if you've recognized them. If you can recognize them right away, that's fine. If you would like me to scroll down through them again, I'm happy to do that, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-13 Delta, please? You just kind of scroll through the whole string without zooming in. Just, yeah.
Those are pretty small. If you need people to zoom in, you can ask, sir.
Is that good enough for you to identify him, or do you want to zoom in and step through him?
I mean, if you could zoom in a hair,
Yeah.
that wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be reading them at that clip?
No, I just,
right there?
what I'm going to ask
Okay.
you, the
I got
question
you.
for you, sir, is do you recognize this as a text exchange that you had with Ms. Richins?
I got you. And I do for this one.
Okay. Then the state moves to admit 2-13D.
Could you just, Scott, could you just scroll down and let me take a look at everything that's in there real quick?
Why? Do you want to file a mistrial?
Keep going. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Attorney Nestor's, we could just see just a little bit of a face here reading this like,
Okay.
Okay, now show it to us.
Okay.
And we know they don't like to read these things out, so don't you worry, I'll read it out for us.
Is that it? Oh my gosh. Never mind. Okay.
Counsel, take the time you need.
What? Pull it up. Let me just pull it up real quick. I don't believe I have any objection to that one. I'm going to say no objection.
States 2-13D is admitted.
Your Honor,
You'll let me know when you want to publish them.
moves to publish, yeah.
Understood.
And
Do it now.
Scott, if we could just walk through them with the jury, please.
Okay. From Josh Grossman to K-Babe. When I don't get much from ya, I just figure it's because you're doing things that you know I wouldn't like and would hurt me. It is draining to love you and pretend to be an idiot. You hear that, Kouri? You heard that? Okay. I don't want to avoid things with people I love, thoughts or problems. I want to communicate until we know each other better and solve stuff together. Together, not by myself, for each other. Like and love you today. I live too much through this phone, though. And then I can't see the rest. Wait.
Your Honor.
Okay, they're gonna scroll. Sorry. Okay, wait a minute. Scroll. Like and love you today. I live too much with this phone though. And then, I'm tired, babe, he said. That's what it is. That's the last sentence there. Okay. Next. I'll tell you some of what was on my mind today. Tomorrow. Kouri, or K-Babe. I'm snarking at her, okay? K-Babe said, what do you want to know that I'm not telling you or quiet about? So weird how the state doesn't read this out at all. They're just like, let's show the jury. I've never seen that at a trial, but okay. He said, I want to know everything about you. It's part of being in love. Not tonight, though. I don't want any info tonight. Very good. K-Babe, aka Kouri, said, something specific spiked this thought. I guess she means, she said, spiked this though. So there you go. There's something you want to know that I didn't tell you. Can you tell me what it was? I know you're busy. tired, sore fingers, not wanting to text me because a call would be better in person. Listen, Kouri, it's TMI. Okay, but I will be up all night wondering, babe, worrying, feeling horrible. I would greatly appreciate you telling me, but if not, that's okay. Not tonight. ... He said, can't text it. This texting shit sucks. Several things. Then he said, if you lived one day with my phone, you would get it. Stefan, that's what she said. It's TMI. Sorry, maybe it's from all the handyman work, all the cabinets that he was putting in for her. I don't know. Okay, he said, not mad at you. Know that. It's this phone. These cuts, too time consuming. I have 2 hours of driving soon. I have to get off this job. Oh my. Now Kouri's quoting what he said. It's draining to love you. She said, my heart is burning with sadness. Kouri? I'm not so sure the average person would describe heartache that way. Are you sure it's not acid reflux? Just checking. Miss Sheila Cook, thank you so much. Okay, Kouri said, it's draining to love you. My heart is burning with sadness to have read that. Like it popped out of my chest and someone is stomping on it. Okay, weirdo. I'm sorry I'm draining to love. I knew this would come one day. Just was hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, laughing and joking, venting, we don't want to know, and being overly happy with news I got today. The sense, they don't show us the date of this. Wait, the 18th of December 2021. There you go. Okay. The sense of never feeling judged with you and just so comfortable around you. I don't have that in my marriage and I really enjoy my relationship and love for you. But no, she doesn't write your, she writes your, right? We both know this love triangle can't go on forever. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I can't expect you to sit around for the day the trigger gets pulled. Kouri? Okay. Self-snitching, are we? Sorry. Because who knows when that's going to be. I tried and failed. Stop it. Just stop it. Did you try with a sandwich? What are we talking about? Okay, sorry. This is still 2021. Okay. I tried and failed. I can't expect you to sit home and wonder what I'm doing or my home life or when I might call you next or see you. That is so beyond selfish of me. You're right. Damn. Nanlu, thank you. She said, I'm sorry. Wait, I didn't see it until then. What a damn selfish person I am. Well, damn, Kouri. Thank you. Get up there and testify and tell us all that. What a damn selfish person I am. How could I think someone like you would be okay with this for the rest of forever until I pull my head out of my ass? How selfish not to step away and let you just live your life without the constant wonder. Your love is draining. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me be okay with that? This is very manipulative, huh? The way she's talking. That mental and physical stress on you, I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. I'm sorry you have to work so late. I shouldn't have kept you so late this morning. Again, selfish. Wow, I'm just so sorry. I'm just realizing this. I feel like an idiot. Don't text back. No words needed. Finish up work and get some rest. We can talk later. Good night. Freaking manipulative biatch. You're going to have to hold me back. The snark is building, you guys. No, state, we're good. We can move on. Sorry, the jury's reading it. Okay. Or you want Kouri to just feel that a little longer. Okay, we'll allow it. Yes, Southern Calibre said, this is so passive aggressive. I know, right? Then he says, love triangle. What do you mean by that? I don't get it. Mm-hmm. She said, well, I'm married and you, me, our relationship. I don't know what else to call it. I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. He said, I could talk to you right now. We could be great. Not a fair shot. He said, instead, it's going to be misinterpreted text once again. Instead, it's going to be, let's end this sooner. Wild. Yeah, see? He could see she's manipulative as hell. She said, I meant what I said yesterday. I'll always love you, handsome. If it's okay, can we talk tomorrow? I want to go to sleep, as happy as I was when I woke up with you this morning. I won't misinterpret anything, or I hope I don't, until I talk to you about it more. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. Did you just say you were selfish? You just told everyone you were selfish how many times now? But now you're like, let's just talk tomorrow. I want to go to sleep. He said, it's draining to love you. Count the dots. Dot, 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 dot. Okay, sorry, lots of dots. You threw the last half of the sentence away? You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it and then use your new sentence as an epiphany and a reason to profess your love triangle of Eric and end it sooner with me. That's what I gathered from that chopped liver over here. That's right, you call her out on her BS, sir. I'm not supporting affairs, to make it clear to everyone. I'm here to snark my ass off at Kouri. I'll take what I can get. I'm gonna take this. Okay, so yeah, that I'm supporting. You tell her, sir. Yes, she'll cherry pick and turn it on you. Yeah, that's what she was doing. And then he said, oh, that just says sent and what? Okay. From him, you goofball. You goofball. Or is it like, you goofball? That could be said in so many different tones, hey? It could be like, you goofball. Or it could be like, you goofball. Kouri said, I threw the last half of the sentence off. Oh, you threw it off the cliff? Oh, sorry. Because it's almost as bad as the first, pretend to be an idiot. I took that as, are we ever going to address the elephant in the room and recognize what's really going on here, the bigger picture? Profess my love for Eric? What? That's not what I'm saying either. You took love triangle and changed it around to professing my love for Eric, when that's not at all what I was doing. I'm telling you, I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. That's 3 people. Want to make a circle with 3 people? You just didn't, she said. You just didn't the exact thing I did. Assumed and misinterpreted a text. Kouri. Sure. What the hell? You want to make a circle with 3 people? Okay. No one wants to do that. No one wants to. How about not doing that, Kouri? Careful, Kouri. You asked, do you want to make a circle with 3 people? This could be misinterpreted as, want to have a threesome? I don't know. Let's see how this was interpreted, Shemsha. Between these two, both of them misinterpreting each other's text. She corrected herself. Did the exact. Oh, okay. Didn't the exact. Did the exact. He said, if you think you love me now, then ending it sooner will be good for one reason only. Because if you don't, you're going to fall in love with me in ways you never thought you could. That is a guarantee. Speaking of guarantee, this time with a capital, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. It was not stated as such prior, so it doesn't count. 18th of December 2021. And then he said, but I did it on purpose. Hey, yeah, show us what Kouri said first. Is that it? Okay, sorry, I thought they're gonna resize. She said, and sometimes I do, like when she's like, the I don't know, the type of accent she does, you know, like, are you with me? We saw her interview on the news, okay? Get into character. Sherry, thank you so much for being a member for 14 months. She said, you will never be chopped liver to me. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person. You had an epiphany of the selfish person you really are? But it just went away just like poof. Okay. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person I really am. That's the only epiphany I had. The day you yelled at me on the phone, you said I was selfish. And I was so offended by that. And now I understand why you said that. And why I felt so mad, because it's true. You're right. If we don't end things, I would fall deeper and more in love with you than I already am, which is going to be even harder. Okay, I'll take it. Doesn't count. Guarantee for the 3rd? Maybe that'll be more of a date to remember. Stop it, Kouri. Okay, then just celebrating Christmas and a guarantee. Oh my. Are we flipping houses now? Mattresses? What do we flip? Oh, okay. I know your finger is hurt. I know you're working. I can try and get away tomorrow for a phone call. I think we're gonna need it. Oh dear. Imagine the jury sitting there reading all this now as well. He said, and by he it's Robert Josh Grossman, who's on the stand, by the way, in case you're just joining now. Yeah, the paramour, the lover, is on the stand. Okay, former lover. He said, if you're going to be mad at me, you need to come see me and do it in person. If you're going to say goodbye forever, because that's what you want, do it in person. Or better yet, just love me. Love me like you have no choice in the matter. I want to be my best for you. I want us to be ourselves for each other. Blue 3811 says, why are they so obsessed about his fingers hurting? It's weird. Do we really want to know the answer? I don't think so. He said, I love our love. I love you. Do you believe that we could be great together for each other? Sorry. I was reading a sticker there. Wait. Don't go too far now. Wait. Damn it, man. Leah, thank you so much for your sticker. Okay, wait. Okay, we were there. Yes. I want us to be ourselves for each other. Yes. Do you believe we could be great together for each other? Okay, now we go on. There's a court cougher, as you can hear. Always a court cougher. He said, what did you mean by more of a date to remember? Oh, shame. Okay, sir. Sir is having a nap or mortified? I don't know. Okay, babe, that's Kouri. She says, I'm not mad about anything, I promise. Saying goodbye, we promised to do in person, and both know it was coming and happening the day it happens. It's not what I want to do, but it's also not fair for you in any way possible because I want you, but can't break up my family. It's having your cake and eating it too. I do just want to love you. I do love you. I love our love too. It's my favorite. Do I think we could be great together? Yes, of course I do. You're one of my best friends, babe. Listen, Kouri, do you need any dating advice? You put him in the friend zone at the end of all that? Okay, anyway, sorry. And then he said, no ma'am, I thought you were getting a divorce. And he said that on the 18th of December of 2021. And she said, that's what I'm saying. What if that's in a year? You're just supposed to sit around and wait for me? No. And I would never ask you to. Sorry, whoa. Don't scroll up too fast there. Wait, I'm gonna catch it now. Okay, he's upset. Okay, babe, so take me back to 7 a.m., please. And he said, of course I'd wait a year. If you're coming over on the 3rd to say goodbye to me, you're not invited. Kouri, you got uninvited. And then he said, I'll take it back to 7 a.m. every morning, or 9 at night, every night. She said, I'll just take 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day, with multiple phone calls and visits in between. Gee, how romantic of you, Kouri. He said, I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in Little Mill Creek tomorrow. If there's a particular one you want me to get, send me the info. Oh my, what are we talking about now? Over here, huh? Melissa, thanks for upgrading. She said, no sweets. Ooh. Hate that. No sweets, you do you tomorrow. Take the day and just relax. Thank you, Steve K, for the 5 snarky coffees. Okay, no sweets, you do you tomorrow. Take the day and just relax. Storage unit stuff. Panda walk. Could they ask him some direct examination questions about Panda walk? Don't worry about it. I really appreciate it though. She says, you do you tomorrow. She then said, hey, still on the 18th of December of 2021. He said, that is doing me. That's what I'm gonna do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might wanna participate. Okay, anyone wanna, oh, is Panda his dog? What's a panda walk? Is it a walk the dog? Okay, bring in the walk the dog letter. We've segued into that. That is doing me. That's what I'm going to do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might want to participate. He said, hey. Same day. She said, hey. Come on, Scott. Scott, show us. Okay. She said, ha. Okay, let's just make sure we said it all right. Ha. Like that. She's nasally like that. You're the best. The thought of not talking to you and listening to your silly jokes sounds awful in a million ways. I love you. A Christmas tree, is it? She said good night, pea in a pod. She spelled pea correctly, just for the record. Good night. Oh, pea in my pod. Kouri, that's dirty. That's dirty language. You take it back. Good night, pea in my pod. I don't like it. I don't know. 2 peas in a pod? Is it your pod, Kouri? Are you sure? Pea in your pod. No one wants. Now you're going to be a new pea in a pod. A jail pod. She got a new pea in a jail pod. He said, I love you, and then he spelled out her name, Kouri, and he said, kind, outgoing, unique, romantic, inches away from signing her divorce papers and falling madly in love with a soulmate. Good night. Well, I think you guys would pronounce it lima bean, right? Lima bean? Oh dear. We went from pea in my pod to lima bean. We don't want to know. A lima bean. A lima bean. A killer. Oh, sorry. She said, too late. I've already fallen. Night.
Thank you, Scott. That text was from December the 18th.
Yes, thank you, Scott. We really appreciate all that.
I meant to go in chronological order.
That was all one day.
Sir, we're going to go back in time to November the 29th, 2021. Scott, can I get 2-12 Delta?
We're going back in time. Kouri. Kouri looks so embarrassed.
Scroll that through that for Mr. Grossman and counsel, please.
Hi, Kouri, you've got some color in your cheeks again, hey? 50 Shades of Embarrassment.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins on November the 29th, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12D is admitted.
And Your Honor, publish it, please.
Wait. So what we just read was from December 18th of 2021. Now we're going to November 28th of 2021. Going back in time, okay? Thank you, Tracking Today. Thank you, Kristal, as well, for your sticker. You said the contempt I have for this beastly woman is boiling my blood in my brain. Evil woman, evil. Okay, so he said, just be straight, babe. You know I want to know. That's why I asked. I can't guess or decipher anymore. My head hurts. And she said, get some rest. I don't want you to use your head anymore. It wasn't that big of a deal. Really? I'll call you tomorrow? Question mark, question mark. He said, maybe it's a tiny deal, but you could still tell me so I'm not made to sit here and wonder. That's not fun. Hold on. Do this, everybody. Got it? Okay. Cool. Okay, so she said, when I was little, oh man. Okay, babe, now we're going to do story time, right? When I was little, I grew up scrubbing other people's toilets in Park City, at rich people's houses after school, Christmas breaks, all summer. I worked for my aunt's company. Oh, is this your resume for prison, Kouri? They can hear you. Okay. I'm just checking that some of you can hear, right? Okay, cool. So, I was just always looked down upon because you're literally the person cleaning toilets. How about now when you're going to go to prison? Okay, so I always said to myself and my aunt, one day I'll own properties in Park City like all these rich, snooty people, and I will never be like them. Because you're going to be a convicted killer? Okay, sorry. I will just read the text from now on. How about that? Because it's just like too much. It's too much. Okay, hold on. She's not going to be like these snooty people or snootiest one alive. Okay, tomorrow I close on 3 properties, all in the same day, 2 being in Park City. That's a huge deal to me. Biggest accomplishment to date career-wise. It's never been about the money. It's about being able to say, I too have properties in PC, and you're not better than anyone the way you treat people, and I can prove it. Well done, Kouri. You really proved it, didn't you? Tomorrow is a really big deal for me, self-accomplishment-wise, to sit and reflect and be thankful. So I just wanted to sit for a minute and celebrate with someone and have a drink. No one really knows about the PC properties. They won't mean... Okay. Precious Gem said, I see Kouri has a type. I see some of Eric's features in Josh. They could pass for cousins. Anyone agrees. Thank you for your sticker.
Your Honor. Yes, sir. Water. Yeah, no problem. Grab a glass and there's cold water in there for you.
For anyone that's going to now again comment, why is he so thirsty? Why does he drink so much water? Some people, when they get really nervous, they drink a lot of water.
You just put it back up.
As one option. Adam Bluefire said, Kouri clearly has a huge chip on her shoulder. Now barcoded by the jail. She said, oh, so I didn't, so I, wait. Got to go back up to the top here. Stop it. Wait. Aw, man. Yeah, they won't mean, okay. I'm just going to leave it from there. They won't mean, and then they scroll. He asked for water, They won't mean, there you go. They won't mean anything to anyone, and that's okay. I like the secret part of, and don't like people knowing my business because you're in freaking debt. But tomorrow for me is big, a big day for me. So that's all. I just wanted to see if I could find an hour, we were both free, to just toast to new beginnings of life and celebrate, that's all. Careful. Careful to toast with Kouri, hey? She said, hope you have a great night, with lots of exclamations. Good night. He said, thank you. That's not silly, babe. Not telling me would have been silly. Very, very happy for you. Of course I'm going to celebrate with you. Sleep great. Keep me posted. I love you. And then there's a little you and me picture here.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
Scott, can I get 2-18 Delta, please? Can you please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel?
Kouri, you are literally now the definition of turtling, as the behavior panel will say. You are making a turtle shell out of your freaking outfit at this point. Dearest Orogitas, thank you so much. You said, gee, your snark is everything. And Karen and Chris, thanks for the coffees. Look at her turtling, guys. She's literally like, oh my word, I'm going in my shell. You can't. Thank you. Isabel Fontaine says, thank you, G. Your channel is the best. Thank you so much. Miss Mary said, is that her ex? This is the guy she had an affair with. The Paramour.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a January 9th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't, I don't know that that's, can you scroll back up to that one? That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, but.
Don't worry, it was Kouri though. She watched a movie
Or it doesn't seem like a word, I recall.
Other than that word, does it appear to be an accurate depiction?
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-18D into evidence.
No objection.
States 2-18D is admitted.
And to publish, Your Honor.
January 9th
There you
of
go.
2022. Eric died March 4th, okay, of 2022. Nikki Kim said, 10K people here and we have 6 mods. Stop insulting, please. Thank you so much, Nikki Kims, for your sticker. Okay, and for the message, yes. Everybody behave. Reserve your snark for Kouri, okay? Here we go. K-Babe said, random question. Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed? Drag-wise? ... Why, Kouri, you want intel? And he said, yeah, pretty random. We've already had this talk. And she says, no, we haven't. Ha, I would have remembered. I'm just curious. Yeah, her curiosity is criminal. He said, yes, we have, more than once. The first time was at Chili's, me, you, and Ronnie. She says, ha, well, what did you say? And he said, yes, I've done other things, not all of them, not often. And he says, and you? And Kouri says, it's not a big deal. Huh, I was just wondering. I'm starting the new series Dope Sick tonight that just came out a few months ago. That's what made me wonder. When was the last time? Nope, not me. Liar, Kouri. And he said, I don't recall. Are you sure prescriptions count? And she said, like years ago? Ha, nope. Well, if prescriptions count, then when I had Western. Okay. She's still lying. Then she said, I don't recall isn't an answer. Ha ha, how could you not remember? I have a cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but not my thing. Interesting. Okay. He said years ago, cabinet full and not my thing isn't an answer. Kerry said, just like with Carmen, Kouri had employer power over Grossman. In my opinion, she murdered Eric and destroyed Grossman and tried to destroy Carmen. Mm-hmm. And then he asked, what's for dinner? And Kouri said, how is that not an answer? I answered perfectly, haha. No prescriptions since I had Western, and even then I wouldn't take them, so I stored them in my cabinet. Just pain pills, they are still here. Ha, pills and drugs are not my thing. If prescriptions count, then years ago for drugs and prescriptions for you? And she said steak, mashed potatoes, mixed vegetables. You? He said, no, my VA prescription. I feel like I took someone else's at some point. Just can't remember who or what. Too much alcohol first. Not sure. Looking for ideas. Had Mickey D's earlier. Yours sounds good. Grill, boil, bake. Sure would like to see you or be with you in the kitchen.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 2-27 Delta, please? Please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel.
You guys are all saying she's definitely trying to incriminate him. Nikki Kim said this definitely sounds like she was considering setting him up. Yeah. Mel says, what a strange conversation. No Fear says, why are we reading text and not in court? I don't know. I don't know why they're not reading it or having someone read it. I don't know. It's been like this throughout this trial, so it's okay. I'll read it for us. DJ6475 said, guess what, Kouri? We all know your business now, don't we? Yes, yes, we do. Oh, shame. There's Eric's dad.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a February the 14th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-27D into evidence and to publish.
No objection.
227D is admitted. One moment. There you are.
Oh, hold on. Jenna Bell said Nate Eaton asked Bloodworth why he doesn't have the text messages read, and he said it wasn't his style and he prefers the jury to read them. Interesting. Would you guys like to nominate me to read them to the jury? I could do that. I could do that for them. With a correct tone as well. For K-Babe over here. K-Babe said, and wait, this was the 14th of Feb of 2022. This is where the aggravated attempted murder charge stems from, this day, when she allegedly tried to poison Eric with a sandwich laced with who knows what. Okay. She said to her lover, who's on the stand, Robert Josh Grossman, former lover, former Paramour. Okay. Thank you, Christy. Good morning. I'll call you when I'm going to head down. Carpooling now, then have to run home and make quick finger food for Carter's V-Day class party. Drop off at school and then I'll hit the road, probably 9:40. Okay, we saw some of this before. She's going to send that little map time, isn't she? Like, on my way to spend V-Day with her paramour, not her husband. Husband was working and she got him a sandwich at his favorite deli. Then he broke out in hives. He said cool. 9:06 a.m. Valentine's Day, 2022. She said, leaving the school or commerce. And then she said, headed that way. He said, like headed that way. Hour-long ride, question mark, he asked. And she said, yep. There's the map time she attached. She said, I love you. This is when she was going to ask if he wants to be one of her Valentines. Yeah, K-Babe said, I love you. I love you. Want to be one of my Valentines? See, we knew it was coming. Then she said, I love you. Again. So this was sent at what? 6:30 p.m. Okay. She's desperately saying, I love you. I love you. Then she says, I can take a no, that's okay. And we're gonna get to the white tiger now. Yep. Are we getting to the white? Is this the white tiger part? Okay, wait. I think so. He then said, my heart is smiling. When those 3 words come from you, it's very unique. Different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Your love reminds me how much God loves me. Just hold on one second. Sorry, Mr. Grizzly's joined the office to hear the snark. He's lucky, hey? He gets to be in the office. See its side profile in real time. Okay, so here we go. Your love reminds me of how much God loves me. Reminds me that I, my mom's son, am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. I wouldn't trade your love for a million of ... you name it, whatever is next best. Oh, here we see. Now I got to get the accent on again. Darling, you better believe that I'll be one of your Valentines. Will you be my Valentine tonight? I was writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. Scott, can you please scroll up to the white tiger part? It says, I like to watch you text and hear you read aloud. And then I can't read it because there's a banner over it. But we've read it before. I even have a YouTube short for you of it.
Appreciate you, man.
He said what? He said it's like seeing a white tiger in a tropical forest instead of remembering one at the zoo. I love you. Okay. He said, I love you most. Mr. Grizzly Raphael is my husband, for those of you who don't know. He said he just came to check on me. I'm like, please give me water. I'm so thirsty. I'm reading all these texts. Okay, so he's gone to get me some water.
Scott, can I get 2-29D, please?
Shame. Ugh, look at her trying to be so compassionate with her eyes. Kouri, you destroyed many lives.
Look at this as they go through.
Okay.
Will you go back to the beginning, Scott?
My Angel 5 said, I wonder if he's embarrassed or feeling sadness. I think he feels sadness, in my opinion, just based on his reaction. His ears are all red. I don't know. Kouri doesn't feel much. He just feels mortified, I would assume.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, seeing we're frozen up again.
No problem. Let's fix it. 1 second, Mr. Grossman.
Okay. Don't worry. In a moment, they're getting to the next round of texts from K-Babe over here.
The witness has the document.
Sir, did you recognize that as a February the 15th accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into evidence.
No objection.
2-29D is admitted.
Okay, so K-Babe said to her paramour, "How does Harry know my name to correlate the conversation between Dave and who I am? Haha, I mean, I know you have talked about me, but I didn't think it would be anything worth remembering." 15th of Feb of 2022. He said, "Harry owns 10 doors. We've spoken about real estate since we first met. Also, questions of who I know, where I live, what brought me to Utah, etc." I don't know who Harry is or what's going on here, but okay. Though I tried not to allude to it, he could probably tell that I was in love with you. Matt Strong, deal finding, 10 months worth of the daily grind. Then there was Sandy. He brought you up all the time. He cares about his business and about me. I'm almost half of his workforce. The way I speak of you, eyes lit up, lively, proud, honestly and deservingly praising when things are good, not speaking and looking like I have a foot and a half in the grave when they're not. He would have had to bump his head mighty hard to forget you. Okay. And Kouri said, "Wait, did you just say you're in love with me?" Kouri. Okay. Big difference in loving someone and being in love with someone. Did you need to correct that? She asked on the 15th of Feb of 2022. He said, "No correction, no ma'am. I am in love with you. I hope that's okay. I can't change it." He said, "No change. It doesn't change me or have to change us. I've been this way for a long time." Thank you, Nana, for the sticker. And she said, "Like, actually in love with me? If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would?"
Oh, man.
And he said, "Yes, in love with you. Of course I would." Okay. Is that, was that her response? "Have a good day, babe." Okay.
Scott, can you please bring up 2-31D?
Yes. for Mr. Crowley too, said this poor guy, so lonely, he lived on his own with his dog, and he 100% moved to Utah to be with Kouri. She used him like a dirty Kleenex.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction?
Yes.
February 19th text message?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-31D into evidence.
No objection.
2-31D is admitted.
Okay, February 19th of 2022. He said, "Hi, can I give this Keller Williams chick your info?" Okay, babe, said, "Email only, please." And then she said, KW agents are hard to work with because their brokerage doesn't allow for them to decrease their commission. And we only want to pay 1%. But would still totally chat with her. She said, "Thank you for the energy and time you have put into this. I really appreciate you." Then she said, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally. Every day when I wake up. So not just sexually, but physically." Kouri. It's like the same thing. Physically and mentally. No emotionally, no spiritually, no nothing else. Just physically and mentally. Every day when I wake up, I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away. Yeah, the jury's reading that right now. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry. If he could just go away. Right, Kouri. He said, "This is from way earlier. Sorry, phone died and customer talk. 30 more seconds and I would have. I could have kept going and going. I raised short-term and long-term rentals, stager, Kouri, MA, and just MA, ma'am, teacher, coach, and hero to 3. Speed reader, speed demon, got the demon part right, okay, organizer, host, planner, like a boss. He says boss, like Recross. Center of every room. Motivator, caretaker, caretaker, philanthropist, chef, cleaning crew, teacher, and Boy Scout, COO. You better believe I'm going to address your next text in a bit. Now, Grizzly Bear Kelly D said, "Gee, I'm sitting in my room at the Ritz-Carlton in Portland, Oregon, glued to you today. Oh my, Kouri, I should go do things, but can't look away." Thank you for being here. If we just look again, ma'am, teacher, coach, hero to 3. Okay, none of those panned out to be true. Speed reader, I don't think so, unless you can read the verdict form. Very speed, okay. Speed demon, yeah, okay. Boss, no, unless we want to try to be the boss of a prison gang one day, I don't know. Center of every room, definitely, yeah. Center of this room, we're all looking at her, snarking at her, definitely. She said, "You're so sweet. Please don't repeat that to anyone. Ha ha, you just keep all those sweet words to yourself and let others believe whatever they would like to think about me. And thank you for giving her my information. I'll watch for an email." Okay. "You finish work and please address my latest text in a bit. I love you. I'll always appreciate your sweet, kind words. I hope you know. I think you're one incredible man. Not sure what I would do without you." He said, "You got the title teacher twice, but the first was everywhere but the schoolhouse to the boys, and the second was literally at the schoolhouse." Okay. He said, "Oh, and whoa, what you would do without me? I just erased this because I knew I would send it to you in my next text, but I didn't know it'll be this one. We're thinking alike. I love you, sweet, sweetheart." I'm not too sure what's going on here. Wait. Not sure what gift this is, but okay. "Just call me Kempy." He said, "Plus, didn't Kouri dump him after she allegedly murdered Eric?" Yes, she did. Yes, she did. 8 months later. Evicted him. He said, "Oh, babe, there's nothing more I want than to be with you now, no matter what's going on. I love your company. I know that a lot of the time we spend together has somewhat of a cloud hanging overhead. I really look forward to quality time with you that isn't rushed and doesn't have a goodbye lurking around the corner. I've been in the truck running errands, or I would have texted you 10 times by now. Wish we could talk. I feel like maybe you're having a rough day in some ways. Sure, I'd like to hold on to you, to do something to make you happier right now, to make your tomorrow better. I love you today even more than I did yesterday. Promise with my heart. I'm a very lucky man." If you only knew how fortunate your love makes me feel. Okay, hopefully they scroll up a bit more. Ink and Inning says, "Thank you for reading them. I'm at work and can only listen." It's my pleasure. Yes, they broke up 8 months after Eric died. She evicted him. He ended up experiencing homelessness. He apparently still does. Allegedly, I don't know. But she, bought him a truck and then said bye. Adam Bluefire said, "I'm sorry, but she's using this man to do partially free work and he just gets her as a lover occasionally? What a con artist." And later, lower than low, poisoning unaliver she is allegedly. Just awful. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, sir, keep it together. Cheryl Klein said, "Snarking here in Pennsylvania. She's so guilty." No, man. Scott, you cannot just skip over whatever those were. What was that now? Okay, anyway. Yes, just wanted to say I love you and good night. That was February 19th of 2022. Oh boy.
Sir, would you like to take...
He said, "Thank you, gorgeous. I love you as well, and I know you're going to sleep so good."
The break?
Okay, wait. Just hold on. Damn it. Well, the numbers are, it's public record, everybody. There's public record being presented at a trial right now. Sorry, I don't know whose number this is, but we'll just do that. I'm going to forward your information to Kouri Richins. She's a realtor, investor, flipper, GC, etc. We're in Utah. She's going to be the one to talk about the Vallejo deal. Better yet, here's her info.
Mr. Grossman, do you need a minute or two?
An email address.
What I need.
Let's just start with that. Why don't we take pause for a moment, sir, if you don't mind. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Please rise for the jury.
Well, now you want to cover them up, huh, Kouri?
Sorry.
MW said
Please
how
have a
long?
seat.
How long after she evicted him was she arrested? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So November-ish of 2022. I assume that's when he was evicted. She was arrested May 8th of 2023.
Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
6 months later.
I'm going to let you take a few minutes. Collect yourself. You're welcome to walk around the lobby. You are welcome to use the restroom. Do not speak to anyone, all right?
Nobody in here.
Nobody in here. In fact, I'm going to ask everybody that's in here to just sit tight for 5 minutes so we don't have any ambiguity about whether anybody is interacting with Mr. Grossman while he just takes a short break.
Oh,
Feel
boy.
free to stretch your legs. There are going to be more questions. I just need you to be present, able to listen.
Right.
It's fine. Take 5 minutes. Don't talk to anybody. Okay?
Okay.
You go stretch your legs for a second.
I feel like I got something I want to say.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
dear.
you're going to have to wait and just answer questions.
The judge, yeah, but you're going to have to wait. Oh, dear. Go stretch your legs, sir.
Questions that are asked, okay?
Okay, I'm ready though.
You sure?
As
You sure you don't want to stretch your legs?
It ain't the legs that
All right.
need to stretch.
Ain't the legs I need to stretch. Oh, sorry. What do you need to stretch, huh? Kouri's guilt? The verdict for... Oh, more... sorry.
Well, I'm going to sit here for a minute and just
cool
answer
with
an
that.
email and take a deep breath, okay?
I'm cool with that.
All right.
That's going to be wild. He's going to stare at Kouri. Ooh, careful now. Okay, we've got more water. Another bottle of water. Oh, dear.
Take 5 breaths. Will you line the jury back up? Thank
5
you.
breaths. The judges decided that 5 minutes should turn into 5 breaths. Otherwise, they're going to be staring Kouri down. Yeah, Kouri, look at him. Oh, what are you chewing on now? No. This is no time for
It's
snacking.
important that you just wait for the question asked, okay? I appreciate that, sir.
What is she snacking on right now?
Bowen, whenever they're lined up, you can bring them.
Drink with your teeth.
Thank you, sir.
No, don't lie. Okay, she clearly has seen her comments. Unbelievable. She's eating something in the courtroom quickly. She's making sure to not show her teeth at all, hey? Remember, the jury went out for a moment there. And she decided, yeah, that's snack time. Quite a day we're having in court, huh, Grizzlies? Where did... Oh, I was going to say, where did some of you go? It was just a glitch. I'm like, who leaves during this time? Nobody. Absolutely no one. She's still finishing her snack. Yeah,
Folks, please have a
Mantis
seat.
mouth
Thank
coming
you.
up. Built up an appetite, did you, Kouri?
All right, have a seat. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can I get 2-32D, please?
Just glance as these as they go by. Mr. Bloodworth will have a question for you.
Sir, is this an accurate depiction of a February 23rd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-32D.
Objection.
2-32D is admitted.
Kouri, by the way, because I'm stopping and reading all these texts, we're definitely adding some time, so we'll probably finish later than the court today. Sorry, mods. Okay. Kouri said, "Hi, babe. I hope you had a great day. It sure was a cold one. Hopefully you dressed warm. Super sad I couldn't see you, but I understand work is busy sometimes. I wanted to celebrate some semi-good news with you tonight, maybe another time. I miss you. I hope I could see you next week. Is there anything I can do for you? Please let me know. Yes, I had soup for dinner. Make it home okay?" She said, "Get it? We were starting over." Okay. He said, "Phone died. It had 100% charge a couple times today. I don't use it that much. Yes, it was quite the chilly day. It's a shame that I have to use my fingers and can't wear gloves. Sometimes the garages are colder than the driveways. I stopped for Domino's. I always want to celebrate with you. You have to tell me what happened. Before my phone died, my text was a series of questions. What time does the convoy roll out in the morning? Where will y'all stay? What is their most important good accomplishment or news of the day? Ditto bad?" And then ditto bad. Any random ideas or thoughts? Can you share something with me that my curious mind wants to know without me asking? Caroline, thank you so much for your sticker. I've already seen it. Thank you so much. She said, "I have a crazy dream." Oh yeah, remember this text. Okay, "You quit your job, I divorce, and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive, and we'll just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal? Leaving around 10 a.m. I think. First game is 6:30 p.m. Staying at my father-in-law's house down there. Ha ha." Well, she mentions her sons would be they didn't have any cavities at the dentist. Again, mentions the sons. Would be how he kicked someone's butt at practice today, I'm sure. My random thought or ideas above. Share something with you? Like what I'm wearing. A prison outfit soon. Sorry. When should we go to CA? When are we going to see each other again? Haha, or your curious mind could just ask me. He said, wow, that's some pretty powerful daydreaming. Not sure if you're saying that you had a dream while you were asleep or if you have a dream while you're awake. A dream is just a goal without a plan, right? I guess I could just say, deal? I'm definitely digging some or all of that. Am I going to get to see the Midway mansion in its current state? Is that what you want to celebrate with me? Does that mean Ashton has cavities and other kids and others didn't kick butt? I doubt it. Nope, I want to know what you're wearing. Wait, I don't want to know what you're wearing or not wearing. I just know that I'm not there to see it or be it, so I don't approve. Yeah, I'd like to know when you're thinking of going to California. I'll probably have one rack of that day and might need to reschedule. I can't see what it says. There's a banner of it. One rack at noon that day and might need to reschedule. Kouri said, I've been thinking that dream for weeks. Not possible, but it's fun to dream. Maybe another property when timing is better. Sounds kind of amazing though, Ryan. I would love to show you Midway. It's insane. Crazy, crazy place. Haha, that means yes, her son had a cavity. Not sure on CA yet. Her title work is a mess. I'm working through it. We extended closing until the 4th, but I don't see that happening. As soon as I figure some more things out, hopefully tomorrow, I'll have a better idea. Uh-oh, Harry's not going to approve of you moving things around. What you going to do? I was just thinking of going one early morning and spending a night or two and coming back super quick. I know that I love you. Questionable on your love. Are they just going to show us text? Then I'm going to speed this up. I'm speeding it up because I'm stopping to read you the text, right? Okay, so Hawkut or Tube said 1 hour left of court. Not for us. We're like 45 minutes behind because I keep stopping to read these to you, which is fine. Local time is 4 p.m. She said, JK, I guess for joke, I know you love me, babe. Why do you ask? And he said, I wasn't really asking as much as I was finding another way to tell you again. What were you going to celebrate today? And he said, Halloween, Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, the right way? One of your many acquisitions or sales? Did you already answer that question? What's going on here? And K-Babe said, you're, not you're. You're so cute. Not that big of a deal. Really, we could chat next week about it or whenever I see you again. Okay. And he said, that's the tell me even though I didn't ask of the day. but I understand your desire to wait for a moment. I just hope you don't forget that the right moment comes. Also, that we're not postponing getting to know each other better. All right, I'm sure little ones are there or really close. I'll let you do your thing. You're lucky I'm not in your space right now. Couldn't beat me off of you. Good night, sweetheart. Thank you for the sticker. She said, you're so cute, not a big deal. Adam didn't come through on the funding for Midway. Matt did though. He's going to fund it for me. I just need to put down $300K. But good news is it's really getting funded. That's all. Boys are almost home. I wish you were here. I want you on me. Good night, babe. He said, wow, that's great news. Good job, Core. I love your name, babe. Can you lean on private money for that? We'll talk about it whenever you want. Well, I'm super sad I didn't get to see you today. That I'm not your whatever you want right now. Looking forward to our time.
Scott, can we get 2-36D, please?
Okay, we're going to more text. I'm going to go forward to those. Wait.
Between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-36D.
No objection.
2-36D is admitted.
Okay, we're getting to it. Okay, so he said, hey, cutie. Yeah, everything's good. My body disagreed with my mind yesterday. Before I went to work, I sat down to eat that hush puppy thing, and that's all I recall until about 11 p.m. Sounds like the fire department experience was not a disappointment. Call me if you get a chance today. Hope your talk with Matt went good. Yeah, this is less than 2 weeks before Eric died. She said, so this is, oh, damn, this is the 2nd of March. Sorry, what? 2nd of March of 2022. Okay, this is the day before Eric died. No, sorry. Yeah, the 2nd. Is it the 2nd of March? Sorry, you guys write the date differently. 2nd of March, he died on the 4th of March of 2022. 2 days before Eric died. Kouri said, haha, no worries. Just want to make sure you're all good. Fire department was so fun. The chief is like 65 or 70 and was so cute. Just got this text from Matt today. I could have cried. We'll definitely call you today. 2nd of March. Okay. Damn. She attached a file of some sort. She attached something. Probably the text she got from Matt that day. He read it. She said, I just can't even believe this. I want to celebrate with you. Well, Friday, when it's officially closed, recorded, and we're done. What was Friday? The day Eric died? This is still the 2nd of March 2022, 9:13 a.m. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I just could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Okay, so this is what she sent. The text she got from Matt that she then attached for him to read, Josh Grossman to read. Okay, cool. So this is how I propose on my end with Burns now coming in with 400, Sierra West, so it's all funding. That'll get you 100% finance on the purchase. Then you can decide if you want to use any of the other monies you've already raised for closing costs. Maybe you won't end up needing these folks. Okay, so we saw that.
Scott, 2-38D, please.
I've sped it up because we're just going to read those texts, right? We're just going to see them, some more of them. Here we go.
He is admitted.
Okay. 2nd of March, 2022. Eric died the 4th, okay? I love you, says K-Babe. He said, okay, thanks, I needed that. I bet the dentist is going to charge me more money and late fees than money I made today. Winner, winner. No time for lunch, no time for dinner. He said, still same day at 4:54 p.m., meaning 2nd of March, 2022. I'm an hour away. I just decided I'm not going today. Screw it. He can keep his late fee and give me the remainder of my $2,300 minus the filling. He said, I'm no closer to knowing how wide your bathtub is. And he said, I love you too. This phone is going to be the death of me, or it's going to be the death of this phone. So I'm turning off, and it's going to spend the night on my floorboard. Can't take it anymore. Have a great night. Bye. Oh my. K-Babe attached the bathtub with alleged measurements. Okay. And then Kouri K-Babe said, ha, this is not as professional as something you would send me, but it's all I got. I'm sorry you're having such a bad or sad day. I know you miss Panda, so I'm guessing that would be the dog, right? And redacted, and work isn't going as you want. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your friend. Best friend, actually. Lover. Go to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. It was a Thursday, so she would have sent this on the 2nd of March. The evening of the 3rd of March is when she allegedly poisoned Eric. He died on March 4th. Early morning hours, right? Pronounced deceased. So when she sent this text, the next night, she's celebrating something with Eric, her husband. She says, give me till Friday, the day Eric's body is wheeled out of the home. She says, I hope you don't turn your phone off. I know you're sad, but I love you. Please be safe. Then she said at 8:41 p.m. on the 2nd of March of 2022, I miss you. I wish you knew how much you make my heart smile if it could. That's an accurate statement. Burst if it could. Love immensely. You are an incredibly smart and talented man, loving and caring soul, most selfless person I've ever met. My babe. Good night. Her bathtub measurements.
Scott, can you please split screen 2-39B1 and 2-39B2? Scott, can you go to just 2-39B? Scroll through that.
Shame, that's Eric's dad. This must be terrible for the family hearing all this and on this day, because today is the day, March 4th. 4 years later though. But today, on March 4th of 2022, Eric died. So his family is in the courtroom and hearing all of this. Shaking their head like, what the hell? Yeah, Kouri. Check out the whole courtroom looking at him.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 3rd and a March 4th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-39D into evidence.
No objection.
2-39D is admitted.
Eric's sister.
Man.
Oh
Just
boy.
for good.
That's it. I hope I see it. Okay.
Okay.
What are we going to see now? Okay. So he said on March the 3rd of 2022 at 5:39 p.m. Okay? So it's official now. I thought it already was. What do you think Ronnie's going to do? Kouri said at 5:51 p.m. Time's important because she claims that her and Eric had a drink to celebrate a house she closed on. Well, she actually only closed on on March 5th, but okay. She claims that her and Eric had a drink that night sometime between 9 and 9:15 p.m., right? So now we hours before Eric was allegedly poisoned with fent, okay? She's texting her paramour. She says the possibilities are so endless with that place. It would be a piece of cake to cover the mortgage. I would never ever worry about that. I would love to run that as a business. How amazing. Someone's gonna kill it with that. Well, he has me working on his resume tonight. Okay, Josh said, Josh Grossman. Okay, this is a long one, kind of giving you a hard time here, but I do so with love, affection, some honesty, and light heart and patient understanding, I promise. I will happily take any bit of time I get with you, but if we're going to celebrate, I want to celebrate. I don't want to keep the Mylar balloons in their packaging and scotch tape, those sad flat things to the ceiling and return them that afternoon. I want to blow them up with helium and watch them fly off into the sunset, and ideally right before bedtime at sunrise as well. I don't want to keep the barcode stickers on the wine glasses or not pop the top of the bottle of champagne because you're going to be speeding without a seatbelt down a winding, already ran off a cliff there before, mountain road in just a bit. I don't want Interstellar to consist of 90% of our visit, so I guess Interstellar is just going to be like a bigger Pockets podcast as far as we're concerned. I want to be there when the news comes in, seeing and hearing your reaction, waiting to pounce on you with hugs and kisses, the confetti and the music, to release the hidden mariachi band that has spent the entire day twisted together.
Brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp.
See, sometimes it jumps forward like that. Damn it. Wait. Okay, here we were. Good. Okay. There we go. Twisted together in the cab. Oh, damn. Okay. Hold on. Okay. To release the hidden mariachi band that has spent the entire day twisted together in the cabinet under the kitchen sink. one of your painters, one of your landscapers, a drywaller, 2 people off a cleaning crew, 1 giant bass guitar with no frets, a shoulder-slung guitar that only has 5 strings, 2 trumpets, 1 violin, and a maraca in every pocket. Appetizers and apple ciders, a special dinner and dessert, the intimate attention deserving of a super sexy cutie with a booty, sweetheart and absolute knockout of a rock star real estate investor and amusement park owner who's willing to let me have exclusive tickets to the after-hour rides. Remember, she was so excited that she's going to close on the Midway mansion. That's her focus. Her husband's telling her, I don't think that's a good idea. Her paramour is like, do it, this is awesome, I'm so happy for you. You know, all of that. Like he's happy for her and wanting to celebrate with her for real, for real. Okay, and Eric died. And then Kouri closed on the Midway mansion. Then she had a party there. Was this guy invited to the party? I don't know if he was actually there. That'll be interesting. He said, do you recognize that? Not bad for free, right? Just gonna make it accept. He said, just being funny, babe, don't be mad. I guess it would be 100 before that, understand and respect your schedule. She said, at 8:38 p.m., you guys. 8:38 p.m. on March the 3rd of 2022. She claims between 9 and 9:15, her and Eric had that Moscow Mule and a lemon drop. Okay, so at 8:38 p.m. on March the 3rd of 2022. I'm not mad at you at all. Just haven't had a second to text. Give me a few. Love you. He said, give me a sec, love you. She didn't text him again after that. Meaning he said, on March the 4th of 2022, 10:35 a.m. Hey babe, how are you feeling today? I'm proud of you. He said, hey, what's going on with you? You good? 12 o'clock. She texted, no, on March the 4th of 2022 at 2:03 p.m. Eric was already pronounced deceased at this time. So she wrote, no, Eric passed away. Talk later. Okay, and he probably read that, and then he said, what? She said, no words. Turning phone off. Eric passed away last night. Prola, thank you for the coffees. Last night, you say, Kouri. Is that so? Okay, I know she could mean early morning hours, but Right, so, wow. He said, no words either. Lost. She said, nuts. I can't do this. In my opinion, you can see how cold she is by these messages right here. He said, I am devastated. He said, I can't comprehend. I don't know what to say or do. I want you to be safe. You're everyone. What happened? Who are you with? She says 3 a.m. Really, Kouri? 3 a.m. I called the ambulance. Been up since then. People, family, friends are still here. Oh, my word. Kouri. You're like, they think an aneurysm. And now her storytelling continues. I can't say starts because she'd already told a bunch of people different things, okay?
Scott, can you bring up the gift attached again? So is that an accurate moving depiction of the gift thumbnail that was attached?
Was attached to what?
The email we just looked at.
That seems like pretty... I mean, I don't know. Who sent that? Me?
We can go back to that. Scott, can you take us back to 2-39? Sir, can you see that?
I see that. Maybe I'm just mixed up on the times or dates or something.
Sure.
Snow White 2524 said, I don't think the affair partner knew anything about Kouri's murder plot. I don't think so either.
If you bring up the gift.
If I sent that after reading what I just read on here, then I was,
Just wait for the next question, please.
Okay.
Is that the moving version of the thumbnail that was attached?
Right.
Your Honor, the state moves this in. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure how they got separated. I would like to mark the the text exchange as 2-39D1, the associated GIF as 2-39D2.
No objection, but could we clarify the GIF was sent on March 3rd? Those texts cover both March 3rd and March 4th.
The GIF was sent, it's in the text. It was sent at 7:22 p.m., March the 3rd, 2022.
Okay. 2-39D1 and D2 are admitted. What order would you like to publish things in?
Your Honor, let's please publish D1 and then we'll publish D2 at the end.
Okay. Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we walked through D1.
My apologies.
D1.
Okay.
So it's just publishing D2.
Okay. Do you want to show do you want to show the message at the end to provide context for the thumbnail, or do you want to go directly to D2?
Tell you what, Scott, give me D1 on the left, D2 on the right, thumbnail portion of D1 on the left.
One moment. Okay.
Okay, they're showing the GIF. Don't be mad, I understand and respect your schedule.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 2-49D?
Okay, he said, can't see the time now. I don't know how you feel about that, the visitors. I feel however you feel, but without knowing. I think that I'm glad for the village. How many commas can a guy put in one sentence? I don't know what those are about. I made a harbor freight run. Now I'm going to pick up a couple fugos and go get busy. Fugos. Not my preferred kind of busy. That place sure does look cool. It's definitely pretty there. Soon enough, though, it's going to be breathtakingly beautiful and the most stunning space on the planet. I can't believe it. I've known of or wanted to go for a long time. And then said, speak any French? That's what he said. Okay. Wait. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm trying to catch it. Okay, we saw this. Speed it up so we can go to the next text and I'll read it to you. He said, would you mind if I ate a ton of curry tonight? This was on the 20th of March of 2022. 20th of March, okay? Eric died on March 4th of 2022. So he said, would you mind if I ate a ton of curry tonight? Okay. She said, it's a lot, overwhelming, exhausting, repeating yourself, emotions all over again. Sounds like a good evening, I guess, could be better. Looks so pretty, I've always wanted to go there. No French, haha. Why would I care, silly? Not like I'm gonna eat it. Fill up on it. He said, I feel like it's a little out of the ordinary compared to some places. I could very easily expect the exact opposite. No visitors, nobody wanting to bother you. Especially wouldn't expect the army of heathen kids, except for one of her son's protege. I just need a little time and some beers to bring out my Frenchness. I'll be spouting some wee-wee before the night is done. Oh dear. Okay, then he sent these little bunnies. Is one doing a wee-wee there? I don't know. Let's quickly go forward. And she read it. She said, why French? Where is that coming from? Ha! 20th of March. He said, lots of Frenchies over there. That's the main language, I think. I think they're talking about the holiday. Oh my word, they're talking about the holiday. I just caught on. Sorry. This has been a lot today. Their holiday to St. Martin, hey? That's what they're talking about. Okay. She said, haha, no, it's English, goofball. He sent a link, FrenchCaribbean.com, St. Martin, helpful info language. But you are right, it's only 6 or 7% that speak out of French. Going to get you some eggs Benedict over there for sure. Remember, she booked this holiday at the end of 2021. She booked it for April 2022 with her boyfriend, with the paramour, with the lover. And Eric died in March of 2022. So to me, that could show some premeditation. She said, yes, please, can't wait. He then sent a Facebook Marketplace link. He said, yes, ma'am, gonna be awesome. Then he said, I don't know what the passport thing is. $600 boat runs, boat motors, or I know it's not even remotely interesting to you. That crappy table, I could build $40,000 worth of $200 tables with this material. Or I could build legit welding tables, at least 100 of them, $400 a piece. I just wanted you to see how expensive a used scissor lift trailer can be. It would cost me somewhere between $1,000 and $1,300 to build that trailer from scratch, utilizing this steel. Enough metal to build 40 of them. At $5,000 a piece, it'll be $150,000 profit. That's all I got.
We can stop it there, Scott. Thanks.
Do it.
Scott 2-51D.
Getting to more of them. Italiana said she's talking about a holiday when her husband just passed and doesn't care about her children. OMG, such evil.
Sir, do you recognize that as an April 8th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-51 Delta.
April 8th, huh? 2022. Speeding it up again.
Oh, sorry, no objection.
2-51D is admitted.
Okay. Kouri said to him on the 8th of April 2022, I love you. He said, I love you. You were in my dream. He said, Kouri said, I think I want you to be my husband one day. Careful with that. Oh, my word. And he said, I could respond to that of bunch of different ways. I could assume that you finished second in a few drinking games. I could show you this and give you 1 million of each. And hearts as attachments, okay? This is the attachment. If you could see yourself through my eyes, you'd know how much I love you. I'll love you forever.
It's your last one. 2-53 Delta Sky.
Oh, so 2 times speed. Because we're getting 2 exhibits that I'm going to read to you. Isabel's like, she's talking
So do you
about
recognize
marriage.
that April the 15th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yeah, I recognize it. I didn't have time to read it all. I'm not saying that I need to. I'd like to read it later, maybe.
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay, let's
Your Honor,
show us the text.
Must admit 2-53D and publish.
No objection.
2-53D is admitted.
Okay. Kouri said on the 15th of April of 2022, was Harry mad? Mine should be super quick. And I, big deal. Ha ha ha. I would also appreciate that. I'm going to call. I had 22 cops searching my damn house Wednesday for 8 hours. This shit just keeps getting worse and worse. Oh, really? He said, searching your house for what? She said the autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace. Kouri, a trace, 5 times the lethal amount. A trace of fentanyl in his system. I didn't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. Okay. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me. No reading me rights. Okay, Kouri. They ever told me why they were at my house and what the hell they were looking for. I was like, WTF? They had a search warrant and everything. This is so effing ridiculous. And all that drug dogs and everything, and they didn't find a damn thing. But Eric's weed gummies. Congratulations, idiots. They were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have to have had some kind of proof a crime was committed. Whether it's drugs being sold in and out of my house or me having something to do with the shit. I don't know. I don't even know what the F that is. I thought it was cocaine. The detective isn't corrected me. They took all electronics out of my house, even my kid stuff. Damn. And some of you still want to blame the Paramour? I'm putting all blame on Kouri. Boyfriend doesn't need to be perfect. Witnesses don't need to be perfect. People do things like the people that supplied the drugs, all of that kind of stuff. No one said they have to be perfect witnesses. But Kouri, in my opinion, is the alleged. She's the killer, in my opinion. There you go. In my opinion, she's the killer. And nobody had any idea what the hell they were dealing with. Look how she lies to him. Thank you, Karina K, for the snarky coffee. Oh, wow. Here we go, Kouri. That blows your own defense. She said, Eric does not do effing drugs. He ate a shit ton of edibles, 4 to 5 a week, but rarely even drank. This is absurd, and they don't even have a cause of death yet. How can they just jump to all this bullshit before we even know Ronnie swears the gummies are laced with it because it was a new pack. This is all just so freaking stupid and crazy. Tell us again, Kouri, how Eric did not effing take drugs. Sorry, your defense is blown to hell with this text. He said, I have tons of questions or thoughts. I'll save them for a phone call. Smart. She said, okay, call you in a bit. 15th of April, 2022.
So did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really, that was the first time.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
Do you want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while, and I had never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation, and I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that. So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally, and I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, and I think that's what she did. She asked me, go ahead, I'll let you ask, I know.
Sure.
But
did she ask you a question about killing?
She did ask me yeah.
What sir did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines. And then I answered her.
Yeah, Kouri. She's like, hey, did you ever kill anyone? How'd it make you feel? What the hell, Kouri? Yeah, you're going down. You hear the sound? Clink, clink, silver bracelets.
I took it as not out of the normal, though, really.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
For how long?
You'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months, maybe 8, 10. Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know. had a falling out, disagreements. I think, you know, things changed after Eric passed. I mean, you know, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same, so I don't know if that led to us parting ways or what, but there was a lot on both of us, you know what I mean?
Understand. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Oh boy. Everybody buckle up for cross-examination. Let's just see. Oh, they take a break. Okay, hold on.
Oh, do you need to take a restroom break? May we take a restroom break? Yes. Please rise for the jury.
Kouri trying to close her top all day now, like. Sorry, what, Kouri? What are you whispering there? Unbelievable. Don't worry, we'll skip over this break. I think court's finished for the day.
I'm going to play it safe here. If you need to use the restroom, you can leave the courtroom. I need everybody else to just stay put until Mr. Grossman comes back into the courtroom.
Love the judge. The judge's risk assessment is excellent. Just in case somebody like Kouri wants to try to talk to him, you know what I mean? Or that he'll lose it if he sees Kouri out there. We're going forward. Okay. Oh, we've got more text coming up. Okay, so we have. Looks like about 45 minutes of court left. In fact, hold on. Actually, just going to refresh this quickly so we could see. How much court do we have left? Are they still going? What's happening? Okay, hold on. Like that. Then go. Oh. That did not help. Yeah, about 45 minutes or so left. Let's go here.
Please rise for the jury.
Hmm. 40 minutes or so that we have left.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath, sir. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossman.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Grossman, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there?
One at that time.
And she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Mm-hmm. Was that in response to an ad?
Mm-hmm.
She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as.
Okay. And you knew each other for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic, fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from, was it about 2017 you met or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
That's okay, but earlier than 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000, when you became romantically involved?
No. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decided to move out to Utah, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested in flipping houses yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah, yes.
All right. So let's look at, we're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up, and I want to ask you some questions about some of them. The first one, I believe, is State Exhibit 3-1, and this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted. That is not it. I don't believe. There we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this while we speak about it. So you said you recognized that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
And your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April. April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation, true?
True.
All right.
Thank you for confirming that. Now tell us why. She probably couldn't. She wasn't allowed to, right? Okay.
Okay, let's move to, you said let me ask you this. You said that you two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it at all in here. Okay. So this series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right? It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm going to need a minute.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Can you maybe show him a couple of texts before that? Can you see that, or do you need that blown up?
Yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be good. Okay, is this where we're starting?
Sure.
Okay.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie. Let me stop there. It says you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of text was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
All right.
I mean, I don't
let's just look at it.
Necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just being tongue-in-cheek. I don't know.
Well, let's look at a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Did not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple of more.
Apostle Mom said, Levy G will never watch anyone else since finding you. Honestly bothered. Times in chat. All the hate this man was getting when he obviously is shaken by all of Kouri's crap. Thank you so much for your sticker, and I agree.
Maybe pull up Kouri's again there, the blue bubble. And she says that she's not mad, but you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So it was late 21, after the vacation was purchased, that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
Appears that way.
Okay. But you didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text State Exhibit 218D.
Planet Liberty, she's not wrong. These texts are from December 2021, and they'd booked a holiday, and then there were the texts that we'd read through earlier of her saying, I'm so selfish and I shouldn't do this to you, and they were kind of breaking up at that point. It was very on again, off again, huh? Because she's like, I can't do this to you, it's like having your cake and eating it too, and all of that, right?
That's been admitted. And Katie, could you just keep to the... All right. So, Mr. Grossman, this was about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right? We talked about that when you're direct. Well, you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mr. Grossman.
Abraham says, only Kouri is responsible for her actions. This man had nothing to do with Eric's death. I agree with you, right? So, I don't know. People that just want to pile on and be like, he did it too. I don't agree with that.
My apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Go ahead.
Please.
And yes, I've seen the interview that his brother did with another YouTuber. I saw it, and that's his brother's opinion of him, which is not a good opinion of him. Now, plenty of people could be shitty brothers, meaning if he was a shitty brother, this guy right here, okay. If he struggled with substance abuse, if he put the family through hell, all of that, because he was struggling himself, okay. A killer? I don't think so. In my opinion, that's where I draw the line. I think he had a lot of troubles of his own, sure. But there's no evidence that he had any knowledge of what Kouri was, allegedly planning to do to her husband, that he had no knowledge of what she did then, all of that. So, did he sleep with a married woman? Yes. Yes, he did. Okay. Unsavory behavior. Killer? No. Kouri's the one on trial.
And while Katie's doing that, and you take a look,
okay.
Yeah, she's starting a new TV show, Dope Sick, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she's asking you questions about if you have taken drugs, right?
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text so you can see it, that she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then can you get the painful one? And then she also tells you, and we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you guys talk back and forth.
She also lied about not even knowing what fentanyl is. She doesn't even know what to do. She thought it was cocaine. Shut up, Kouri. We know you bought that crap. Okay, we know you bought it. Shut up.
About drug use, and is it fair to say, and it's just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay, let's move to State Exhibit 227D. And pull that up so Mr. Grossman can see the date. All right. So do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day, that Valentine's Day 2022?
I've tried to remember. I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my GPS would have been able to clue me in, but I don't know.
So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up?
If the text
Let me rephrase
say
that.
that we met up. I assume we met up, unless the text say that hey, change of plans.
I would agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's not a...
That's fair.
You know?
It's a while ago. Okay.
And it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay, that's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229. And I believe it's the second and third page of those texts. So this is the next day, July 15th, 2022, and you maybe blow that up for Mr. Grossman. Is this page 2? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to page 3. Yes, if we could blow those up. Okay, so this is where you tell Ms. Richins, I am in love with you.
Yes.
And go ahead. Let's keep going. And she responds to you like you're actually in love with me. We're not just love each other like friends or an affair. You're in love with me, correct?
Right.
And that was February 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right.
Miss Lewis, are we going to go over every text message again? Try to frame it differently? It just can't. You just can't. Look at her. Look at Kouri. Oh, my word.
Let me take that down. Okay, I want to move to March of 2022. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 2-32D. I think it's page 3. And Kouri's text there, I can't see unless you blow it up. Okay, so this is the text, and this is on February 23rd, 2022. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes.
And she's talking to you about the property that has ended up being called the Midway Mansion, right?
Yes.
And that she has a dream that you could, and actually I think she describes it in the text before, if you can go to that. She has a...
It's okay, defense. Rub salt in wound. Yes, Kouri's wound. Rub it in. Keep showing the jury those texts. We don't mind.
Dream about you two living in the mansion, and that she could be divorced and you could live there and just have a farm and a number of things.
Yes.
Okay. And then we can go back to the other one. But then she tells you this isn't possible, it's just fun to dream about, right?
What you just highlighted, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So, Mr. Grossman, would it be fair to say that the talk about a future together between you and Kouri was really more a fantasy than a realistic expectation?
My opinion? You want my opinion on it?
Sure.
I'd say yeah. Yeah. More of something that maybe I thought I wanted, but didn't necessarily, like I couldn't picture it in the future, you know. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does answer.
Don't worry. Nobody could picture it. Only Kouri. Delusional Kouri. Like, yeah, I'm going to buy this Midway mansion. I'm going to be in $7.5 million debt. I'm going to make a killing, though. How about we live there? Rent it out like it's an event center. $15,000 a day. Raise a couple of kids. Come on, Kouri. Shut up. You already had a husband and kids. You had the house. You had the husband, the car, the kid, everything. What are you doing? So don't worry. Sorry to pause him like that. Robert Josh Grossman, don't worry if you couldn't see it. Nobody could see it. Only Kouri. And look where she's ended up.
My question.
Dumbass over here.
Okay, let's move on to 2-36D, State's Exhibit. And maybe we could blow this up and go through it a little bit. So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death, right?
Or a day before.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or a day before. March 2nd, 2022. The next night, Kouri allegedly poisoned him with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl. Okay. I mean, the witness has to correct you, Miss Lewis.
About a day and a half, right? Because he died early morning, 2022.
You don't know that.
Okay.
You don't know that. Your client called 911 early morning. You don't know exactly when he died. No one does. Stop it, Miss Lewis.
Can scroll a little bit. A little farther. Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm going to have to see that bottom one. Yes.
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say she was very excited about this property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday to celebrate this closing, right?
Right.
And what was your plan on Friday to get together to celebrate?
Friday being the 4th of March of 2022, the day Eric was pronounced deceased. The day he died, right? From what we know from the timeline. We don't know if it was in the evening on March 3rd, but on March 4th, Kouri called 911 in the early morning hours. Eric was pronounced deceased. Yet Kouri was telling her lover that they were going to celebrate that day on March 4th.
We were supposed to meet sometime mid-morning for brunch. Brunch and mimosas was the plan.
Okay. Can we pull up States 238-D? We go to the one where it says hang in there. Just a minute, she'll pull up the text and. Well, you can't see it on the screen. Okay, here we go. So, this is March 2nd, 2022 in the evening, right?
Yes.
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do.
I don't.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
That's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday, correct?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When she told you to hang in there till Friday, was that because she was planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you referring to the Friday or to the last question?
Your Honor, the question that essentially asked what Kouri Richins was thinking by Friday.
I can rephrase it.
Please do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was she telling you to hang in there till Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
Objection, Your Honor. Same thing.
Sustained just a speculation as to why Ms. Richins was waiting. The question regarding what he recalls was going to happen on Friday is permissible. If you'd answer that, sir.
The only thing I knew about Friday was brunch and mimosas. So,
okay.
And the closing on the house. She was getting the keys that day.
So that was a big day.
Right.
Yes, it was. She was getting the keys that day, closing on this dream house that she wanted to live in with her lover. And guess what? Eric died that day. So, defense, are you switching gears to help the state, or? Thank you.
Did she ever tell you that you were going to be together on Friday permanently?
Jackson,
It's. I think he can say yes or no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins said specifically.
It's very specific in that question, sustained.
All right, let me ask you this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Jackson, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to 239D1. So this is Friday, March 4th, the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? The beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, we can start right there. When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property, or are you talking about something else? The Midway Mansion? Or do you remember?
What was the text previous, please?
It was from you.
Yeah, context. Mamma Mia didn't she say Eric was the one who liked mimosas? I don't remember that. Maybe. I don't know. I can't remember.
It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I get that. Let's keep going. We can see that. Okay, maybe this helps put it in context, because her response is, the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but that's the gist.
Right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about the Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022?
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this, we can skip down to this, skip this. And you two are supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up.
Right.
And you text her to see what's happening.
Yes.
And why she isn't there.
Yes.
It's not like her to not show up?
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Okay. And that's when you find out that Eric Richins had passed away that early morning.
So I thought it was, my recollection, when she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
And I thought that
just a quick note. Brian Walsh, did you hear that? Brunch, 10 o'clock sharp. Brunch is breakfast and lunch, right? If you remember watching the Brian Walsh trial with me, he was claiming that he was going to take the victim, in that case, Anna, for brunch, but like at 4 p.m. or something. We were like, huh? Anyway, that's one thought. Secondly, if you're only joining now, only watching now, and you're thinking, wait, what are these texts? We've literally spent the whole afternoon, for me, of course, evening and morning. It's already 1:09 a.m. for me, okay? We've spent a lot of time where I paused and I read every single text that the state showed, because they're not reading it out. So we've gone over them. I will timestamp that for you where that starts once we're done with the live stream. The court days ended already. We're behind because of all the stopping and reading the text. Just in case you're just joining now, you're looking and you're like, wait, why aren't you reading those texts? We read them already. The defense is kind of going over them all again.
texted her because I could just sense, I could feel something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So I texted her, you know, is everything okay? And she responded, that's when she told me. But, like, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least. But, can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2 o'clock. But I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So.
All right. So your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point in time, I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them.
You asked who for some texts?
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And by Ms. Margaret, do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all I got was the month of March, but it was like that. So
what do you mean when you say it was like that?
It was thick. There were a lot of text messages that month. So I'm not faulting her for stopping there, but
I just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch, so you got about an inch worth of pages of text.
Right, okay. and they were just for the month of March, and because I was trying to figure out what happened too,
Okay.
So I'm going through them, and the timelines on them, I'm not saying this is the case, but to me they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be 4 p.m. or whatever the case was. And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones, so I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't
probably a time zone issue
necessarily coincide with my memory, but I don't. But it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that, like that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen. I don't know, maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you had wondered if what the time is on these texts is incorrect?
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you noticed this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones this day?
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything I looked at.
What was consistent? That the time was off?
That everything was just pushed forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the time difference. You got a +8 and all this nonsense.
Yes,
I don't know.
meridian
So
time. I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what you're referring to. That sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
So you were just wondering why the times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But let me ask you this. Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take?
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at State's Exhibit 253D? Where, do you know which one I'm looking for?
We have about 15 minutes left of court, okay?
Since you read my mind, Katie.
Kouri thought she had a bad day with the Google searches, hey?
Okay. This is...
How about the forensic accountant yesterday? Oh no, today was much worse, Kouri.
When Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that Eric...
Pause. Defense, you're really going to put this back up for the jury to read again? This is bad. Let me read it one more time for those who missed it. Kouri texts her paramour, Josh Grossman, who's on the stand. Joshua Grossman. Okay, this was, on the 15th, the 15th of April of 2022. Eric died March 4th, right? Okay, so she texts the lover on the 15th of April. The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back, and he had a trace of fentanyl in his system. I didn't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. Liar. That's how you know he's not involved. That's how you know that she is a liar. A giant, giant liar. and an alleged killer, and an alleged fraudster, forgerer, everything else I could think of. Oh, okay, so she said, I didn't even know what that was until they showed up at my door. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me. No reading me. And she writes like that. Writes, they ever told me they were at my house and what the hell they were looking for. I was like, WTF? They had a search warrant and everything. This is so effing ridiculous. And all that drug dogs and everything, and they didn't find a damn thing but Eric's weed gummies. Congratulations, idiots. Say it again, louder, Kouri, for everyone in the back. Get on the stand and say that. They were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have had to have some kind of proof a crime was committed, whether it's drugs being sold in and out of my house. No, Kouri, the houses you flipped. Remember how you organized that? Oh, sorry. Or me having something to do with this shit. She said, I don't even know what the F that is. I thought it was cocaine. The detective isn't corrected me. They took all electronics out of my house, even my kids' stuff. You're going to pretend to not know what fent is? To your boyfriend. Okay.
Died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
You're going to have to let me read it, but in my mind...
Well, go ahead and look at, yeah, right there where it's highlighted.
You know, I didn't know what fentanyl was then, so I don't know if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember... I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean...
In that moment, not throwing him under the bus, not snarking at him, but dude, you know what it is, don't lie either. You didn't know what it was? He apparently allegedly struggled with substance abuse himself. So I would assume he's heard the word before. Kouri certainly heard it. She bought it. We saw the evidence of that, right?
You don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All right. I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4/15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uintas. Are you with me?
Yes, yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with her at that time.
Yes.
Right? And you told, well, let me back up. You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, oh, man. So, never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, you know, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point, and I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and I heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but then I started. I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested, I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow, over my wrongdoings, infidelity. And,
okay.
And that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her. I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, you know, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me, you know. I was blown away, and then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help, that's what I was going to do. And you know, that's sometime after that, it wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, you know, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay,
and
so let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if you used the word definitely, but said that
She did it.
right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 20/20 hindsight about conversations,
Right.
which led you to think of the conversation in the Uentas. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years, you know.
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah, it was about that. It was about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
At the time it happened, her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. But the talk was not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it. How good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't. At that time,
bow hunt.
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them wasn't. I don't remember. But
so she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
She did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right. You'd mentioned during direct.
What a low blow defense. You have no evidence of that. Even Allison Wright on the stand said, I don't think an affair. Like he had a friend at work? I don't know. There's just no evidence of that. Try another one, defense.
That you did work for Kouri here in Utah, and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall a lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy, though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed, yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think.
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
That was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, she texted me one time I believe she texted me. She just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
Well,
and she just seemed like surprised. Like it was unexpected.
it was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. We're sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages, though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time, and then no, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So,
did she appear to change after?
What the hell is wrong with Kouri? I do feel like she was setting him up or just using him, right? Like, all that, Kouri? And then, so you strung him along, but then you weren't actually really even with him. And then 8 months later, you evicted him from a property where you said he could stay? Wow. My goodness. She's
After he died?
cold.
yes. How so? Like, yeah, I mean,
Well, I was hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving or sad?
Yeah, but I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter, but when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic than usual, but yeah, there were times where, you know, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
All right. And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
Damn. So, Kouri, after all that love you and booking holidays and all that, which you didn't go on, which, as KK on YouTube said earlier, is probably because she couldn't actually pay for it. Was she grieving? In my opinion, hell no. She was upset because she didn't get the estate. She didn't get the house. She was still in such huge financial trouble. That was her focus. Not grieving. Not even her lover. She's like, oh crap. I thought I'm going to be rich. If she got Eric's estate and everything she thought she was going to get, maybe this relationship would have continued a little more, you know what I mean? But she was so busy fighting Eric's family for his money that she thought she was going to get. That's what I think she was doing. Southern Calibi said, yeah, justice for Robert as well.
But then Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And what was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So yeah, it appeared as though it's done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that, you stopped seeing each other, correct? And did you?
This is the first time I've seen her since that day. So,
which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was.
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
It was cold outside, so it was late The same year that Eric passed,
Okay.
it was the end of that year. That's when it was.
Okay, and how do you feel about her now? And why'd she break up with you? What'd she say? Interesting.
Or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
He had no money. She couldn't use him. She also couldn't roll around in the sheets with him because she had no money and no way to do that. She was absolutely effed. So, no longer interested. Damn. Thankfully, she didn't find some other guy in that time. Or did she? Will we hear more? I don't know. I just mean, whew, everybody's life was in danger at that point, in my opinion.
Wait up one moment.
That's it. Abraham said she ended the relationship when she found out there was no money coming her way. I think that too. Damn, Kouri. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. I don't have anything further.
Sir, when you and Kouri Richins were in the Uintas 10 to 14 days after Eric's died, we were talking about a lot of things, right?
Yes, primarily that, because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly. So I was trying to see how she felt, you know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and bow hunting and the boys, part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Phenomenal father, yeah.
Please listen to me.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost their phenomenal father?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Could we approach?
Sure.
Yep, jury's gonna hear those last words from this witness, meaning phenomenal father. Eric was a phenomenal father. We heard financial evidence today about how he's making sure that, damn, if anything ever happened to me, my kids will be taken care of. They will be protected from Kouri. Yep. Debbie says she didn't want the lifestyle she would end up with him since she didn't have the money to pad their lifestyle. Exactly. Miss Nestor looking at Kouri. Kouri like, Kouri, what are you thinking? I think you did well on the stand today. Good job. Sure. Oh my goodness, Kouri, just stop trying to lock eyes with him. Just stop it.
Was anything else from Mr. Grossman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you are free to go.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Let's see if he says anything on the way out. Didn't look at her.
Mr. Bloodworth, appropriate time to recess for the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, you're actually with one lawyer from each side. Please approach regarding scheduling.
Okay. I'm going to quickly set up our teleporting for the next day. Rama Musu, welcome. Thank you so much for joining membership. They did say there's no court on Friday, okay? So tomorrow, well, today for me, it's almost 2 a.m. over here. Okay, so today, later today.
Folks, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
9:30.
Between
Okay.
now and then, please maintain some discipline. Do not speak about the case. Don't allow anybody to speak to you about it. Affirmatively avoid reading, watching, or listening to anything about the case. And please do not do any online research about the case at all. Please travel safely. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, Kouri. Remember, start writing your book, Kouri. Are you guilty? How to deal with the life without parole sentence. You should be ashamed. Look how she's looking down.
Please have a seat.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanack, anything on the record before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please travel safe.
Travel safe to jail, Kouri. Next up, prison. Okay. Everyone, thank you so much for spending the day with me. We went overtime as we were reading those texts because they don't read it out in the courtroom. So sorry about that for anyone in my time zone. Thank you, mods, for everything you do. We're now going to go to day 9. Let me show you. Look, I'm going to put the link in chat. Day 9 next. You can already click on it if you want to go there. Otherwise, if your autoplay is toggled on, you can wait for the outro to finish playing and then you can go there. Click notify me. They did say they're starting at 9:30, huh? Not 8:30. So same as today. Later start, and we start later than they start so that we can skip over the lunch break. Grizzly Cat says, thank you. Thank you, Grizzly Cat. There you are. Thank you for helping out to mod a little bit as well. Really appreciate that. What was I going to say? Okay, so I'll see you later today. I will do some timestamps for you as well. And in the meantime, if you missed anything, oh my goodness, you have to go back. You have to go back and see this whole day if you missed something today. I'll do the timestamps now for you so that you'll have those. The text messages and everything that we read today, it was quite something. I think the state is building their case very well. Do I wish they'd ask more questions? Sure, you know. But I think it's going well so far. I'll see you tomorrow. Who knows what tomorrow will hold? I don't know. This was going to happen today. See you then, everyone. Stay safe.